Futures back to pre-market highs here as we await 5 minutes away here from February CPI data, the last and biggest inflation-related data point that we're going to get before we get the Fed meeting coming up next week. Again on Tuesday, 22nd, we'll get the next interest rate decision. Live look right now at the CME Fed Funds tool as we get started here this morning. Still in that same kind of neighborhood as we were in yesterday, 70-30, basically towards the quarter point hike right now versus nothing at all, 28.4 for the pause coming from the Fed next week. So we'll see how this number coming up here in a few minutes will affect that. As far as what is expected, let's jump right to the board here. 6%. Is the expectation versus 6.4 was the prior month there. On the month-over-month number, U.S. CPI month-over-month, 0.4 to the upside expected. If you remember last month, it was 0.5, and it actually came out basically in line with expectations. Core, the number on the year-over-year basis, 5.5, and then 0.4 on the core side of things to the upside as well. So a lot to digest, a lot to prepare for coming up here in 4 minutes. Sharif is here as always to kick things off. Going to be a big day, obviously. We're heading in the right direction based off these forecasts. So 6.4 last month, 6% this month. What actually comes out, though, is going to be key.
Yeah, definitely. And it puts the Fed in a precarious position, Brendo, where they have to decide between fighting this war on inflation and the price war or stabilizing the markets. Consensus shows at the moment that they're going to put the banking sector, more importantly, in the short term, Brendo.
Yeah, they with that old saying, the Fed raises until something breaks. I think something broke on the weekend. A few things actually broke on the weekend. So we'll see what comes of this number coming up this morning. Again, Neil having a happy March break in Florida, sunny Florida, enjoying Blue Jays spring training. Arun back in the building this morning, guys. Going to be important here on the futures side of things. Arun, I'll come right to you with this.
Yep.
What are you looking at as far as key levels going into this number? I think it's important to say as well, this is one of those events that if you haven't really been involved in it to this point, it might be good to just sit on the sidelines.
Yeah, even if you have been involved in it, this one specifically is a little bit more messy. Reason being, well, I mean, there's two different scenarios here. It's where do you prioritize what's happening right now in the financial markets versus inflation? Are you going to prioritize is still inflation, or are you going to now kind of take a break, let people breathe, and then kind of come back with the next meeting and make a move? So the levels I'm going to keep in place are the same ones from yesterday, the 40, 39.40 going all the way up, from 39.20 all the way up. These levels aren't really going to make a difference at this point. We're just keeping an eye out for where it could possibly turn once it gets wild, and it will start getting wild in about a minute or so. So for now, we'll keep these close levels here. I really don't care about the close levels. It's the further ones, the 39.80, the 39.65 up to 39.80, and the 38.40 down below, which is the prior low. So those are going to be the ones that really matter, because it's going to get messy in between. We don't know until we figure out exactly how this market wants to process this, because if it's a high number, let's just say CPI comes in better than expected, so lower than expected. Well, we're rallying, because that means the odds of the no increase shoot right up. If it comes in higher, that's where the problem is. Then people have to start asking questions about, well, which one do you prioritize first right now, market stability or inflation still? And that's where it gets really, really messy, and I think that's what you got to watch out for. So for now, I'm going to say be patient. Number comes out in about 30 seconds, Brendan. So we'll go back to you, and we'll just wait on that number.
Yeah, about 23, 22 seconds here to go. Again, this is the number that we're looking to first. This box right here, 6% expected versus that 6.4 from the last just about 10 seconds to go. 0.4 increase on the month-over-month number. Same story down here for the core CPI month-over-month number. 0.4 to the upside, 5.5 versus 6 on the core number here.
Market does not like that.
A little bit of a delay, 6%. So in line with expectations, guys, in line. 0.4 versus 0.4 right across the board here. Core CPI, a little bit to the upside on the month-over-month basis. 0.5 versus 0.4. Again, everything else exactly where it was supposed to be.
All right, so we just went long down there. I mean, the TQs, the market just went for a little bit of a jog to the downside there, and we picked up a little long at that bottom level from yesterday's close. We came in today with the market up 0.7%. It comes out as expected. So, I mean, whenever I see something like that, I don't even try to get too complicated with it. Came out as expected there, 6 versus 6. We'll get some more numbers as they dig deep into it, but there it is right there. It's a nice move. Give me those 07s. Yes, sir. It's a nice move back up to the upside as we take the long right there. Be patient, man. As soon as I heard it, let it fall down. Arun was like, oh, the market doesn't like that, but then the number comes out, busts back up to the upside, and there it is. That's what trading is all about here as we get to the CPI. I'm going to take another level out right now. We've seen it jump up and down and around many times here, so let's take a piece out before it decides it wants to go back down. So right now, there's a nice little win for us there on the CPI to start the day. We'll go 1 for 1 right now, but it looks like it's trying to struggle around here right now. There it is. We just got another out. So, okay, good for us as it goes back to the upside. So far 1 for 1 here as a couple outs already. It looks like, I mean, Brandon, you can run through the numbers, but yeah, it was up from 5.5 last year, 6 this year. Food is in there, -6. Energy -6. Food 0.4 plus. I mean, you know, they're all just right there. Let's just continue to watch it. We are now out of 40% of this TQQ move. Nice move to the upside. NASDAQ really started at 0.74. You're at 0.97 right now and trying to go back up to the upside. So a nice little take there, I think, anyways, for CPI. Maybe it's all clear now as expected. So maybe they're right about those Fed fund rates. Maybe we do have no hike or limited movement in the next meeting next week.
Yeah, this market, I mean, I don't trade these numbers like this. This is just messy. You can never really take any size on moves like this because, well, I mean, are you expecting to continue through or not? And at this point, we're going to bring the levels back. Remember I said, let's ignore the close levels? Well, it looks like we're right back in line with these levels. So I guess we're going to have to respect them now. So we've drawn them. They've worked out. They've held up through this number. Now, going into the open, we can actually start using them as actual breakout points in the event that we do get a breakout. That 40 is still in play. We have that marked off. And we also have that 38.70 as well down below. So anything in between is going to have to be range traded. If you get that breakout, you take the break. If you're willing to get spicy with it, or if you're willing to get fancy with it, obviously you can try to catch tops and bottoms, but that's a tough game to play. And right now, this market's just still digesting, right? What does this mean? We will find out. That's going to be where the money is going to be really made here when this market finally digests what this would mean in terms of how do you take this and interpret that into what the Fed may do now. I think as throughout the day, we will check in on that Fed's fund rate expectation and see if that's switched now from that 70-30
oh, wow.
to maybe even more towards that no change expectation. So for now, all I'm going to call for, and I call for this all the time, especially in situations like this, is like you see a lot, you see this 40-point move, and you're like, okay, what do? Nothing. Wait. You will get the information you need to make a decision. At this point, it's just a matter of figuring out what that information is.
A few things to be aware of here. Here is the 10-year on a big bounce on this number as well, back to 3.62 at the highs there. That's a daily chart. Here's the 2-year. You can see same story. Huge move off the lows. We were actually below yesterday's low initially this morning, right back to 4.3 to the upside. Bitcoin, meanwhile, just took out 25,000 to the upside. Thank you, Randy. 25,400 top end of that move on BTC. There's Ethereum live look as well. We get all the way back above 1,720. So recent highs basically across the board here. The dollar, meanwhile, sinking a little bit on this number. If you missed it again, everything outside of core on a month-over-month basis, exactly where it was supposed to be. So year-over-year CPI 6% versus 6%. The month-over-month number 0.4 versus 0.4 to the upside. It's just this number 0.5. Sharif, which we were just discussing, is essentially core is you pull out energy and food, which leaves that sticky services group that Fed Chair Powell has been talking about.
Yeah, and it's not being helped by the labor market being as strong as it is, putting that buying power back into the system. That's going to have to cool down. It's all corollary. It's all connected. So I think it starts with the labor market cooling down. Then you have less money to be spent. We're already seeing less money being spent on goods. Eventually the services comes down.
Yeah, we were, I saw a big move in oil initially as well on that number back to essentially session lows. We're trying to bounce right now Big volume spike there, guys, on crude oil. There were some comments from OPEC as far as their forecast for the remainder of this year remaining in line with expectations. So just be aware if you're watching anything energy related. Speaking of oil, pretty volatile. Here we go, guys. I'll throw it back over to you here. Market moving back to the downside here in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you want to get in and out of these things. I only have half of this left, and it looks like it's going to go the other way right now. As you come back in, shelter 70% of the increase there on the CPI. That's kind of one of those sticky moments where it doesn't seem like rent or housing is becoming any cheaper, and that actually takes a while for that to trickle down through the system. So that is a little bit of a nerve-wracking stat there. That's something that the Fed's going to have to try to deal with. I don't know how that's going to happen. So maybe that's for the reason for this pullback down, but still, you're still getting a nice little move up here in the NASDAQ. And then, I wrote down here, and it was very, very quick because I wanted to get it out before this happened. But, some of the banks today also seeing a nice little run back to the upside, including BAC trying to touch that $30 level and breaking it. You get KeyBank up, there it is right there, KeyCorp, up nicely again today, up 30%, I thought, or sorry, 13%, so 11% right now. It's FRC that is up today, so I feel like there's going to be, there we go, we're getting out of another piece of the market right now on this recent bump back upside. But FRC up an amazing 57% here today. It was just a couple seconds ago up a lot more than that, up to $55. There's a lot happening in this market. And then I don't know if you mentioned the Fed funds futures there or not, but we can check it out on that in a second to see where those are at. Meta, I was looking for a 181 resistance level as well, where we were from yesterday into the close there, where we sort of held 181 and then back into here as well, 181 right there. So there's a few little levels that we want to look at. And then right here, we'll just type in Fed funds futures rate, and let's just find out what's going to come through here. I want to bring it up to you guys. I apologize if Brendan just had that on, but Fed funds futures rate. I mean, this is going to take, I don't know, it's not loading the right thing. Here it is right here. I was going to say, I typed it into Google and nothing was loading. Let's just check out what's going to be happening right now in the next, oh, this is not even the tool. I'll get you the Fed funds tool. Yeah. Okay, hold on a second. Fed funds tool. It's funny. I thought I had it up in my. Yeah, that's what I just clicked on right here. Let's go to investing.com. That should have it right here. 1 week away. Yeah, so it's still, as of right now, it's 73% right now, 73.8 versus 26.2. So it looks to be the same actual CME website, but there it is right now as we watch out for Meta there. And then we just did get that TQQ bounce back right there, 66. Went back in, went bounce. Now we'll see if we can get to the high side. But look, man, the market is still right where we were when we started. So I don't know, Arun. I don't think it's going to hit any of those levels right now until this market officially opens.
Yeah, it looks like this market's gonna, like I said before, this market's gonna need some time to digest this and figure out where we go from this, right? Once they organize their thoughts, this market will make a move outside of this range. Until that point, we trade the range. And if we're trading the range, that means we have to trade accordingly in the equity market as well. If we do make a move for the top, then that's a different story. We can look for a lot of those breakouts. But right now, what I'm looking for is stocks. As long as we don't accelerate into the open, I'm looking for stocks that are at the top end of their ranges and starting to kind of have some trouble there. At that point, I think I can take some shots on the short side. But for now, with the market bouncing around, it's back to 20 now. We've been at 20, we spent the latter half of the day yesterday at 20. So definitely one of those situations where you do have to respect the range while we're still in it. And I've got some names that I'm still putting my list together in terms of what I want to trade. But I think for now, it's just a matter of patience, really.
All right, let's touch on some of these banks. We'll keep an eye on the overall market here, still flying around. Very low liquidity right now on most of the equity ETFs is what I was trying to say. Here's a note on some of these regional banks back to the upside in a huge way this morning. A lot of that coming on the back of JP Morgan and Citigroup apparently stepping up with a little bit of funding. They're also expediting the process for clients of any of these regional banks who want to make the change over to Citi or JP Morgan, not having to go through some of the sign-up process that a normal person would, I guess, coming out of what has happened over the past couple of days. Now we get this number on top of things if there is another quarter-point hike here. Who knows what is to come? I feel like we're still in very early days when it comes to this regional banking mess.
Yeah, it's very disconcerting to the management teams of some of these banks to have this problem through no fault of their own. All of a sudden, they're having runs on their banks for safety and flight to what people perceive to be safer bets, these larger institutions. To be honest with you, I think the federal government did a decent job here at using basically the tools at its disposal through this fund to finance and to backstop these depositors. So I don't know. I kind of see this as a little overblown.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a retracement needed here. We are above. Here's FRC right now. We are above clearly anything that happened over the past couple of sessions here. So in this gap, essentially from going back to, I think it was Thursday to Friday of last week. So. I mean, interesting spot here, obviously up huge, 59%, guys. But after what has happened over the past couple of days, remember, Thursday to Friday, you know, these were down over 100%. So a 60% move may be warranted back higher again at this point.
I mean, its bottom yesterday was $18.05. $18.05 yesterday, $50 right here today when we don't really get any new news. It's just a matter of trying to get everything all figured out. You had Barron's Bank come in, Barron's come in, and too much bank talk here, and buy a couple shares of Schwab overnight, talking about taking a position in these guys. So as some of the liquidity can come back into these, you know, banks, I guess, not Schwab or anything, but, you know, 45 up to 55 back to 60. I mean, the liquidity has to come back, and it seems like with the FDIC and the Fed putting out some of those tools, maybe it settled it down a little bit. I'm a little bit nervous about trading some of these names. Schwab was okay, it didn't halt as much. You got a couple halts early, but there was a lot of confusion yesterday, which kind of makes sense. I'm not sure if we're expecting a halt again. I'm looking at the $60 mark for a break to go long. You also do have some nice support here at 55. And then I was sort of looking at, and I wanted to see how we reacted to the CPI number, but it doesn't seem like it was that dramatic. But even some of these other banks that seem to have got hit pretty early on this move down, like a JP Morgan from 145 down there to 130. We were talking about selling there and buying here. It looks like that would have worked out. Now you have a 135 top that I think we could take out right now on this name. And then if you want to play with a name that might be a little bit more reasonable here, you have KeyCorp that's up that 13%. And again, they had that drop from 20 down to 10. So cut in half, and this looks like there's a little bit more liquidity now in KeyCorp, down here to 1260 with that sort of a bottom. So, you know, if the well is dry, it seems like it's starting to fill up a little bit here, you know, with some of this capitalization. So down to 1140. I mean, if we don't have a run on deposits anymore because maybe venture capitalists, all of that feel a little more safe now because FDIC went up to 250 last year or a couple years ago from that $100,000 guarantee. So I think it was 80% of accounts in some of these smaller institutions are covered under that. So I feel like we do have a little bit of a safety net down here. So I would say like 11 or basically 12, 1180 here for a bottom maybe in Key, and then FRC. Unfortunately, this name's going to be halted like crazy as we open up. Even yesterday, just so many halts. All these little breaks are all halts. So I still feel like you're getting a little bit better now, and down to $40 could be a good possibility to buy some of these up. But for me, I like to trade the bigger names, so that's why I was looking at BAC, even that Schwab trade. But BAC breaking back through 30, that was sort of this bottom. That's 31. We do make a little bit of a move back down to 30. And then if you're looking at a 20-minute chart, here's 30 bottom right there again as well. So I'm looking at some of these to catch a little bit of a drift back up to the upside. Yesterday we traded Wells Fargo, and that was a good name. Here we go. The market's now getting back up to the upside. So we've held 40% of this trade in the market to the backside right now. And here's Wells Fargo as well, looking at that $40 mark, and it just took it out right now. So, you know, there is a lot of opportunity to get back up to the upside in some of these names. I think the banks will continue to be pretty hot. I'm sitting right here. I'm at 98. So let's hope that comes back up. But again, at 98, we're right at that level right now. 85 is probably a little bit better. Let's take another piece out. Yeah, see, now it's coming back down. Let's take an 87 here if we can get it, and then we'll work from there. But right now, nice move backside here in the market off touching almost 12,000. We got as low as 12,034 there on the NASDAQ, as you guys can see. And then a nice little bump back up, kind of like a nice V, but it has to complete that V, which is what I was sort of hoping for, but it looks like we just missed it by a couple pennies here. So let's see if this market can get going. And then it's J contract, isn't it, on the crude? Because right now, there it is. We just got it. No, we did not. I thought I was at 87. There it is. Okay, Blake's through us. Crude still 2% downside, so that's been pretty nasty over the last little while for crude oil. There it is. So the V is almost completed right there as we get another piece out. Down, up right now for the futures. Nice little move. NASDAQ still up that 1%.
Yeah, a nice little bounce back up towards the top end of the range. And in terms of banking, this was one I was looking at earlier. I never did trade it, but it was interesting to watch in the morning. And then I stopped watching it, and then it did this, right, where it was trickling down, it was halting down, and then complete reversal, and now it's continuing this trend. This is WAL, Western Alliance Bancorp, and look at this trend line. That's actually that's not. You can trend line. The thing with trend lines is they're all subjective, and this is the one I see, and this is a pretty solid trend line. I mean, I don't rely on it entirely, but when I start seeing something like this on a stock that's been falling apart for the last little bit, it's always a good sight to see, right? They might be squeezing against this 40 now because that's the next big round number that's up top. So keep an eye on WAL. It's done some crazy things yesterday. It was halting all over the place for a good, from about 10:30 till about 12. It was halting all over the place, and then even then it was just, you know, in and out of a similar range, and then we kindly made a move towards the 30 late in the session, but now we're at 35, 36, and still looking like we want to go up. They do look like they're catching some sort of an offer in front of 40 here, somewhere between 38 and 40, but still, the trend line is intact. Banks are mostly up. Futures market bouncing back up towards the top end of the range. All of it's pointing towards a trend continuation. Just keep an eye on it. I'm not saying there's a trade here, but it's been an interesting name to watch on top of all the other things, because FRC is nuts. FRC is like sitting on a slot machine, right? WAL, more controlled, still gives you the liquidity, still gives you volatility, just a little bit more control in terms of movement. So keep an eye on that one. That's the one I'll be watching, see if we can get above 40 and then figure out something from there. As long as it doesn't get too nuts, I might get involved north of 40 on WAL.
All right, big move to the upside continuing here for Bitcoin and Ethereum. There's a live look at BTC. 26,000 inbound right now in a hurry for BTC. There's Ethereum as well, trying to get back to 1,700 and a half, obviously. But big move for crypto. We'll talk about individual stocks coming up here this morning as well. We saw some of the mining-related stocks specifically put in huge moves yesterday. Mara, Riot, Hut 8, all up 15, 20%, depending on when you looked at them. Jeff Mendel is head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC Markets, back with us again to maybe have a look at some ways we can take advantage of this volatility. Jeff, great to see you as always. It is an exciting day here with this market still flying around here after inflation data. But let's jump right into this, because we can take advantage of some moves in both Bitcoin and Ethereum with listings over at OTC.
Brendan, thank you. Yes, so I'm looking at GBTC right now. Actually, it's the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. So right now, it closed yesterday at 12.65. It is actually trading above 13 this morning. Right now, it just popped above. I think there's some prints going off at 13.06. So decent little move up today in GBTC. Go over to ETHG. Excuse me, guys, we're getting some feedback here. Sorry about that, guys. I'm getting a lot of feedback here. But
you stepped away.
Audio issue maybe.
So ETHE also, it closed yesterday at about 7.89. It's trading only up a few cents this morning, so maybe that's something to look at this morning. ETHE closed yesterday at 7.89, and it's trading up at 7.92 right now. So anyway, two names to look at: GBTC and ETHE.
To talk a little bit about these regional banks as well, because I noticed this morning. Sharif with a great point, actually. There's a lot of regional banks listed on. We've obviously been discussing this SIVB unwind and Silvergate, obviously, last week as well. And now we get SBNY on Sunday. There's a long, long list of regional banks listed on OTC Markets, smaller regional banks. Have there been, or has there been more activity? Has there been more volume? Tell us what we need to know as far as some of these listings over there.
So, great question, actually. So, yeah, so there's actually a couple thousand regional banks that trade on OTC markets. And so, and a lot of those names, right, I mean, they don't actually trade that much typically, right? There's typically a smaller shareholder base, but still, it's a great place for, some of these smaller names to come and trade, because there's no reason for them to be up on the New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ. They still have access to retail trading accounts for small investors to hold it in their Schwab or TD account, right? And so lots, like I said, a couple thousand names. It's a great way for people to be able to put up a bid or an offer, and also interact with market maker liquidity. As for more volatility, obviously, when there's news events like this in the regional bank sector, or just the banking sector in general, these names tend to be affected. But overall, though, like I said, if you are interested in a bank stock, coming and looking at some of the names that trade on OTC markets is a great venue to do it at.
All right, one more name I want to throw at you here, Jeff, to wrap things up. BYD, there was a story out overnight over in China with Tesla and BYD. They had an arrangement on a battery deal. Another one, last time you were in studio, we were discussing actually some of the ADRs that are available to trade on OTC, not only in China or from China, but Europe as well. BYD with this news today, any activity? BYDDY, I believe it is?
Yeah, so it's actually BYDDY, which is BYD. Right now it's trading right around yesterday's close. So I think when the market opens, it might be a name to kind of look at, BYDDY. Another couple names that we typically talk about are DIY, DD. There's been a lot of trading in that the past few days. I think yesterday it traded over 10 million shares. That's DIY. Then also TCEHY traded over 3 million shares yesterday, and the list kind of goes on for these ADRs that trade in our marketplace. But yeah, there's definitely some prints going off in BYDDY this morning, so probably something to look at around 9:30.
Always great opportunities, great volume as well to trade over on OTC markets. Still watching this crazy market so far. Jeff Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC. Have a great day.
Thank you, Brendan.
All right, yeah, so thanks, Jeff, as well there, and I'm glad to call up some of those ADRs for him. But I think the most important, or not the most important, but an interesting one, will continue to be the Ethereum Trust and GBTC product there from Grayscale. I mean, if you're going to get these kind of moves, right now we don't quote in the pre-market, so it's a little bit misleading to where this is going to open. But 1740, that's the recent high there. As you see, a nice bit of a move to the upside, and we've noticed that with the NASDAQ runs lately. And then especially so many questions now. I mean, maybe decentralization isn't so bad after all, as we see some of the struggles that are happening in some of these banks, and not that one equates the other, but some big moves possible here for Ethereum. We closed yesterday at $8. Again, we don't show anything in the pre-market here, so I don't know if your platforms do or not, but for right now, I do expect there to be a little bit of an uptick here in Ethereum. And then the other one would be GBTC. This is the Grayscale Bitcoin product again. So they're, think of them like ETFs. You just want to trade this against the currency or the coin itself. So these will be some names. I don't have a problem looking at these today, and I think we'll do that. But again, we don't quote it in the pre-market. So for right now, this is what Jeff Mendel was talking about. It's their exchange, OTC. They make the market pretty much 1-to-1 on all stocks. So I want to say a big congratulations to Jeff and his team. I know they've been working on their gateway and getting it more liquidity, and just it trades as if it was sort of like a fill or kill, like it's a a listed exchange that you can hit there live. So it's good. I like it, and we're going to be watching some of these products today as the OTC market gives us lots of opportunities.
Yep. Yeah, let's go back to Brendo.
OTC markets.
No, I don't.
All right, Brendo.
Let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. Upgrades and downgrades, notable names on this list once again. We were discussing, speaking of the China angle, there's Barclays with an upgrade on Nike. Roku, Dell, Match Group to the upside, Dick's Sporting Goods, Benson Hill, Luminar, and Academy Sports as well.
Roku, huh? I remember you, Roku, from yesterday. Now above 61, continuing its move. Oh no, maybe 62 very, very soon. It's taken off. Futures market going too. So we might be getting close to trying to play breakouts here. Remember, 40 roughly sits on the futures top end for me. So if we can get above there, and you got a lot of these names that are also breaking their tops, Roku specifically, that could be a nice little breakout trade across the board here, not just on the futures, but on the equities that also look similar to taking out ranges. And Roku's sitting right there. I'm just going to wait for the futures to clear up, and then after that, I'll just jump on board and throw some bids out. Am I going to pay what Roku's going to ask me to pay? Probably 62.50, 63? No. I'm going to throw some bids down because I'd rather have it closer to 62, 61.5-ish. So we'll wait on Roku. Roku's definitely one of those names that we were in yesterday. Well, we were partially in it yesterday, and then it finally took out the top end today, and now we can definitely set up another trade if this is to continue going into the open as well. Futures market still needs to clear that top end for us to get a clear indication that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's funny because I just saw Nike on that list and the price target was 110, but we're at 119. So it was on the upgrade side. So I don't know if that was a mistake or just upgrading from their past target where they are right now. But I still think Nike's an interesting name here as we worry a little bit about China. And sort of the relationship with the U.S. and importing, exporting, possible rules coming down. We haven't talked in a minute, at least, because of everything that's been happening with the banks about that whole TikTok ban and things like that. So I still can't. I'm in Nike. I like it. I'm not selling it for any reason like that. But I still think that there are some pretty serious headwinds involved here with NKE. So let's just wait to see if that can get it all sorted out. But I really like this name, especially if you can break above this 122. And if you're not worried about any future issues. I mean, look, there's going to be bigger companies as well. Tesla, Starbucks. I mean, they're all the same. Nike, Coca-Cola, that have a lot of business in China that will suffer greatly if there is sort of this trade war. And it might be like more of not like technological war, but what are they like? Based off of going back and forth with the technologies of we ban TikTok, then they come back with something else and back and forth like that. So we'll see if this is an AI war or not. But for right now, I like Nike, and I think that upgrade is probably pretty right.
All right, one more to add to this list, maybe. Just saw this one for Netflix as well. MoffettNathanson with a price target increase of a cool $65 to the upside to $315. Talking about the benefits or potential benefits thereof, the password sharing clampdown and how that could actually be more revenue, as we were saying when it first came out.
It's been a mixed bag with this company the last, I want to say, few months. We got weird data coming in that they were cutting their international tariffs to kind of spur demand. Then initially we heard that there were a lot of unused slots with respect to their advertising. Then they increased their advertising. So it's been like, one headline conflicting with the other, and we'll see where we go.
There goes 26,000 for Bitcoin. We are now above, or testing it at least, for BTC. Huge move to the upside here for Bitcoin. First segment of the show, guys, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV, bottom of the screen there, will get you 10% off. Thanks, as always, to Surge Trader. Let's get a check, Arun, if I can come back to you here, of the overall market. What do we need to know here? I mean, a bit of a whipsaw so far. We test lower. Now we're right back to basically pre-market highs.
Oh, baby.
Yep. And this is what you're going to get on a number like this, where, usually when numbers come in as expected and people are expecting a whole lot, you get a lot of whipsaw action. And this is what you're getting here. The market tapped 38.90 or just underneath 38.90, and now we're near the top end of the range. And you really can't do, at least the way I'm going to trade this is I'm not going to do a whole lot until I get a breakout. The breakouts are always going to be the easier trades, meaning we clear what was the previous resistance. Now we can get above it. Now we use that previous resistance as support and then look for a leg up from there. But this market is struggling up here in the 40s. That also means when we struggle this much near the top end, that's very, very clear to me. is that this has got to get moved a little bit because there's probably going to be some stops. You can easily trip some stops off if you crack 39.40 to the top end. So I might just move this up. I actually will move this up just a little bit. 39.45 is going to be my new level. I don't like how close it's getting without actually taking the stops, which means that if we go for it at the open, it's probably going to be wide open in terms of taking stops and then coming right back in. That's a problem. I don't want to deal with that if I'm going to go for the long. So let's make sure that it actually is above the resistance level before we start stepping into longs. Given where we are, as long as you have a reason to take a short on, whatever that reason is, by all means, this is the right spot to do it in. Problem is, it is trending right now, so you have to respect the current strength going into the top end of the range. If we can get above the range, that's a different story. For now, I'll respect the strength, but wait for a reason to short. If I don't get that reason to short, then we wait for the breakout, and then we go for the long. That's pretty much the way I'm going to play this one here. And that's, this was in play since yesterday. This was yesterday. This is a 5-minute chart. We came to the day yesterday, and I said, oh, this is an area you got to watch out for. And then they respected it good enough, and now we're right back into it again. So let's see how we play north of 45 into 50. At that point, we'll have everything we need in terms of making the information we need to make a decision. Obviously, the bottom end of the range also held up fairly well here. 38.90 was a nice level that was resisting this market going down in the afternoon yesterday, right? We tapped it like 3-4 times in the afternoon, yet it held up over with this number as well. So clearly, that 38.90 going down to 38.70 is going to be something to watch as well going forward. But for now, as you see, a lot of these names are starting to get to the top end of the range. I'm watching Coinbase. Coinbase is going absolutely nuts right now. North of 66 to the upside with Bitcoin going up. I mean, all of this is pointing to a long. Just get the futures market to clear the top end as well. And then we have the index going long as well. So for now, I think Coinbase is going to be one to watch as well. Obviously, before we head back to you, Brendan, I just want to take a quick look at crude. Crude, you did mention that it made a somewhat of a move back up off this number. And now we are going sideways in crude. The thing with crude is it goes hot and cold very, very quickly. Right now it's sideways, but keep an eye on this bottom from yesterday, which is about 72.30-ish. It's going to be one of those situations where we're sitting near the low, but if we end up breaking down on crude, this could be another 4 or 5% day as well. We're sitting at about just underneath 2% here. To the downside. So for now, it is sideways. It is not moving the way the equity market is moving, but that changes very, very quickly on crude as well. So just keep an eye on yesterday's low and see if this trend, and I'm just noting this trend actually gets respected or not. We'll see if this is going to hold up well, if they're going to press against the lows or if they're going to break out to the top end. But crude definitely has potential, just needs to get going either north of that 73.80-ish or taking out yesterday's low to accelerate to the downside.
Another nice little pop there for Alphabet shares. Google to the upside on this note. The company just coming out saying they're going to add generative AI to Google Workspaces, including Gmail and Docs. They also announced a partnership with Midjourney, which is, I think, probably a bigger deal. If anyone has been on that website and tried it out, it's absolutely amazing. And if you haven't, please go and do so. Interesting, here's the next play maybe from Alphabet in response to Microsoft.
Absolutely, and it was not timed accidentally, guys. There's been a rumor that Microsoft was gonna do one on Thursday, so Google jumping the gun here. And the duel between the two giants continues. So apparently there's going to be some good stuff on this. It's going to be able to summarize message threads on email. It's going to be able to make notes on meetings. And that's not even the generative part of it. The generative part is completely different. The first one I mentioned here is called Magic Wand. The other one is called Corgi.
So in response to Microsoft adding ChatGPT's OpenAI to their suite of Office software, maybe a few things coming through right now on Meta as well. Busy morning here talking about, okay, so they're just backing up that Financial Times report from overnight. 10,000 people. They're expect to reduce the team size by around 10,000 people. So Financial Times on the watch list this morning, guys, saying overnight cuts are coming Wednesday this week for Meta. So a few more things just coming out there for both Meta and Google. Sean, what do you think of Alphabet?
I really like Alphabet here. I mean, I don't think it's any surprise that they're going to come out with a similar product to that ChatGPT. I never bid on that mid-journey before, so we'll have to check that out. I am along the banks. Banks just went up to 40s there. We didn't get any out. We're going to do that next time. So we did take an early position here on BAC right now, but I like Alphabet here, and I like. I mean, has Alphabet even announced job cuts? I'm not even sure. So that could be another hat to drop still for Alphabet. But look, I mean, it's a nice move up. We saw yesterday. On yesterday's trade that we held, what was it, 91 yesterday? Yeah, so right into there, 91 was a pretty key level. I'm going to forget about yesterday morning. Yesterday morning was a little bit chaotic there, as we all saw, with the numbers coming out, and then we did have the bank issues coming out from the weekend and whatnot. So, yesterday was sort of a little bit of a dip down and then a nice recovery. So I'm looking at these 91 levels here as dip buy opportunities. The thing is, you're already up 1.6%, and you've got good news. So I'm actually going to up where I want to get in. So I want to try to get in now near these pre-market highs now the pre-market's up here, but where we were before CPI, 92-ish. I feel like that's going to be a good level to get into. And then if the market does come in, then we're going to get out around 91. Look, we've seen good news come through on Microsoft, on many of these names when they've released something about AI. So here we go again. Remember, Google was testing out with all their employees. They said go hours and hours and hours of testing. So let's see what they can release now. I mean, pretty much everybody has, I don't want to say everybody, but when I say pretty much, Gmail accounts, then therefore attached to Google Docs. I know, here we use Google Chat as our work sort of back and forth, and I know there's Slack, and there's a lot of different opportunities there. Discord, I mean, there's lots of talk about all this. I still think one of these companies needs to come out. Microsoft already tried to buy Discord. Why doesn't Google maybe try to do something similar to that? We see GitLab, and I know that's completely different. Hopefully we'll have time to get to that. That's getting crushed today, down 30% in GitLab. But yeah, I like Google. I buy it right now, honestly. It's just, like Arun, and like we've sort of been talking about it, you don't necessarily want to jump right into some of these prices. I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen here off the open, but I think it's full speed ahead for Google, man. I want to buy this name, and I want to be long here today, not short. So let's go with that. This break right there is 93.25. Maybe you can get that. That's sort of that bottom right there that we had as support before. Then we dipped up there, hit it, went down, hit it again, fell back in. So this time when we hit it, I think with news, we can continue to climb here. So 93.20 right now for Google. I really like that one. And then the number one name on the sticky note today is Meta. But the problem is, it was right here when we wrote the note at 8 o'clock. It was down here at 182. So what I was looking at for Meta was something very similar to what we saw yesterday. And that was right here. We talked about this earlier on. That was a 181 level right there for Meta. So that was something that I thought could come into play at some point here today. But it seems like a lot of these levels, Arun, are now off to the races. So I know both of us were looking at Meta yesterday.
Yeah.
Is there a level maybe that we could take on a break? Is that a 185? Is that a 186? Anything more on the longer
I was
time
looking at
frame?
184, but it's going to need some work. Again, I need to time it with the futures market as well.
Like it's already above, right?
Yeah, it's
Like-
above. So once the futures market breaks, then I think I'll be more inclined to look at Meta on the upside. But for now, we'll go back to Brendan with what he's got up for us next.
All right, more and more coming through here, guys, from Meta on this. It's just surrounding when and how they're going to execute some of these latest layoffs, including they're going to close around 5,000 open roles that are not yet hired for. So job listings maybe that they're just going to put on the back burner for the time being, which I guess is maybe a more polite way to go about not necessarily eliminating jobs, but not hiring either. Let's kick things off here with these banks. Again, FRC back to the upside, still watching Alphabet here as well, moving around on that AI note, but FRC back to the upside in a big way. Nice little tick higher here. I mean, when you zoom out a little bit and see what has happened over the past couple of sessions, this thing's trading $1 at a time, $2 at a time here. I mean, there was a note suggesting JP Morgan, Citigroup stepped in with a little bit of funding, neither of which confirmed that, just be aware. And they were also making it easier, essentially, for any of the customers coming from these banks to some of the bigger banks to bring their accounts over with them.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking advantage of a business-friendly climate for them right now, and taking those customers' money over. I was reading an article yesterday, a very interesting article. It says basically posits that these regional banks, some of them may be a buy. They're well structured and they're beaten down unfairly at this point. Fifth Third Bank, Truist Financial, some of the names mentioned there. So keep an eye out. Possibly an opportunity.
Is there, I guess is the best way to approach this, is there a long possibility here with these up so much in the pre-market?
Is there a long possibility with these names? You never know, and the answer is always going to be, it's a possibility. Absolutely. Can we hit $100? Absolutely. You never say no. You can never say never with these stocks, and I've kind of gotten the impression that this stock will just go absolutely nuts whenever it wants to. So, it's FRC is obviously the one that everyone's looking at right now. With the other one unavailable, FRC getting above $50 is a big deal, right? On the way down, we hesitated around 50. Well, we kind of gapped underneath 50 to down to 45 and then gapped right back up. So clearly there's something going on in 50, and that's going back to the day where we did fall apart, the day we really halted. Not the day where we trended down, but the day where we really fell apart in the pre-market and then gap, all the way through 50 and then gap right back up to 90 and change. Following pre-market, what do you get? A move right back through that same area, and every time it tried to bounce, still hesitated in that 48 to 50 mark, right? So this is starting to kind of identify where the issue is going to be in terms of resistance or now support. It's going to be somewhere through there. And it's been working its way back up there, and now here we are right inside that zone. So if we can actually clear this, and which is roughly about 55, again, with this stock, there's going to be a lot of flexibility, but 55 roughly would be the top end, and they actually put that in this morning. If you get back above the pre-market highs from, 830 with the number, I think it's fair to say that 80 is on. 80 is a real possibility for this stock because not just what it's done, but it's also the resistance levels it's cleared, how much base it's put in, and if they still have the strength to do that with the futures market bouncing up, and not that it's really going to make a difference for this, they have their own catalyst, but at the same time, I think in terms of technical moves, it would make sense that if you get north of 55, that you really have a chance to get back up to that 70, 77, 80 area. So definitely on the table. There's always opportunities. FRC is not for the faint of heart here, and I can't do it. That's all you guys. I can't do it. I will keep an eye on WAL, though. WAL at 40 is going to be something I'm going to watch as well. I think that's more my speed. And that's got another, again, it's got a nice little trend. It's got a nice little round number to go against. And we could get that one back up into the 50s as well. So I'll keep an eye on. I know which one I want to play. It's WAL, only because I can't deal with FRC and the craziness that it brings. But there's definitely opportunity there to make some money.
Yeah, for me, I think FRC down there near that $45, $44 mark, you could probably hit that, hold that for those sort of home run plays back and forth. I'm the same way as Arun. It's just for us doing the show, it's hard to be in names that are halting back and forth because it just requires so much work to be watching it, figuring out the halt levels. And I mean, it's just an excuse. We can do it. It's just not something that I've been focused on over the past years as we've been doing the show. So we'll still look at it. Hey, I mean, if the moves are there, I have it up right now beside me to watch out for that. But for me, I really like BAC today. I feel like it was clobbered, over the last little while. You're up 6% right now. I really like this 29.50 area. That's 29.60. It's yesterday's high. But I feel like if it does fall back in, I want to be long until we break back down below 29.50. I like these levels right there for that name. I mean, if you're going to look at a 20-minute chart, this is kind of the destruction that I've been talking about, straight to the downside. And it's not that bad. I mean, at its bottom, it was 34, basically. Let's call it $34 down to 28. So you only got off $6 there. So you weren't down about 15 to 18% on its worst from the top. But now it's starting to retrace backside here, as it seems like a lot of these worries. And again, if FRC is going to be ripping, then yeah, I do expect names like Bank of America. We saw Schwab, we saw Signature. Obviously, SIVB is going to be gone now. But this is a name that I think can get going again. And I don't know why we wouldn't be able to take down something like this 31 area today. If we do, I don't think we have blue skies ahead or anything like that. But hey, why not, man? If you're going to start to eliminate some of these regional banks, then the only ones left standing are going to be these stronger money center banks. Then yeah, I like a Bank of America, JP Morgan, if we're talking about money center banks. There it is. It's already broke through 135. So this was a level again, damn it, that we were looking at earlier. Oh, let's go update the chart. You know, again, when we were down here writing the sticky note, we were looking at that 135 area. Now you're right there right now. So let's just hold out that these banks can continue to work today. I think they can. I don't see why we'll sit for news. I mean, there's going to be news-based relationships here today with the Fed coming out. I think they're done talking all about banks now, but hey, you never know. And look at this market, Arun. We're right back right now. Spin the money as we continue to hold 30% of this futures trade, and we get right back in here right now, taking out the pre-market highs as we speak. So there we go, man. This is my long from the morning. We're still in it, but I feel like a little foolish if I don't take something out here. So let's sit on the offer, see if we can get an out as we come right back up to these highs of the market. And this should be a nice little run here early as we wait for liquidity. Before we throw back, let me just go over here quickly because it's all banks. So there it is, FRC with a bid. I've already seen this today. BAC, Schwab, there's Key, Citigroup. Oh yeah, Citigroup, another money center we should have looked at as well as this one. Oh yeah, up 5%. So they're all going to be the same here today. Palantir. Remember last time we saw all buys on the imbalance locator? What wound up happening? These are all buys right now. I don't know, neutral on WFC. All buys right here today. So let's go, man. We'll wait to see what the NASDAQ comes out with in 10 minutes. But so far looking pretty good here, up 1.2% with a bunch of bids here. Let's see what happens today.
Quickly, there's a note on Bed Bath & Beyond that just came through. They're adding $100 million, it looks like, in funding to their current current equity offering. So there's a spike downside there if anyone's watching. BBBY, again, they're adding, it looks like $100 million to that current equity offering. Here's Uber and Lyft. Uber up 7% here pre-market on this note. This has been a while in the making. They've been waiting for a court ruling like this, I think, to maybe get the all clear. But California court yesterday coming through, ruling in favor of the company to continue treating drivers as contractors, not employees.
Yeah, and there was something that they put to the people back in Proposition 22 back in 2020. The people voted to allow these companies to categorize them as independent contractors, and so the appellate court just kind of bringing back what the people had decided anyway, Brendo.
Yeah, not a lot of movement here, guys, but continuing to see BBBY popping up on volume as well. It's not really doing anything, but Uber with a huge move here this morning.
Well, I was like, I was just messaging Michael Noss right here. Yeah, look, so Uber there on that contract, independent contractors versus employees. A huge news right now for that as I open up the watch list just to make sure if there wasn't anything else. But yeah, independent contractors there in California. So plus they get a hike from Jefferies Analyst, so that makes a lot of sense there. That's really nice. We're just going to wait to see what happens now to Uber. We had that news with Uber Freight as well, possibly spinning that off. But you've seen that that was last week. That didn't cause anything. There was a little bit of a bump there to 35. And then I don't know why I mean, I guess the NASDAQ, but I don't know why we pulled down so much, and even why yesterday wasn't a great day for Uber, but you know, it had to pull down, made a move back up, and then kind of closed not too ceremoniously there yesterday, about $30, $31. But here's a nice move up to 33. I thought it was good news on that Uber Freight, and then it like I just showed you, it faded out on that. So I don't know. I don't know if this is the real deal or not here. Only up 7. Well, actually, that's pretty good. 800,000 shares today. It's ranging near the top side. It's California, so that's nice. Obviously, that's a big part of their business. But I mean, they still have business everywhere else pretty much in this world where I don't think independent contractors is something that they've been able to, win those arguments. But this is a nice little move to the upside right now. And I don't know if Uber drivers, if you guys are watching, or if there's anybody out there, how you're feeling about, being an Uber driver and what this would mean to you guys as drivers. And I also wonder that it's better for the company. And then I would think as a taxing purpose there, it's probably better to be treated as an independent contractor for taxable benefits. But at the same time, as an employee, there are benefits to that as well. So I'm not sure how this is going to affect. It's much better for Uber because now they don't have to worry about paying some of those workers' comp and things like that. I mean, it's obviously going to be different by state, by country, and whatnot. But for me, I think it's a win for the company. I'm just not sure if it is for the drivers. And then, how does that react to maybe the current state of drivers? Will they back away from it because they've got this designation in California? I don't know, but you know what? We're going to find out real soon. So for me, Uber, again, I mean, back into this consolidation here of $32. I think if you can get a drop down, we've sort of were bouncing around $32.50, a drop back into that level, I think makes sense. And then you have this sort of bottom here that we've held out in the past couple, back to the 10th of March, back here at $32. So I don't mind Uber here, but I think it's got to fall back at least to $32. And there it is, man. We'll spin it for a 15-cent win, which is 20-cent win as we get 42s there on BAC. So temporarily out, 20% out of BAC for that win. We're going to go 2 for 2 to start the day here. Yeah, I love Meta, man. Meta, it's too bad that's booming right now.
Yeah, that's like 187 now. Damn, from that 184.
It's 187.
Gone. Yeah, it's gone. Back to Uber. I mean, this just gets one thing out of the way, but at the same time, they gotta start turning their business around, really, because. I mean, this is great for the short term, but again, it's just a tactical or technical breakout here, north of 33. Could there be a long? Absolutely. Do you have space for that long, though? Maybe to 33.80 before you hit resistance again. I don't know if that's worth. For me, I look at that and go, is it worth it to even go for this long? Because the risk on this is going to be more than what I could potentially make on it before we hit the first resistance level. So I see it. I'm still going to pass up on it. I just have very little faith in Uber in terms of this specific breakout. If it was cheaper, great. At these prices, I'm going to pass up on it. I'm not sure what I really want to do with Uber. So we'll just move on to the next one there.
Just seeing guys, Citadel picking up 5.5% stake in WAL, just coming through in an SEC filing. So they bought the dip in a big way. AMD, I'll get through a couple of things here because we're getting short on time. AMD with a new product launch today. It was showing some relative strength in the pre-market, kind of leading as far as chips are concerned. That's really the only significant news story as far as the company is concerned. This hurting the entire airline group today. United Airlines down on forecast cut for them, so UAL under pressure. And then GTLB, speaking of under pressure, speaking of forecasts that were a mess. GitLab, 30% here, downside.
Yeah, nasty day for GitLab there, and we'll watch out to see. I mean, that's going to be another one of those Kathy positions, I believe, anyways, with ARC and some new innovation. But we just went long. I saw that move. I'm not. Look, I'll look at GitLab. We can talk about that as the market starts to go upside here. And GitLab only has an 8% short float, so that could be something to look at. But that's not going to spark a short squeeze, that's for sure. But right there, I got fed up watching or listening to Meta just ripping up and listening to people say, like, what the hell is going on with Meta? This is straight up 4%. So let's go. Money. This is a big holding. Yeah. What's up? What's up, Sharif? This is a big holding for myself as well, and a nice one for Sharif. But I just said, you know what? If I like Google right now, what am I sitting here? We're already huge in the money on the futures, and we're just going to sit here and watch out to see what happens with Google down here at 92.55. That's where we just went long. Like I just punched in a couple seconds ago on this name, and then we got 20% out there at 81s, and then now we're going to wait to see about a 93, which should come right away off open. I'm expecting there to be buy imbalances in 2 minutes, so I feel like this will spike through. And then also, man, we are now rocking with BAC right now as that's making a move back to the upside as well right now. Just took down 60s and then bounced downside, so this is pretty violent here. The bank might be the one that winds up losing for us. We will watch out for BAC and see where that's going, but for right now, it's Google to the upside. And then GitLab, again, I have to apologize. I didn't really look over the numbers. I saw that they had revenue between 117 and 118 million, which is short of the 126 that was expected. Their loss of 15 cents compared to 14, which is better than analysts expect. Sorry, loss of 15 cents a share to 14 cents a share, so a little bit better on that. So they beat by 1 cent, which is surprising. But I guess it's the move look forward there on the guide that is disappointing for GitLab. So again, it's just a complete move to the downside here. I don't know enough about the business or anything like that. I think this is Prad's stock. So but I'm not sure where he's in or if he's even in this yet. So maybe it'd be better to talk to him about this once he comes back. Prad's not feeling well again today. So we say get well soon, Prad. But yeah, GitLab right now, if you're going to look for anything, I think you can break this 34.35 area right there, which was the past bottom, but that's a great level to short. So, you know, as we're down to $30, I think a move back to 34.35 right there is probably a short for GitLab because you've broken this level. So if you want to play the short, I think your out is going to be around $34, $35. So I'd say you stay short until it breaks higher on GitLab. But I don't have any experience trading this name, so I'm not sure about the levels and what this will look like when the market opens up. So I would say be very, very careful. I would pass over to Arun in just a second if you have anything, but let's just wait to see 2 and 1 as now it's 9:25. So let's see what did Google. So there it is, man. We got that Google fill at $93. So that's a good one right there. We'll say wake up, but I don't really see too much happening on here right now. Pac W is right there. Still the banks holding the way and really nothing on NASDAQ. I thought we'd see more NASDAQ pressure here, which we don't. So all buys except for that's SQQ, isn't it? Yeah, SQQ, that's a buy then too. So that's a sell on an inverted ETF. So all buys today there, but look, the market's coming down here. NASDAQ coming down a little bit on this move, as is BAC right now, as BAC is pulling back down to 30. I'm going to get a little bit more here. Anything about any of that?
Yeah, no, I'm just going to move on to AMD here. AMD was strong in the pre-market, nice little move back up. The only issue with AMD is that we've got some resistance up top, right? So until we can clear 85.15 to 86, I think I'm going to stay away from AMD. It's one of those names. NASDAQ's up 1.2% to the upside, and AMD, yes, it's moving up. It's moving into resistance. I don't like that. In terms of priorities, if you're looking for longs, you don't want this. You want stocks that are above their resistance levels for that breakout trade, right? So I'm going to go through the index names that I can potentially get my hands on that are set up that way, but AMD, up until it gets past that 85 half area, I don't think I'm going to put my hands on it, but it is strong, at least in the pre-market for now.
All right, a few people still coming in here. Let's touch on Meta to wrap things up. If you missed it or just joining late, the company coming out this morning making a ton of statements, as you'll see here, on this current round of job cuts, confirming reports that we had not only yesterday, but overnight with Financial Times, 10,000 additional layoffs to come. 5,000 of that number are going to come in the form of jobs they're not going to hire for. That they were planning to. So they also came out and said full year 2023 total expenses will be in the range of 86 to 92 billion. Restructuring costs will come in between 3.5 billion, that's related, or 3 to 5 billion, that's related to facilities consolidation charges, severance, and other personal costs. So I feel like that number might be a little lower than initially thought.
Well, that's the thing, right? Wall Street looks like they like the number and reacting. Here is the stock price. But is it just me, or does anybody else feel that all these layoffs get blurred together? You don't know if we're done laying off for the first batch or if we're into the second batch. But yeah, Zucky said it on the call. He said this is going to be the year of what would he say? He said efficiency.
Efficiency, yeah.
And so here we are.
Yeah, more confirmation, guys, of cuts coming through. And again, 5,000 of that 10,000 coming in the form of hiring that they're just not going to do at this point.
I'm just actually messaging Prad. Get well at home here. He was messaging me about not being able to be in today, so I got to give a big shout out to Fahad and everybody there working our ones and twos. Shout out to Sharif, Brennan, and Arun. Who was in the building today. So, yeah, look, we just did talk a little bit about Meta. I mean, we love Meta today. Flying to the high side. It's the #1 name on here, but it's already broken past a lot of our levels here today. So I'm going to close this as the imbalance locator is not really going to matter. But I have a bid on Meta, like as if it's coming through, like 182.50. Like that's not coming through anytime soon. And if it does, we're going to have a big move to the downside, in which case I'll be long BAC and Google and some of these other names that are near Kier levels. But I really like Meta, man. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday. Now that you've bounced off 170, the next level was 190. Did I think we'd get here this fast? No. The problem is just a couple days ago, man, we were down here. Like it was 175 yesterday in that bloodbath, right? So like that's now a huge move back up to the upside. That's essentially 10% from yesterday's bottom to where we're trying to break through 190 now. So, 192 would be that 10% move in one day on Meta on no news. I mean, we just have the NASDAQ bumping up. We had the same news on CPI that we expected. Came out as expected. So, all right, so does that mean that Meta needs to be up this high? Then it's also confirming layoffs that we've already talked about. But there it is, man. I mean, here, this is just out from Mark Zuckerberg's mouth right now. We should prepare ourselves for a possibility of a new economic reality will continue for many years. So, okay, I don't know. Now he's talking like a bank. I don't know what this means. New economic reality will continue for many years. So I don't know if he's saying it's going to be maybe tougher for VCs to get some money flowing through. All right, with only right now 20 seconds left, here comes a professor. He's going to be on the bell in just a couple minutes. BAC is the one that's falling down. We're going to watch these guys early as it's near $30, and we get that countdown going right now as we've taken some more shares there in this. But let's go, man. We'll figure out all this move in just a matter of seconds. 2 and 1. We are now open. Let's go. All right, man, there it is. We are long on BAC. We're going to let this market open up. It's not open yet. We will wait for this move to come through on BAC now. Breaking 30 bucks, but we're still waiting for that big volume print for an open on the market themselves. Google also trying to fall back in a little bit here. I'm just watching my positions so I can see what's going on at the corner of my eye here as I watch my positions. So Google just touches 92.20. I was at 92.05. So we'll wait to see what's going to happen here early as the market looking to go a little upside, but kind of a muted start right here.
Yeah, and this is not surprising. They're still trying to work through the top end of their range, so I'm not really pushing into. Again, I've been waiting for one specific move on the futures to give me the green light to go on the equity side, and that's just to clear the top end of the range. And they're still working it. They need some time and they need some strength here to work through here, and they're trying. Let's see if they can actually hold up through these 45s and into the 50s. At that point, I know that I have enough to work for the longs. Because the last thing you want to do is go for longs up here and the market doesn't hold up and then does a complete reversal. That's a dangerous situation to be in. I'd rather get that confirmation before I step into the longs there. In the meantime, I could potentially see some names that could be falling off. Coin, as hot as it was earlier, it is starting to stall out at 66. And 66, if you put it down on the longer chart, that's the top end of the zone here. We cracked it, but we are falling off a little bit. Let's see if we get back above. That would confirm the breakout, and then I could probably work something north of 66 against the lows. But for now, I think coin on the table here, because it's sitting in either way and is doing its own thing, following Bitcoin, I think that could be a trade that I can get in without waiting for the market. Before now, we'll wait on coin and WAL. Let's see where this one's at. Is it north of 40 again? Still trying to work 40s. Is it halted? It's not moving.
Which one?
WAL.
You know, we haven't looked at.
Yeah, it's halted.
Is it?
Okay, yeah, it's halted. It was just opened. It didn't move that much.
Maybe it's halted news pending. We'll get it.
Okay,
from
anyways, WAL, 40 on WAL would get you the breakout. Right now, projected open is still where it closed at, so it just halted. There's something to be done there. I just don't know what it is just yet. I need some clearance from the futures market before I figure out that.
All right, so we just got a little bit of a breakthrough 93 here on Google. It sucks because we only got one low down there before the market even opened, and then we had to pay the piper here on a high break. So this may or may not work out, but we're long Google right now. It just projected again through 93. So let's put some offers a little bit higher there into like the teens or so of 93. But right now it looks like Google is failing. Give it to us, Brendo.
And WAL is the one that Citadel had that stake in. So I'm seeing additional information here, guys, for WAL.
Okay, yeah, so that's exactly. So didn't halt based on its movement and based on news pending on that one, additional information requested. So we'll be able to figure that out. So right now, here we go. Google's starting to make a move back up to the upside here, breaking through 93. I'm actually at 93.07. That was that little top that we just made there a couple minutes ago was 08. So I'm just sitting right there to see if we can get a little touch out. Just because, I mean, we're long at 80s, so we're long at 96s, so that would be the 10 cents. I mean, I'm expecting a hell of a lot more, man. I mean, I think if this market runs, we got a good name here in Google. That's been really strong the last couple days. So let's just leave it because we have it right now and talk about something that we don't have. Apple right now, what is it doing? As my charts are taking a little slow time here to get going. That's Apple moving around. Not much, again, happening right now. I have to zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, not much happening on that Google trade. And here comes BAC screaming back up to the upside. as we got a fill there at 65, just ahead of the 200 period at 50. So let's see if BAC wants to work north side now here today. So BAC, Google, and then by the way, we did get some out there. We're getting lighter and lighter on the market here as we just touched higher. So I don't need to be long the market if I'm already long Google and BAC. So let's see if this can work out to the upside as we continue to watch Ethereum and things like that move around here.
Yeah, this market coming back in a little bit. I'm looking through the names. A lot of the banks are halted, right? Though I assume the same reason for WAL. PACW I was looking at, that's halted. There was another one I deleted the alert on, that was halted. So we are going to have to wait on those names. One name, as a futures market comes back in, this is what I was waiting for. I'm just like, okay, are we going to get the breakout through the range or are we not? Clearly, we're coming back in. Now we know that if it turns back towards that 45, that would confirm the strength coming in to break this range. But until that happens, you got to respect the top end of the range, and that's what they're doing right now. They're trying to sell this down a little bit. Let's see if this holds up. If there's a secondary buy, they'll push right back through. That will give me the green light to get some longs on the board and on the equity side. And Airbnb, that's my first candidate here for potential longs if I can get the long set up on the futures first. We've got the support base right there, sitting just underneath 118. We're right there. Let's see if we get any buy strength on the futures market. If we do, I'm going to jump right on board here for Airbnb here, 118 against the bottom end, 115. So $3 risk. We can definitely get it into the 121s, 122s. So the risk reward is right there. It's just a matter of, do I get the confirmation I need on the future side as well to grab those longs? Another name that you guys have been mentioning is AMD. We talked about this in the run-up or the rundown. 85.15 to 86, and we're taking off right towards that 86 mark, and that's where I prefer to use the even levels versus the halves. So definitely it's on the table there with the accelerated move. There goes the futures market back towards the tops here. So Airbnb breaking out at the same time, or not Airbnb, AMD breaking out at the same time as the futures market definitely helps confirm the strength of the move. So AMD keeping an eye on 86 there at this point.
All right, so Google finally starting to go a little bit back up to the upside. So we do have a couple outs here. I'm going to take something out near 20 if we can get that for a nice little run. And look at the market. The market's going for a jaunt now as well, back up to that upside. The only 99 problems, the banks are one right now as BAC is continuing to go to the downside. We're long at 80, so it's not the end of the world. But I feel like just that VWAP right here is 83. That's actually where we're long. So if this can bump up a little bit, like we just bounced off 80s, I'm kind of thinking like a 72, 73. Take off a little bit of pressure here in this market. So we're going to have to watch out for that move back in right there. There we go. We just got that on Google. We just got a 19 right there on Google as AMD continuing to run as well back up to the upside, 85. I know you just mentioned that as well, but here we go. Let's see what's going to happen now. Brenda, what you got for?
Nice move for BG to start things off. This is a food processing company announced after the close yesterday. They're going into the S&P 500 as of the end of the week. So a nice move here, 11% for BG.
Good strength there. Another name. Okay, now I'm going to definitely be looking for names that I want to grab longs on. Tesla, another candidate. Damn, Tesla moving quick. I've already picked up Airbnb. I talked about that. I grabbed it. I got what I needed from the future side of things. Tesla's... I sent a bid out just in front of 180, and they're already at 181.5. This is moving quickly. Okay, so
Tesla's flying,
here's the thing with Tesla too. Because of the way it broke out, it really doesn't make a difference whether I get this fill right now or later, because I am willing to take this on a move back down on Tesla towards 180 if we get there. So it's a matter of, if we get to 184 before we get to 180, I'll cancel the order. If we come back down from 182, I'll still take the fill. I still like the trade. I don't mind the play right there. We are sitting at 182 right now. So I'm good with it either way. Futures market has given me what I needed, so I'm definitely going to be looking for longs now. Let's see if we can build up some longs coming back down. I don't want to chase after it, but at the same time, Tesla's sitting right there, so we'll see if we can grab that one closer to 180.
All right, I'm going to take out I don't know. I'm going to take out a little bit of pressure here on the bank, but it's darn it, it's moving down. So, we're crushing Google. Google's been Google's a great trade up into the 40s right now on that break of 93. I mean, this was a name that we bought in the pre-market, so we're going to go like that for that. But for right now, though, you know, what's holding the net down a little bit is this BAC trade because we're in it, and it's not moving in the right way for me. So nice downside move here for BAC. There's no doubt about that, but that's not going to be anything for me because I'm long. So right now, we'll just take a little bit out as we break that 50 level and looks like it wants to continue its downside move. I was going to, let's do some damage control right now. I mean, down into this 29. If we get there, we probably break it, and then that next level is 80. Like, how low do we want to go on this? I would say probably we're at that level close to right now, believe it or not, where we want to get out. I mean, you're just coming back in 29.20s. I think that you could probably, I was sitting down here. I didn't think we'd get to here this quickly, so I am waiting for a 20 fill. And then if we get that, then we'll probably just wind up punching out at 29 and unfortunately taking that dollar hit there on this name. So that's what's going to wind up happening. I'm just going to hold it. I just saw JP Morgan as well going back down and just getting hit right now. So all these banks starting to get hit. I don't know what FRC is doing. Maybe we have to look at that. I'm not, so halted downside right there, a big move down. Actually not big, 50 to 46. I mean, yeah, you would think normally that was pretty big, but doesn't look like it there. And then what's Schwab doing as well to see, yeah, so anyways, all right, so this is obviously the problem. But again, you know, with Google making now move back up to 50, let's take another piece out on Google as that name keeps on ripping, as does the market. It's just we are in a problem here with BAC. So we're going to have to address this and hopefully be able to figure this one out. It's the banks moving to the downside, and maybe we bounced off 35 there. I don't know, but I'm still trying to take some out here, relieve some of this pressure as it's a lot of pullback here, Schwab and whatnot. Maybe we just have to watch those to see what's exactly happening here with BAC.
Yeah, it's definitely coming down here as we, where I was looking at WAL through that 40, and what do? Nope, they halt new spending and or additional information, and now here we are. Are we halted to the downside? Dare I say, yes, we are halted to the downside. That lasted, 5 minutes or so we were open. And now here we are halted to the downside. And this move looks more like a volatility halt. Is it a volatility halt? Yeah, that maybe. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I can see that being a volatility halt. But at the same time, 40 was the area. If we can get above it, great. And stay above it. We got above it. Couldn't stay above it. And now here we are to the downside. I worry about WAL because 40 was such a round number. And the way we were going, we were finding resistance going into 40. So the fact that we're halted down, if we end up opening below 36, that's a problem. And I think, I can't test it, but if there was free shares short on WAL, I might be open to the idea of going for shorts south of 36 and work that. But I am long now on two names. You can see it on the board there, Airbnb and Tesla. Tesla's up 67 cents, 70 cents, 80 cents, and Airbnb is up 37 cents. Again, like I said, I don't care if I missed it the first time around. Tesla, technically, I'd like the way it broke out. I was willing to step in front of that 180, regardless of whether it came from 182 or 183. As long as it didn't get to 184, I was okay with the long. And here we are up $1 and change on Tesla already off that bounce off of 180. Futures market north of 50. Yeah. That's exactly what you want to see. When you catch longs, you want to catch them at the right prices and time that right. So now we're sitting pretty and we can just manage Tesla. Remember, 184 on Tesla is still the target for me. So if we can get up to 184, I'll start working my exits there. But for now, we're going to leave that alone and let it work out. Futures market doing what it needs to do. Next up, next resistance level on futures is going to be north into the 60s and change. So we still got another 15 points before I have to figure out what I want to do on the futures. For now, no trades on the futures. We cracked 50, came back in. We should still have enough previous resistance acting as support to bounce this trade back up. But 65, then we start thinking about what do we do now? Do we start fading this or not? Current strength is there, so we're going to let it go. Let's find some more names that we can grab some longs on.
Yep, agreed. Unfortunately there, Google did break back down through 50, so we did get a piece out once it did that, but now we're cruising back to the upside. Our best outs on Google are right here at 65, so it's a good trade there for us on Google. And then BAC, man, I talked about that we want to get a little bit more out, so that's exactly what we did as we got some more out there on Google, on BAC at 50, but here we go. It's a run up to the upside right now for Google, so let's see, for BAC, back up to 60. safety, I did want to check out Charles Schwab. That was another name here that we're looking at, 57.50 right now off a bottom. So there's a nice run back here for these banks. So it is not surprising that this is making a little bit of a move back up. Let's put some offers. Yeah, you know what? Let's see if we can get a 54. There we go. We got a 54 and a 57. I'm just trying to. These are hits, man. We're not making money on BAC, as you can clearly see. So we're just trying to hold out because it's Google that's working, it's the Qs that's working, and it's the banks that are not. So let's go, man. It looks like the Bulls are winning here now, up 1.8%. So we'll go Bulls, kicking out right now. Microsoft, again, a name that we like a lot, and that's just ripping right now to the north side as well. Here for Softy, touching 258 right now off these bottoms, 255 earlier on, and they're just making new highs right now. Up to, 260, I guess, is going to be a level there for Softy, so we'll see if that can come through. Really happy that we obviously have on board Google, but I feel like we need to get something else, but maybe there's a pullback coming in, 12,280 on the NASDAQ. This is a little bit of a longer view here on the NASDAQ futures coming in. That's 12,320. There is some resistance, I guess, up here, right near this level, 12,320. So you still have a little bit of ways to go on that before we get there. You're at 12,260 now. So just bouncing off some of these key levels right there. Let's watch out, see if we take that 12,285. But yeah, right now, market blasting northbound.
Yeah.
What's open now?
Banks.
Okay, I'm already in a bank right now. All right, Arun, what do you got out? Because I'm just trying to find some more opportunities here.
WAL
Starbucks.
WAL is open. It got underneath 36. I couldn't. You got to pay for shorts. Essentially, that's where I'm stuck. I sent the order, and it was just like, okay, well, we don't have enough shares, so you got to pay for shorts. And I'm just like, oh, okay, I guess we're not doing that one. But it does seem like, man, should I even look into it?
Amazon back to 93.
No, I shouldn't. That's a dangerous thing for me. So I'm just gonna move on from WAL. But we are in PayPal, Tesla, Airbnb. Tesla's up $1.45. Airbnb's up 30 cents. PayPal's out 7 cents at the moment. Yeah, this is what I was waiting for, right? I got the signal I needed from the futures to go for the longs. Now I'm starting to open up the longs here. Next one on deck is gonna be Square. I'm looking at Square and trying to figure out whether what I want to pay. I do know I want to participate. I'm just trying to figure out whether I want to pay these 72s or wait for a lower price, because Square is not exactly the best quality long right now. I think I will just wait on Square. And then Coin, of course. Coin was running up earlier. 66 is still going to be the breakout point on Coin. And then Schwab. Damn, Schwab. Okay, you came back down as well. I guess 60 even is going to be the next look on Schwab to the upside. So 3 names waiting for. We've got 3 names on the table, and we'll see if we can't pick up some more names. Brendan, what do you got?
Netflix, guys, notably weak here. We saw it on the upgrade side of the board this morning from Wolf Research. Back to a key level here, though. 292 down to 290 with the market at day highs. Netflix downside so far.
Fahad, you good there? Yeah, guys, what's up, man? Hit the like button, or else Fahad will yawn in our ear one more time right there. So shout out. Hit the likes call, and if not for us, then do it for Kat.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Hola, everybody. There, shout out to Kat as well. Okay, so, I thought we got into Amazon, but we did. So again, trying to find a name. Unfortunately, I have that wick there. I actually just noticed this right now. I have to clean this up. But Amazon right now, down to 93. I like that level. We went down there before. We'll see if we can come back in. We are going to average in to this price as we look at it. I'm going to have to clean that wick up. So let's just wait on that for a minute before we look at that. I'll clean that wick up. Google is making the high side move. So just like you, Arun, there, you've got on your Tesla, which is a beautiful trade. So congratulations for the Tesla trade, as that's nicely in the money. And Google now 75 cents in the money and starting to go to the upside on a reload there early. It came down into 93. We busted it out. That was the first trade. That's the break long there at 93. So we talked about possibly breaking long on Meta and whatnot, but that name was gone. So we just went into Google there and hit it up to this 70 level, although it's I'm not getting a fill. There we go. We'll just take a 67 there and a set. Okay, so now we're good. All right, so good fill there on that name. Back into the set. There we go. We just got a 75, 74 fill. So that's a good one as that's starting to work. The TQQ is an absolute monster right now, as I'm glad that Arun got that future signal upside because we're long the futures from the morning right there at 21.30. The market is absolutely blasting right here to the upside. And we've got the long in the market, which we still had them all. But hey, we've seen these numbers come and go, and the market sort of shake them off like Taylor Swift. Shake it off, Brendan.
Just seeing C3 AI popping up maybe on all the AI talk this morning. There was a note here from Piper Sandler reaffirming their buy rating on this, but day highs up 4.5 for AI as well.
As if AMD. Have you seen AMD?
I'm in AMD, actually.
You're in it. Okay, good. Yeah, good. Because I was going to say we saw that in the pre-market, and that is absolutely ripping. So good job on AMD there, Arun. But yeah, right now, man, it's a long on everything. We're just waiting for Amazon to come back in here a little bit as we're long at this price. So hopefully that can start to rally back to the upside as everything's taking off. So yes, sir. What a great day to be a trader today. Again, isn't it every day I say that? But I believe in it. So there it is. Nice little upside move. Hopefully BAC can retrace back up a little bit more here. I'm going to cancel I'm at 73. Let's cancel and see if we do get a little bit of a push here in the banks. JP Morgan as well. Yeah, making that move off 131, coming all the way back, but just touching the 200 period right now. So maybe we do fade out a little bit more on the banks that I like here. But so far, so good, man. FRC is halted again to the upside, apparently. As I see that, what's up, Mr. Blue? Right there, yeah, halted to the upside, FRC. So yeah, I guess a lot of these banks trying to retrace back upside a little bit here.
Halted to the upside, you don't say. That gets me back interested in WAL. That was a name that, south of 36, I was like, oh, there maybe could be a short, but now we halt and we move back up towards 40. Okay, I see you. You're going to throw some respect at the trend line, so I'm okay with that. Let's see if we can actually get a move that breaks through that 40, and at that point, I have the alert waiting north of 40. Let's see if we actually get that move north of 40. That would be the easier trade. But again, we didn't get involved on the short earlier because, well, we had to pay for shorts, but now we're halted. And now if we're halting this much, and given how we have been moving, I would rather us halt to the upside than to the downside. I think that's the easier path forward on these names. And this market coming back in a little bit. So obviously some of the longs that we picked up earlier are coming back in as well. PayPal's flat, AMD's out 25 cents. Tesla was $1.50 something. Now it's only 60 cents. They are coming back, and that's expected. And that, you got to expect that when you start taking names like this, in moves like this, where they are starting to break out. But at the same time, just because it's breaking out now doesn't mean it's going to break out just because you got into it, right? So you do have to wait it out and be patient with it. The only way this would fail is if the futures market said, you know what, we're done. We're done, and we're going to fall another 20 points to the downside. That would be troubling. I'd be worried. I'd be out of all these positions actually at that point and taking a hit. But for now, a pullback is expected. It's okay, and it's just an opportunity I'm going to find some more longs that have much better prices for me.
Yeah, I'm not feeling this right now because BAC came. I was not expecting. Whatever you expect doesn't really matter. But the market is fading out a little bit right now, and BAC just did hit that 20 level. So we take a price at 27, then we take a price at 20, and that gives us the average of 50 right now. So if you're watching this trade, that's what we're doing. And then we cleaned up our Amazon chart. It just went down into the 20s right there for Amazon, and that's a surprise because Oh, where am I bidding here? Okay, I'm bidding 15s. So we almost got long, which would have been nice, and we may be able to get long right now on Amazon. Breakthrough 93. I don't really think we want to mess with this. Even though that bottom, we can wait a little bit for that bottom, but if you break too much below 93, then we don't really have too much interest in this play on Amazon, but we still are missing this long. Hopefully it can come in right now. I'm gonna get my orders set up here for Amazon because if it does break lower, we're almost out of everything on Google, but we still do have we have about 30% of this trade still on. So that's of this trade right there, that break. We're already out of this one as it went to the upside, so we're just working out of our 53s right now. But, oh, shoot, we didn't get that long on Amazon. So, all right, let's buy a little bit here in the mid-30s, and then we'll hold out for that lower bid at 15. But that didn't come in, so hopefully that will this time. As there it is, we got a little average price there at 35. Let's wait to see if we can get this Amazon back up to the upside. But the market's going to have to hold 12.2. And right now, 1.6%. I still like the longs. I don't know. We're still long these names. And the bank names are coming back with life right now. Let's go, BAC. Unfortunately, guys, all right, I'm just noticing this right now. Let's start taking some out, man. We're at 46 right now. There it is, a nice fill for us. Remember, our long was 50. If I can get this all the way back and sort of say, like, my bad, then we will do exactly that. As we are now, finally, at the highest spot we've been at all day right now, as the market's coming back for us pretty nicely here. Let's get something out on Amazon. Unfortunately, we didn't get that ultimate bid on Amazon down there at 15. Only went to 21. Let's see if that can come in. But wow, those banks, whoosh, that just saved me a little bit right there as that came right back up to the upside. We were able to get those out. Remember, our average price was 50. Now it's going to show 39 because we do first in, first out. So the accounting's a little bit off for the show. We've been trying to work on to fix that for you guys, but unfortunately, that's why I'm just telling you what our average price was before this move started was 50. So we're still taking hits, man. We're still negative on BAC. Unless this thing really rallies, that's what's going to happen. We're going to be negative on this name.
Yeah, no. Futures market, or not the futures market, but just the market doing what it does. It would just take its sweet time. Today is a lot slower than I would have expected for a day like today, but I am picking up longs using this move down to grab some more longs there. So there's another Square entry there. So I am long now Tesla, Square, PayPal, AMD, and Airbnb. All of them obviously out of the money because the market's coming back in. If you want to step into the names as the market comes back in, you're going to be sitting in a loss. But at the same time, this is part of the plan, really, right? So we waited for the information. We got it. Now I'm in 5 positions. I got no more alerts out. I think I'm good. I think I'm done with what I wanted to do. Now it's just a matter of letting these names do what they need to do, which is start to move the way I want them to, right? The only other thing I'm going to really be paying attention to at this point is going to be the futures market, see if I can't pick up a trade. I know we're above this 40 area. That means I should get some support into the 40s. But at the same time, this is very, very tight trading here. The way it's been moving around, it's not giving you too many opportunities to grab a trade where the risk makes sense. It could become a problem. Like when you sit in a range, like obviously we clear the 40, that gives you the green light for the long up to the next range. But now the next range is what, 60 to 80, and we are struggling to get there. So, and the bottom end of the range is sitting at 38.70, 38.90 to 38.70. So there's no way I'm going to go long at 39.40 against 38.70, expecting a resistance at 38.60. The risk reward is so thrown off there that at this point we either need a slight move back down that we can catch on a bid, which is what I'm doing with the equities, or we just need a straight run into the 60s, at which point I can figure out whether I want to go for the break or whether I want to fade the rally. But for now, we are 5 longs in, waiting, and let this market do what it does. It is quiet, though, unusually. For the last few days, after seeing what Thursday, Friday, and Monday felt like, seeing this kind of action is just like, okay, well, volatility seems to be muted again. Back to doing what we did before all this info, but here we are, just being patient with it.
Yeah, I mean, remember when I said that we were at our highest spot? Yeah, that's not happening anymore. Amazon just crushed right down, and like Arun said, man, if we're going long, these markets just came in for us right now. So that bounced back up, man. We got some out in 19s, 2022s, and whatnot on Amazon, but this name's back in, and it's a problem right now as we're bouncing off this 93, and it looks like it's coming back to the downside here again right now. So watch out for a clean 93 break and a little bit lower than that here for Amazon. And again, you know, we're just sitting here in it, so hopefully it does print out for us. But yeah, very possible that Amazon does break a lot lower now. So we're waiting for that one to come through, and hopefully it does not, to be honest with you. So we'll wait for that. BAC, good outs when that just ripped back up to the upside. And like I told you guys, man, this is definitely not a spot where it's like, yeah, man, we're making a lot of money here on BAC because we are getting crushed on it. But that was a great move back up. And I only have half of what's left. So We sort of licked the wounds a little bit there, but now we're coming back into that 29 level. So with the fact that we're able to reload it, let's just try to get a little bit more now. So there it is. There's the reload here on BAC. And we still have our out, man. If we break a little bit below this 29 level, kind of the same as before, we will get out of this name. So let's wait to see what happens here with BAC. But a nice little reload. We get anything back into the 40s, man, we'll take that because we have to work with the average position that we have now. It's 32. So if we can get anything back into there, I like that. Let's see if it can come back. There it is. Nice move backside a little bit. We'll take something out in the mid 20s, like 10%. But for right now, it's a nice move back off that reload of 29 right there for BAC. There goes Amazon. Yes, sir. All right, Amazon, let's go. We're right there right now. Let's go. Spin the money because finally this one's coming in for us. It's Amazon and it's trying to go back up to the upside. All right, well, about that. We are now back to the highest spot we've been at all day. This is just how volatile these stupid damn markets are. Like, what is a good trade? Turns a bad one, turns a good one. Be patient, Arun. I think that's the number one lesson here. As Google right now is moonshot to the upside. Google just retracing all the way back to 9.4 right now. So we'll take a piece out right there on Google up here at 93.92. Yin and yang, Arun and I.
Yeah. Hey, man, I'm just over here enjoying my tea.
That's what I'm saying. That's great, man.
I've got the positions I need. I got them at the right prices. I know where the stops are. Futures market doing what I need them to do. At this point, you don't step in. Like, once you've got your trade, and I think a lot of people have issues with this, is once you see money on the table, you want to take it.
Yep.
But you gotta let things work out. If you have something in mind, just let it play out. Because yeah, you want to bank some money, but you need a reason. At least the way I do it is like you need a reason to take money off the table. Not just because you want to, because is it resisting? Is it going into resistance? Is the chart telling you that, you know what, this stock might be in trouble? AMD, we got it north of 86. We were out 50 cents, and now here we are up 40 cents on it. Tesla, I was up $1.50. I was out 80 cents. But that's part of the movement, right? Like, that's the game you're playing. So you do have to, I think, just be patient. I say it all the time, be patient. But at the same time, it's hard to be patient when the dollars are flashing behind you. Negative, positive to negative, and all over the place. But just don't forget your plan that you've put in place to kind of execute. And once you've done it, you just get out of the way, because a lot of times you interfere with your own plan by overthinking your own trades, right?
Very true.
So I've done what I need to do. I've said it on camera. I've done it live for you guys. You see my board here. Every single trade's in the money. The biggest one being Square up 67 cents. And now I'm just waiting to hit some targets where I can start taking some out. In the meantime, while we're still waiting, we'll go to Brendan with what's happening now.
And just like that, 10 o'clock, 30 minutes in the books already. Nice green board to show you so far for North American markets. 1.5 for the most part across the board outside of the Dow right now. 1%, 1.52 for the S&P, 1.5 at least here, 3% almost for the Russell 2000. Again, a lot of those regional banks on a huge bounce today in that Russell 2000. 1.7 for the NASDAQ composite, 1.6 for the NASDAQ 100. It is the big ones leading the way, including Google that we brought to you as it was happening this morning. Google coming out saying they were going to integrate AI into their Office Suite documents, sheets, or whatever they're called, Google Sheets. Deal with Midjourney as well, announced today, the image generating AI. Really, really interesting idea for Google. Meta, anyways, confirming 10,000 additional job cuts coming through. There's Netflix, as I mentioned, downside when the market's back to highs here, trying to bounce off 292, 291 for Netflix. And yeah, Uber still holding on to that low from the pre-market, but only just, guys, trying to get back to 33 for Uber. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a sec, hit the like, guys, and subscribe.
All right. So again, just like Arun was talking about there, that's why I take profit when Amazon rips up to the upside, right? It's like when it comes through, and again, it's exactly what Arun's talking about. It's trade your plan. Don't let anything get in the way. When you come back up here and you're hitting VWAP and you're hitting the 200 period off of these longs, and those dollar signs are flashing, I do think that there is opportunities to get out of those. But at the same time, make sure that you're trading what's comfortable for you. If you can't hold something all the way back like this, and it's like you've met your daily goal or something like that, like that's, to me, that's more important. And then that's why I'm trying to, not more important than your own strategy, try to hold. Like what I'm trying to do is hold that extra 10%, and now I'm trying to get that to 20. And I want to thank Arun for this as well, because he's helped me do this. You know, hold to 20%, hold a little bit more, because like Arun was saying, if you want to have those big days, you know, when things go wrong, I'm getting out at the maximum pain points, right? So when things go right, I'd also like to have something so I can have a maximum sort of win on that trade and be able to hold it for that huge move, right? And I just think that, you know, different strokes for different folks, but that's ultimately what we're trying to get here as traders. Get a trade that you're comfortable with, that you can put on numerous times and understand why you're holding something. And to me, that's super important. And obviously, I want to thank Arun for all that, because that's what it's all about here as we continue to trade different styles. And that's why, you know, Neil likes to short some of those small cap names that are just moving like crazy to the upside, get some wins sometimes, get some losses other times. This is what trading's all about. Have your ins and have your outs. All right, so Amazon right now, again, speaking of that, I am still waiting to get something out here in the 20s. So if that comes up a little bit higher than where we are right now, we'll get another piece out, as things are just quite frankly working right now. So let's just hold some of these longs like you were talking about. And there it is right there. Google, again, now, so this is where I'm, you know, I've already talked about getting better at holding things. Like I still have this position on for Google. There's the long at 92 and there's the break at 93. So Google right now working definitely to the long side, and it's just continuing its march higher. So good news on AI. As soon as we heard that, we got out. That's our out right there on AI news, or in, sorry. And then there's another one breaking 93 that we had to hold us 18 cents against us, but there's the nice move back up to the upside. Let's just work on BAC now and everything else, because this is what we're focused on right now. Amazon and BAC, as Google, we're almost out of everything there. So good move to the upside on those names.
Yeah, I'm just sending some orders for targets here on a bunch of the positions that I've got. After this, there really isn't a whole lot left for me in terms of what I need to do. The last order of business is set some targets. First targets, meaning I don't get everything in, I'll just get some out. I'm like, you know what, if we get to that point, I'd like to take some out. Right now, some of these entries, I mean, Tesla has just gone quiet. It is just flirting with this 180. Back and forth we go. We got as high as 182, came down, gave me the fill, went up like 181 or close to 181. Now we're coming back in through 180 and change. Hey, this is the game that you want to play. Futures market come back in. Futures market trying to make its way back through 50, and Tesla coming back in. So it's doing its own little thing. The only one that's actually negative off the open is Amazon. That's the only one I'm seeing that's actually negative. Why isn't Amazon down?
I don't know. I'm long Amazon and wondering the same damn thing right now.
Let's take a look at Amazon.
So now it's ripping.
So yeah, okay. So
Keep
for me,
looking at it.
Amazon's chart, for me, the breakout was going to be 94. That's where I want to play on Amazon. Anything in the middle was going to be messy. So I still got the alert set out for Amazon. I'm sure if Amazon gets through 94, I might, depending on the price, depending on the cost of where the stop would need to go, I might get involved. I've already got 5 positions. I don't need to add more risk to the table.
You're talking about going short or long through 94?
94
obviously.
long would
Okay.
make sense.
Okay.
But again, I have
Let's
way
hope
too
we
many
get there.
positions, so I'm good.
Yeah, let's hope we get there. I mean, I'm just right now, so again, a little bit of a different thing there. I'm not even looking at 94. Like, I would love for it to get up there. And I think now that we're starting to go again, one more, okay, we just got it out. So I was going to say, excuse me, I was about to call for Brendan. But right there, we just got some more out as now let's hold. Now we're in that mode where we've got the longs on everything. Let's see if we can't hold this back. I mean, that was an offer I had there at 50 from before. Let me just double check, make sure I have no more outs. But let's try to hold Amazon. And I like that one, man. Let's see if we can get back up to the upside off this long here on Amazon. Google really working. Give it to him, Brendan.
This briefly late in the day yesterday, guys. Boeing back to the upside once again today. 78 planes included in this deal with Saudi Airlines. So that totals nearly $37 billion for Boeing. Day highs right now, 2.8%.
Favorite names to
Yeah, I was
trade
gonna say,
to.
you're
It's a
normally in
great
that.
mover, and
What's up with
this
that?
is an old one. Yes. The problem with Boeing is, like, when you get the right setup on Boeing, it does moves like this, and it's just one of the easiest trades to manage. Most of the time, however, Boeing likes to make these moves when it looks like it looks absolutely terrible on the chart, and then you see this thing move like $5-6. It's like inside of the range. I wasn't going to touch it. Now it's close to 210. if this type of move happened on a 210 break, that would have been an easy trade. Now, I don't know. Not today, I guess. But some of these trades, though, on Boeing are some of the easiest trades to manage. But for today's case, I think Boeing, not the chart that I would prefer to trade with. So we're just going to leave it alone. It is quite the move, though, but we are going to have to leave it alone. We're going to have to prioritize where we want to spend our time and our energy. And I think that's a choice that a lot of traders have to make. It's like you have so many choices. Where do you prioritize? Well, figure out where you want to play. Do you want to play with the big caps? Do you want to play with the fast movers? Right now, the banks, obviously, they're nuts. Do you want to spend your energy playing that game, or do you want to kind of build up your plan and play something else? Me, you saw it, right? I said FRC wasn't for me because of how casino-like it felt. WAL, I kind of had a read on it, but that was yesterday. And then once it started going crazy, the only other read I had today was either north of 40 long if it held up, or maybe a potential short south of 36 if we came out from the gap underneath and we couldn't. So we bounced right back up. I gave up on both of those. Those are not high priority names for me. So for me, I'm good with this. I'm good with the names that I know and trade well. Tesla, Squares, PayPal, AMD, Airbnb, all on my deck. You don't see some random name that is moving just nuts and I want to get on board, because that's not my game. I'm going to stay in my lane and I know where I want to play, and I would love to get some futures on board as well, but I just can't seem to find the entry there.
Yeah, super chat there, Arun, for your call in the future. So I want to thank you and the super chat for all of that. It means a lot, man. It means a lot that a lot of you are listening to sort of some of the calls that are coming through here today. And a big thanks to Arun for that. I don't know exactly what call it was. I know you made a couple different ones. So if you even wanted to put in the chat there, it's right here. Thank you so much, Paul Franklin, right there for $50. I don't know if you were short, long, or whatever, but there it is. Congratulations to Paul. And again, once again, man, thank you so much for the super chat, as that's what's good, man. And we're just trying to grow this community over and over and over again. So big thanks to everybody out there for that one. Yeah, Amazon did make that move to the upside, and we were able to get a little bit out there on Amazon. So good move up into the 60s, 66s, and so on and so forth. Starting to go to the upside one more time there, but the market is falling. Google's not. The market is, though, right now. Falling pretty good down to the downside right now. So, I mean, not pretty good, but it's a nice little move, which is creating Amazon back down in. And I'm just watching the TQQs here as well, as that looks like it wants to fall down. So, yeah, a little bit of a movement here, as I was just sort of watching also the DXY, the dollar index, right now starting to fall back a little bit, which should be good for equity. But, you know, again, things changing here on the fly with the Treasury making like unprecedented moves, the T-bill movement and stuff like that, the 10-year, the 2-year. So we're going to watch out for the dollar. I would have thought that would have been a positive story there, but it is moving the other way as the market right now trying to pull back, but we're still long these TQs. It looks like right now BAC is getting close to us just to get out, which sucks, man. We lost way too much money on this trying to go long on BAC, and it just faded out all day. I thought these banks would possibly work today. So JP Morgan's probably near that 130, I was going to say 132 level, which is that bottom. BAC right now just got taken out at that very bottom, so that sucks. BAC to the downside here.
Yeah, this market's struggling
Darn
at
it.
50, which is interesting. They're spending a lot of time in volume at 50, which could become a problem later on. So I'm just wondering, do I want to be this heavy on the long? I still like some of these longs. That's the problem. I like the technical breakout, but I think for whatever, I feel like I can get some better prices. I try not to play this game too often, where I'm trying to reprice names just because I think the market's going to fall. So I know I'm going to sit in some names that are going to be underwater for a little bit. I think I can get better prices, so I'll walk away and try to reprice them. I try not to do that, but this 50 having a problem is an issue. In terms of longs for the moment, we are sitting in a bunch of longs, like I said. Airbnb coming back in. Let me just check in on some of these charts to make sure that I do have the space. Yeah, I can't touch these. Okay. This is the kind of the fight that sometimes you have to have with yourself, is like, oh, I think I can get a better price on this. Let me just get this out and then come back in lower. And you look at the chart again, and you realize, just stick with it, right? And I think that's what it is. I'm just like looking at this because I have nothing else to do, and the futures market's not doing anything, and because I'm on the show, I can't do other stuff. So I'm just like, okay, well, what can I do now? I'm looking at the chat, seeing what else I can do, and the futures market's just trickling down again. So for the moment, I guess we're doing a whole lot of nothing except waiting.
People appreciate that, man. I mean, you don't need to be so busy all the time. So, I mean, that's, the market is a fluid instrument there. So, however it moves for you, man, do your thing, Arun. Everyone's appreciated everything that you're doing here for us today and every day. Okay, so I'm just happy that I'm out of BAC. So we'll flush ourselves completely down the toilet for that one. That was another, again, like just trying to be humble about, some of these stocks that we're trading here. Like we can celebrate when we have victories, and then at the same time, we have to be upset when we don't have them, right? And that's a loss right there on BAC, and I'm pissed off about it because it's fun. I mean, realistically, once we came into 20 and we got that much better average price, like that's where we really put on the shares. So it's not a huge hit, but I mean, we've been battling it the whole way down. So that's part of the thing that sucks. We never got that relief rally back up on BAC, and maybe we're not getting one at all. I just want to check on FRC before we go back to Brendan. So these names aren't even moving. Schwab as well right now. I just want to, okay, so again, maybe making that bottom. Actually, that FRC is at that, I was talking about 45 here for FRC, so maybe there's something here. All right, what's up, Brendo?
Yeah, speaking of the SEC guys just coming out saying they're going to investigate SIVB and the collapse of SIVB. I mean, it was a matter of time. Justice Department also going to be involved in that. Little teeny tiny one, Pax Medica, PXMD. Still searching for anything on this, but 1.3 million shares on the float for this. Up huge, 50% today on heavy volume.
EXMD. Oh, damn.
Always names out there, boys.
This is where it gets dangerous. You're waiting for something, and then Brendan comes out with a name that's going nuts. You're like,
You're like, what should I do?
But the problem is usually
Maybe
with all these names, they tend to I like to spend time with the chart, right? If the chart makes sense, I'll get involved. So clearly, I'm not a scalper. And usually, by the time we get these names, they've already taken off, right? It's very hard to kind of figure out exactly what the strategy is going to be for a name like this, unless you're willing to just jump on board, ride the momentum, get out, and then come back and do it again. I'm not good at that, so I try to stay away from stuff like this, but definitely ones to watch right here. Sometimes, though, they do time well with breaking certain key levels, and I think for PXMD, if you were watching it, and that's a big if, would you have actually seen this happen earlier? $2 even, we were there in the pre-market. 2 even is a great breakout. Were you watching it at that time is the problem, right? If you have a way to scan for this stuff well ahead of time, then great. If not, I think you do have to, like I said before, prioritize what you want to play, right? Do you want to play everything, or do you want to play specific names with specific strategies and reasons for taking them? And I'm going to stick with that. I mean, we were sitting in a loss on Tesla. Well, I don't want to say we're sitting in a loss, but at the same time, Tesla was down. Right, it was around 179 and change. Now it's back to 180, so now it's back up in the money 30 cents. Square's up 80, AMD's up 70, and then the other two are out about 35, 36 cents or so. So again, futures market bounces off these 50s. I guess we're still catching a bit. Remember, I was worried about what was happening at 50. Do I want to reprice? Do I not? I've resisted the urge to reprice, and here we are back towards the highs. We are creeping, and you have to use the word creeping because this market has no juice whatsoever. It is just taking its sweet time, just doing this little move. If you're trying to trade the futures, don't, because this is hard to trade. I don't know. Well, then again, you could be going for 1-2 points. That's a different story. I don't trade like that, so I look at this and go, man, this is confusing. This is not a chart that I want to get involved with. This is hard to manage. This is hard to get in. This is hard to figure out the risk and all that stuff. If we can accelerate into the 60s, that's a different story. That I can probably figure out something at that point. But for now, I'm just waiting for these targets to hit on a lot of these names. I mean, AMD's up 60, 70 cents. And I think the target on AMD, where's the target on AMD? I'm sitting for about $1.50 on AMD, towards 87.50 is my target. So, I mean, that's the closest one to getting to a target that I've got going on right now.
All right, yeah, I'm looking at a new name here, Palantir, off some of these possible bottoms. I mean, a bottom's not a bottom until it's a bottom, of course. But 790 right there, where Palantir's at right now. If we're going to get a little bit of a rally back in this market, potentially this is a decent spot here for Palantir. But just looking a little bit more, at this name. I mean, you have yesterday's closing prices of around 785 that could turn this name negative. The thing is that, you know, again, looking at this, I don't want to get too caught up. It's not as strong as the market. So this is not a name, and I'm just doing the work, right? Like, this is not a name that I want to go long on because of where we are. I just saw some people talking about it there in the chat. And this is off of a good bottom. So this is a good trade if you like the name. It's just, I don't know right now if Palantir is strong and if this is something that we want to get into. Like, we saw Roku in the pre-market with some strength there to 61. What is Roku up now? Come on, charts, let's go. Yeah, 3.5. So this is obviously much stronger now than what we were. Well, I mean, it's faded out, but, you know, a much stronger name than the market right here, bouncing off that 61. So a retracement back to the 200 period, maybe here on Roku could be interesting for me as well. So that could be something back down to 61. Well, it's coming right now. Ooh. Let's check Roblox as well. I mean, you're starting to break lower right now, by the way, as well. Robux NY on these futures. Like, see if we can't hold this 12,250. It is pulling back just a little bit here. So yeah, something to look and be worried a little bit about. We got another piece out on Amazon, but here's Roblox again, coming right back to VWAP of 42.50 as well. So some of these names are starting to come back in. We want to look for strong names that we can sort of buy these dips in. So I would think that Roblox is one of these, up that 4% today. Don't know what's going on over there, but 42.50. It's a nice move back. I still think you got a ways to go back down into 42 bucks for Roblox, where we sort of started this day. But again, any sort of a pullback back into here on names that are stronger than normal, those are the names that we want to look for, right? So Roblox back to 42, I think I like that. And then we just looked at that Roku, and you know, we didn't. There it is again. Sorry about that, guys. I mean, I just got to keep adjusting these charts. It just did dip down into 61.20, so that's a possible name there for Roku back in. I mean, again, it's fallen since the market's been open, so that's not necessarily a recipe for success either. Is there anything else? Oh, Meta maybe is a name that we haven't looked at. I saw someone just talk about just go in there and buy Meta. Yeah, Meta now below that 190. Holy crap. Oh man, this is a little bit frustrating because you see where Meta is now, and it's fine. It's just this is that move up on Meta that just made all the way back to those levels of 192 and then fell off. Oh man, what a good short that was. Those are those highs, 192. We talked about, like, how did we miss that? We talked about those levels. I didn't realize Meta was ripping up that high. That's probably a short if we can get back up there. But Meta right now definitely working high side here. Wow, Meta, good explosion up to 190, 192. I didn't even see that level. Again, hit there, fell out, came back, fell again. So right now, Meta's coming back in. Let's find a good long level on this name, Meta. I mean, it still goes back to that 187 that we're talking about right there. So that's 188 into 187. So I still feel like you have a little bit of ways to go here on Meta back down.
Yeah, the thing with Meta is with stocks like that, when they move very quickly, and I think I said this yesterday, is that it's hard to manage when they go very, very quickly because you don't know how to trail them. The longer they take, the better they build up support levels that you can work with and manage. So Meta moving up as fast as it did, now what do you do? And I have no clue what to do with Meta because Meta took out all the charts that I could have potentially used for the potential breakout, right? I mean, this is a multi-day breakout through 190, but the problem with multi-day breakouts is if the levels are moving down, in this case, the highs were what, 190, 188, and then 186. I have no clue where to put the stop place. Like the stop placement, I have no clue, right? So the trade on this is done for me, which was the 184 long, which we did not jump on board with because we were waiting on the futures to give us the indication. It did not happen. They took off all the way to 191, 192. Now they're coming back in, and I don't know what to do with it. So I'm actually going to just remove Meta completely from any alerts that I have here. Do I have any alerts? No, I don't have any alerts on Meta anyways. We're just going to leave it alone. And this futures market is struggling with these 50s, which could turn into a problem. I saw it earlier. I'm starting to see them stepping around 55 as well. There's some selling up here, which means that I got to be careful with my longs. Yeah. We'll see how I'm going to manage these, but I do have some inklings of some issues.
Out a short here?
Not short, but I just don't want to be heavily long. Not yet. I'm going to give it a chance to actually take a shot, but I don't want to see this selling still be here in a little bit. But in the meantime, we'll go to Brendan with what's happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning for small cap world as well. There is one deal to make note of as well. MNTV was a buyout this morning, or they received a bid. Anyways, a ton moving around as far as small caps are concerned. We'll start off with AIMD. Huge move to the upside. This thing was 70 cents yesterday, almost doubling on this. New research packed with Murdery and Veldona. So this thing at $1.20 right now, but just kind of chopping around, going sideways. Ton of volume, but 73% right now for that one. FRC, we well discussed, obviously back to the upside, but kind of grinding back down right now for FRC, 44.5%, 45%. Still holding on to a nice game regardless. This one as well, ALS drug sales topping expectations for AMLX. Another one that gapped up huge this morning, but has done nothing but fade off this move to the upside initially. Crypto strength continuing. HUD 8, not so much. Back to the downside as well. Trying to hold 230 right now, but a nice gap for all of the mining-related stocks. Mara, another one, back to the upside 2 days in a row here. If my chart will load, you can see on the daily chart. There it is. Back to 750 for Mara. And as I mentioned earlier, BBAI and AI catching a bit on all this AI talk this morning. Nice moves for both guys, Big Bear and C3 AI. Back over to you.
All right, what about, thanks for that. Yeah, C3 AI, again, makes sense off that Google news, as well as Google talking all about getting, more involved, I guess, with AI, and the more talk, the better on that one. I still don't really know what AI does, so we'll have to look at that company specifically very, very soon. But what, a name that just rallied, that's still, I'm still going to hold on to Amazon. We just got some more outs right there. We did take another piece at 44, but then right again here at 56, as now we're really starting to rally back up to the upside now as we go. The name I was just on, I wanted to look at, that's what it was, Netflix. Okay, so Netflix is interesting. It's all the way back here to 295, and trying to take that out. We're now above the VWAP on the 3-minute right there, looking to go higher here right now, trying to break a little bit above this 295 area. I think that I am going to go long 295, but I do realize that, of course, Netflix hasn't been the greatest of stocks lately, and that, that is a little bit of a risk. Okay, here we go. Right up to 94 again. You mentioned that for Amazon. Let's go, man. Let's spin that out right there as we hold on to Amazon. We did pretty good there. Did not break 93, so there's 94 on Amazon. Nice move back to the upside there for that name, as everything's starting to go now. Google back into $1 in the money right now. Back for Google. The TQQ's back at the day's high as well, as there's the NASDAQ and there's the move higher. So all good on that front, guys. And then I was just looking at, what do we think about that Netflix break of 295? I only talking about 295 because that's, the first time we broke it, we just came down here to 294.50, and then we ripped back up to 297, and then in some negativity there, broke back down below. But again, this name hasn't been working, so in the spirit of sticking with things that have been working, Netflix is a downside move, so maybe that's not worth that sort of a take there on Netflix. But so far, so good here as we continue to rally back higher, man. It's a good move up right now in the market. Let's see if we can hold out for even a little bit higher than where we are right now. NASDAQ up 2%. And again, you're getting to that level, man. We talked about this. 12,300 is right here, right now. So what a good move off some of those bottoms. Dan Emmons, you mentioned that in the chat, 11.9, 8.3. So yeah, the moves are happening, and they're happening pretty furious right now in the NASDAQ. But hey, good hold for us on Amazon, all the way back up, man. Average, until we got that nice trade right there. Good thing we didn't get stopped out. It was pretty close, but a nice move upside for Amazon. Glad we have that trade.
Yeah, futures market moving up, moving some of these names up. We're getting closer to some exits here on AMD now, working 87. So that's was up $1. Now it's up like 93 cents or so. I'm still waiting on AMD to kind of clear that 87. The reason, now we can start pointing out targets, right? Let's go to AMD. The reason I'm pointing out targets here is AMD is getting awfully close to this area here where we hesitated going back to the 9th. So this area, I don't want to be fully loaded into that. So I want to get some out as we move through there. So I am setting out some orders through that zone there to get some out, and we'll take some profit through there. Until then, we'll manage. We're also going to start moving our trailing stop up because we can now. The last thing you want is to be fully long, and this market catches an offer right here. If we can take out 60, set some stops off, odds are I get a fill right off that push here, right into that zone. So we'll leave that alone. Tesla's up $1.30. Tesla's target is much higher for me. I'm going for like a $4 target on this. Well, not 4. It's like $3 and like 80 something cents on this. I'm trying to take this closer to the 184 on Tesla. And then Square's up $1.63. The target on Square, we're actually getting closer to the target on Square as well, which I'm going for Splitting the difference between 74 and 73, I think there's something here. So I'm just going right towards the 73.5. But this could change very quickly. If I start to see resistance come in or some selling come in through here, I'm just going to start moving it down and just take what I can get. But I don't want to sit too long. So now we are starting to focus on where can we get out. We've waited. We've done everything we needed to do. We've positioned up, be patient. Now it's time to take some money off the table and we can start tightening things up a little bit. Not on the entire position, but on what we intend to take out on the first target. So we are getting closer to making that decision. The only one that's out of the money is PayPal. With this move up, what is PayPal doing? Oh, I know why. Okay. PayPal is going to be a much slower trade, and that's perfectly fine. That's okay. It is out of the money, 24 cents right now, but we'll leave it alone and let it work. AMD, there we go, AMD. Give me some targets there as we get closer and closer to that exit.
All right, I'm just trying to get loaded up here. Yeah, so anyways, look at that Amazon. Thanks, Arun. You mentioned 94, and there goes Amazon right there. So $1 in the money. Shout out to everybody right there, man. That's been buying all these with me on the bids here as we've just ripped back up to the upside and held things, right? So there goes Amazon. We talked about working on our game, holding a little bit more. Good trade there for AMZN. So that's a good one, man. And again, we're only red on one name today, guys, and that's BAC. Like, look at the damage we did on Google. Again, different folk, different strokes, different folks, man. We are hella positive right now today. Look at Google, boom. Look at the TQs, boom, right there. Google, TQs, Amazon, I mean, whatever, we don't need to talk about that. And then BAC is the disaster du jour for me there today. But here we go, man. We are now into Palantir. That just went into money 2 cents. I was actually debating taking it right there a little bit as this NASDAQ just continues to go to the upside. So right now, I'm short Palantir. I just decided that I'd like to try this. I'm short Palantir here at 98 against VWAP of 8. We have a key $8 level. We'll give it a little bit of love above 8, but not too much there. So as we go short right now on, I'll put an offer at 8 as well on an inverted gateway, so hopefully we do get a little bit of a fill there. But let's see if we can pull back, man. Maybe 92 is in the cards for us here on Palantir. Let's take something out at 96. I mean, again, when a stock is $8 and you know you're trading prop, you can take a little bit more shares. So let's just do that right now on Palantir and see if it does fall back in just a little bit for us right now on PLTR. I still can't get over how good Amazon is. And the thing is that I don't know. I'm not sure how, like, I knew you looked at 94 because of this level right there in the pre-market. I don't know how, you know, it just got right there so quickly. Like, it's just all of a sudden, just in the last, I mean, it's 10:22. Like, this is 6 minutes. We've gone up. Like, we did more of a move in the last 6 minutes than we did in total there on the whole day for Amazon. So what a huge move. Back up to the upside. We give a little bit of stink face there. Huge move back up for Amazon. Let's just continue to hold that. Like, I wish we sort of had, I mean, we always say this. We wish we held more, but out, some good outs for me on Amazon. I'm really proud that we even held enough as we did into the 60s there. So that's going to be a great trade for us back up to the upside. One sort of sector, I guess, that's been struggling a little bit are these Chinese ADRs. As I look at Alibaba, that continues to fall down a little bit here. I mean, on this recent move, it's moving back up, but still, we were negative on this for a while before this last move, hanging out down here around this 82 mark. So look at how sickly Alibaba and a lot of these Chinese ADRs have looked. I mean, I don't know, Arun, I know you don't really hold any of these names or trade anything too long term, but Baba, just disgusting in the last, this whole year. I mean, let's just talk about it from a year side of things. Wow, good moves right now happening, but now 120 down to 83, and you're going to see, like, those aren't even green days, man. You basically have like 1 green day, 2 green days, like 2 green days since January, since Feb 1st, let's call it. Like, that's bad for Alibaba, man. So I think if there's anything that we want to short, it might be Alibaba if we get back up to this 84. But I'm not looking for shorts right now. I'm already in one, and that's Palantir. Let's see if it can hold out. We're pretty light on Amazon and everything else. We do have an opportunity to get out some more Google right now, so I think we could probably do that. But I might wait for a VWAP break or something like that on Google as this continues to move higher. So yeah, good day today, man. It's 10:30, and we're both Arun and I well in the green here today with a lot of these trades.
Yeah, so I've got some targets out, right? Square we talked about, getting into the 87.5 area. Here I am getting that out. That was a good $1.30 on some. I'm still carrying the rest of this, by the way. So this is our first target, $1.30 on AMD. That's been banked on half the position. And then Square, I've also got an exit here on Square. Square's New York. Okay. Square, I got a bit more on Square, actually. I got $1.70 on Square with that exit there. Remember, we were splitting the difference between 74 and 73. I was sitting close to 73.5. Then I realized I wasn't a fan of what was happening, so I got some 25, somewhere around 25. Spread that out a little bit, but it's around 25 or so. So we are out. We have gotten 2 of our targets hit. We're still waiting on Tesla, Airbnb, and PayPal to get going. Brendan, what do you got us for us?
Crypto.
Got for us with crypto.
Yeah, we saw this huge move to kick things off this morning after the inflation data on crypto markets in general, not just Bitcoin, but right across the board, back to the upside in a big way after CPI comes in as expected. If you missed it, right on the nose of 6%, meeting expectations. Bitcoin gets above 25. And then it also got above 26 very, very briefly, 26,000 that is, before a bit of a pullback here. We're right at 26,000 right now. So it's been a bit of a wild ride so far today. This is an hourly chart, remember. So 2-3 days in a row here, straight to the upside, 26,600 and change at the top this morning. A huge move for BTC. There's Ethereum following suit as well. 2-3 days in a row here, back to almost 1,800 at the highs for Ethereum. A very, very green board to show you here as far as crypto markets are concerned. 10% for BTC, 6.5 right now for Ethereum. Positive though, top to bottom, including the little ones. 8% for Doge down here, Solana as well, up 9% on the session. Huge moves here, guys. Back over to you.
All right, so we had GBTC talk about that in the pre-market there because we had our friend on. What's up to Jeff Mendel again? Good job with everything as he continues to bring us names like that BYDDF and BYDDY there for Boyd. But there it is, man. We talked about that off the open. Huge move. Not really a huge move in the ETF or anything like that, but GBTC up that 7%, and we don't quote it pre-market. It still does trade a little bit in the pre-market, but I can't comment too much on it because I haven't seen it. But 1325 right there has come in and supported twice. So now a nice little move back up. And again, trade crypto based on technicals, momentum, whatever you want, but it is a little bit of a dangerous game there looking at that. Okay, so yeah, man, my net just keeps on bouncing back and forth a little bit here because right now we are getting ready to get a little bit more Palantir, and then if it breaks too much above $8, then we are going to get out of this one. This is the short that I picked. And by the way, I don't know if it's going to work or not. I just feel like it's slow and not really moving. So if the market does bump up a little bit here, I'll take the short, but not for too long there on Palantir. Look, man, this one should have been this, but we did not hit the long on Netflix through 295. Now, I don't know, it only got as high as 295.70 right there, but look where we just bounced off of. I just want to bring this to everyone's attention in case you are in this. Oh, as if Palantir, we didn't get any O's there. Wrong gateway. But right there, it just bounced off the 200 period on the 1 minute chart. So, if you are looking at 1 minute charts, kind of like I was doing there, you may want to have a look at that or like I do, because we just bounced off there. Then the market right now, taking a little leg down. I don't want to say this is like a big leg or anything by any stretch of the imagination, but there it is back through 295. So I would say if you like the Netflix short, you now have an area that you can cover the short if you're wrong. This 296 area just stopped on a dime and then retraced all the way back, not all the way back, but through 295, and now we're making a move. Watch out for this break lower right there. 294 break downside. Doesn't seem to be too much protection there. So I just talked about Palantir, and it's a little it's funny because we didn't get the 8s and we also didn't get the 96s. So the short that we choose is the one that's a sleepy time. Let's go back and check BAC, of course. This one's sleepy time as well. We got out when we broke 29. Appears to be a good out, but again, it's not really moving. The highest we could have got was 29.10s on a retracement back. So far, not really so good, as not much happening here on these bank names. And by the way, Arun, one name that may be going over to our friend Jeff Mendel very soon. And again, don't quote me on this, but Bed Bath & Beyond right now done today. There was some sort of a nether funding that they got for $2 million. I don't know, Brendan, if Brendan can confirm that on Bed Bath & Beyond, but I think there was some funding that came through today, which was that spike there. But there it goes, man. Bed Bath & Beyond, unfortunately, guys, and I know you won't be able to see this because of the position, but let me just move this up. We're right now at a kill spot, man. I mean, you're right at $1. So go long if you want. Okay, now Palantir's falling. Go long if you did want to on Bed Bath & Beyond, but I think that's a very tricky trade. All right, let's put something here. Whoops, that's not the right amount of shares. Cancel that as we put some ARCAs at 94. So let's go here. If we can get anything lower here on Palantir, we'll do that. Hopefully it breaks a little bit there. We just missed an opportunity to get 94s because we're talking about Bed Bath & Beyond, but we're there again for a little bit of a, oh, that sucks. So we broke lower, and trust me, man, I'd take 5 cents on this name 10 times out of 10, so we just missed that. That sucks. Hopefully it comes back in. That is Palantir.
Yeah. I've gone from 5 positions to 4 positions. I actually got out of Tesla. It's not doing what I wanted to do. We should have more strength there, and all Tesla's showing me is relative weakness. This is not what you want to see on a 180 move that's been, they've attempted to break down a couple times. That shows me resistance. So I managed to get out of this. You'll see it on this chart up here around like 30 something. And we just walked away from it. I was like, you know what? You want to give me like 30 cents? Give me the 30 cents, because you should have been, like, Tesla should have moved a lot more with this move to the upside on the futures, and Tesla did not. So that shows me relative weakness. So at this point, when you're managing positions, all I'm looking for is like red flags in stocks where, you know what, they should have done this, but they're not. I'm looking at the other names, even PayPal, the ones that's actually out of the money, that's not giving me a red flag. That's just, taking its time. That's perfectly okay. Tesla, no, something's off here with Tesla. So I just walked away from Tesla and just took my money. Obviously, we moved the trail stop up on Square. We took our target on Square, and now we moved the trail stop. I think sub 50, 72.50-ish still locks in about, I think by the time I get out, probably 80, 85 cents or so on the remaining portion of this. Mind you, we've already locked in $1.70 on the first portion, right? So we will trail this one, AMD as well. That one, I have moved the trail stop as well. That one sits now at break even on the rest of it, but I might move it a little bit more aggressively once I figure out where I can put it. That's actually better. But the thing with AMD, and there was a question there about how did I figure out a target for AMD? All I'm looking for on these charts is I'm using a chart that's big enough so I can see multiple days worth of info. I've chosen the 30. It really doesn't matter. You choose the 30, the 60, whatever you want to use. And then I'm looking at locations where this stock has had trouble. So we went above that 85.50 into 86. That means I'm okay going for the long because we've cleared that. Next up is going to be the 87 half-ish area. So this whole zone here where we struggled on the 9th. So I know that if we get into there, there's a possibility that we find some sellers because there's been some sellers in the last few days. So that's my first target. I get some of it out. In the event that we continue and break right through it, I've still got something going on. In the event that we actually do find sellers there and this comes back down very quickly, I've already taken some profit out. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. To AMD, I've got out what I needed. Now I'm just waiting for the breakout to continue or the run to continue to the upside, and we're still carrying a piece. So I'm now long Square and AMD, which we've cashed out some, and then PayPal and Airbnb are still waiting to move. Airbnb taking its sweet time with its chart, but this could be one of those situations where it does take some time, right? When you try to play tighter charts like this and not clear breakouts, they take a little bit longer, and that's okay. And then PayPal is the only one that's still out of the money, even with the move on the futures. But again, another tight chart. This requires some time, so you're gonna have to leave this alone and let it figure itself out. We'll come back to it later on. This one, I might still have this at the end of the day. If this market continues to the upside and PayPal just does this, I probably will have, I have nothing to do, so that means I probably will have this position for the rest of the day, and we'll just manage it out at that point. But yeah, we're down to 4 positions out of Tesla, still with the winner, but not carrying the full, not carrying the entire position anymore. And that's it. That's all we can do. It's 10:40. Let's go to Brendan with Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, nice day, nice green board to show you here for the S&P 500, 1.89 currently to the upside. What a difference a day makes. What a difference the past couple of days have made. 2-3 days in a row, we've seen this group just absolutely monstrous moves to the downside. Finally, a bit of relief here. FRC leads the way, 58% right now to the upside. ZION, they're all here. KeyBank, HBAN, Citigroup, even with a really nice day, 6% back to the upside. Wells Fargo, 4.8% back to the upside. There's Charles Schwab coming out, reaffirming their current liquidity situation after the close yesterday. 9% move for Charles Schwab. We saw a big move down in Schwab shares yesterday. Tech bouncing as well. Remember, the past couple of days, tech has been pretty muted as far as overall moves in the group. Semiconductors leading right now. AMD, NVIDIA, ON Semiconductors among the best off. FIS, FISV, GPN in the software group among the biggest movers. UAL, the standalone red name here, or significant red name anyways, down about 6% on the day after they cut their full year forecast. That's pressuring the rest of the airlines to the downside. Really the only notable weak spot, guys, on an otherwise very, very green board so far today. Back over to you.
All right, I mean, we like green boards, especially with the NASDAQ being up 2%. So, I mean, wow, I just still, you know, this trade that we had early there on that same expected CPI number right there, definitely creating this move to the upside. And yeah, wow, the TQQs were in the money 6% or whatever on this name. We have the bottom from yesterday's close. So this is this trade is literally in the money now, 6%, as the bulls continue to make a little bit of a stand here one more time into today. So let's just wait to see, man. Is it going to hold for the rest of the day? We'll see if that is the case. And Arun sort of already targeted out a couple different levels. So hopefully you guys are able to see those and see if they're going to come into play one more time. Yeah, right here, I'm getting ready to get out of Google. We are into some areas here as well on this name that we've seen before, including these 94 levels where we've sort of bounced off of 95 in the past. So there you go. We just took a piece out as we break there. I mean, this was just automatic trade there. We broke through 94, so I put the offer out to get out of that one. So now we are out of that trade there, and we're just going to hope that the rest can come through for us right now. Google, Amazon, very, very light, just kind of like Arun, trying to carry a little bit into the close and see if we're just into the rest of the day to see if we can get anything going on that. And then right here, right now for Palantir, we got pretty good, man. We did get a 93. I'm just double checking to make, yep, that is what we did get. So we did get a 93 there, which is turning out to be pretty good. And then we just got a 94, 93, and then we just got another 96 right now. Breaking lower, I want to hold this one. If the futures do break lower, I still think we could take down 90 here on Palantir. But again, just short into some of these levels. It's been pretty weak today against what the market's doing. So let's just stay short on this one. Let's check out its friend Snowflake as well, as that is, they kind of, I don't want to say they move together, but you can see here, big data, I guess, Snowflake downside right now today. So maybe the sector sort of got a little downgrade. I'm not sure why Snowflake is down 0.53 here. I'm not in this name anymore. This was a name that I owned back in the day when I was buying up Palantir. So this was a pretty good winner for me, but not in it anymore, as I've just sort of been watching out for Palantir, buying some Palantirs at the $7 level and hoping that that could work out for us. As my average price right now on Palantir is right around here at $8. A little bit higher in the longer term account, but just in trading, sort of the swing account, we're looking at that. But right here, 120, oh, you can't see, sorry. Let's put this upside here. Whenever I put that out there, I apologize. Sometimes I realize you can't see that. 120 right here on Snowflake is a pretty interesting level if we do get back into that. It has so much possibilities to go. And this name, when it gets upgraded, you just see this, it's like a Roblox stock, man, where all of a sudden this name will just be up 10% for no reason in a given day. So let's wait to see what's going on with Snowflake there, waiting to buy some more at that 120. Now, the corner of my eye, I do see this name getting a little spicier as Palantir coming back in. Am I bidding 93s? No, I'm not. I'm bidding 91s. Let me put something down here at 93.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here waiting on these. I mean, you can see how slow this market is. This is what we've done, and this is the 5-minute chart. And you see that big red candle in the middle. That's the CPI report, and everything came in line. And if everything comes in line, nothing changes. And if the expectation is now for a lot less than a half point to stick with a quarter, or even no change to the interest rate, that's a positive thing, and that's the way the market's taking this, right? The worst case scenario would have been if the CPI number had come in higher. At that point, people have to figure out what's the priority. Is it going to be current banking situation that they need to stabilize, or at least let that move out of the news cycle, or is this still going to be inflation? I think that would have been a lot messier of a trade, more opportunities for sure in a situation like that, but in a situation where everything comes in line, that means it's status quo on what was expected for the Fed going into this number, which was 70% for a quarter point, I believe, and then 30% for a no increase. So that has clear. Actually, we should probably take a look at that again. I mean, we haven't seen that since this morning.
You have a futures trade on? No, right?
No.
Okay.
See, I'm just pulling up the.
Because you're loving equities, man.
Yeah, I'm jumping. As soon as I get an opportunity to make a trade on the futures, I will jump on board. But I just got to figure out that trade. This is the Fed Watch tool. What do we got? Oh,
I was just
higher
do that.
now.
Wow, good.
86.4% to a half, or no, to a quarter, and then now 13%. Remember, this was 70-30. Now it's 86-14.
Yes,
so we clearly are looking for that quarter point. This was as high as
I think. Not even talking about 50 anymore, man.
Yeah, we're not even talking about 50 anymore. This was high.
See ya.
This was like 90 something earlier when we checked on it on Monday morning, I think.
No, it was the other way around. Oh, Monday. What day is today? Tuesday.
Today's
Yeah.
Tuesday. Well, early on Monday, I remember Brendan, the first time we looked at it, it was like 90 something, and then throughout the day it went down, and we saw it as low as 70, and now it's at 86. So clearly the expectations are changing, and this is why you see markets rally or not based on a number. Well, now people are making the interpretation that this is going to be more likely. We're not going to get a half. We're probably going to get a quarter. That's the expectation. So this market's like, you know what, that's a good thing. Let's go up now. And that's what you're getting in this market, a muted rally to say the least. But this is one of those situations where the rally is there, but it's going to be a very tentative rally. It can break on a dime. Because this kind of movement is usually, at 50, I noticed there was some selling. Clearly they got through it. But now we're getting into the next resistance area, right? Which for me, sits between 65, where we are now, and 80. So there's going to be something here. There could be a potential sell. I don't know. I mean, we're going to respect the current strength. I'm long on four different names now. So I am clearly playing to the upside, but at the same time, I'm well aware that we could find some resistance here, and which could turn this market around. The way it's moved, it's muted, but also it's very scary because the way they're going up doesn't really give you too many levels to kind of find the location where, if you were long on the futures, where you would get out, because it could fall right back down to 50 and it wouldn't change the dynamics of the chart. So it's a hard one to play in. I'd rather be in equities right now than I would be in futures, because they're just a little bit easier, especially with the ones that are moving for me right now. AMD's up $2, by the way. So we've crossed that $2 threshold. 87.50 is clearly been broken at this point. And that was the resistance area that we needed to clear, right? That was my first target. Now we're above that. Now I have no targets left. Now we're just going to let AMD do its thing, go however high it wants to go, or turn, whatever. All I have to do now is just trail this and be okay with the idea that if we broke back down, and you always have to be willing to lose some off the top here when you're trailing. But right now, I have no targets on AMD for the second portion. We're just going to let it go and see how far it wants to go.
Yeah, man, shout out, bro. Arun, both of us here today. Shout out to Arun on that AMD call as well. Look at Amazon. I mean, once we've broken that 94 level right there, it has just really started to cruise, man, back up to the upside. And look what we did. We just resisted that 93 drop. Again, my targets here, only 60 cents. Again, a little different strategy. Take more shares, take less profit, as opposed to holding it, but that's an absolutely gem of a trade there on AMD. AMD for me has always been a little tough to find trades there, just because of the way it moves. If you don't, I mean, you got it early, and that's great. When it gets going, man, that is not a name that you want to stand in front of. That is for damn sure. But okay, I do have, what was that pounding over there? Was that us? Oh, it was up there. Okay, I was going to say like Fahad, man. But yeah, so okay, just quickly there, we got a 92 fill, but I was waiting for 91, so I did put a little bit extra on this trade right now to see if we can get, that's why I got some out 92 because it didn't fill the 91, but 91 is the big target here for me on Palantir, right back into this day's low, and I actually just put more out to get more short if it does come back up. I mean, this name not really working out. As the NASDAQ, this is the thing. You would think like, okay, you know, you're looking at these things, we want to play strength versus weakness. And again, a shout out to everyone out there. Shout out to Alan from SneakerCon and a few of you else that have messaged me and said that something that's changed a lot in their trading, and I know it's changed a little bit for, there's that. It sounds like a little pen, right? Can you hear that? You can hear that.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Yeah, that's bugging me a little bit here. But what we've talked about was trade the relative strong names when the market's strong, or weak names when the market's weak. I know that sounds like, okay, like Dr. Obvious. Thanks very much for that. But at the same time, sometimes you need to sort of think back about, you know, every stock is not going to fall just because, unless you're trading the futures, which is an advantage of trading the futures. You only really have to worry about outsized news or the technical indicators that you're looking at. But different stocks will move differently. And if you get a weak name and the market starts to come off a little bit, I'm going to talk about Netflix a little bit here, because if this market fades, like Netflix is only up 0.42 and having some problems here today. Like right away early, this is a nice downsized move, like right to the downside. So if it does come up here again, you know, into the two, I mean, the market's rallying, so you need the market to fail first. And right now the market's at highs. But the talk is about if the market starts to fail a little bit, then some of these names are the names you want to be in. You're going to get better moves, sometimes counter trend, than you would going with the trend if you're waiting for quick scalps, because they'll pull back down. So if this market falls even 0.5%, Netflix is going to fall much more than that. So relative strength versus weakness, always something that's key. And then right there, man, this is what gets me sometimes. And again, different style of trading, but like I feel like we missed that 91. That sucks. Like it's big that it comes right back up here, because again, it's all about managing your own book and your own share sizes and things like that. So even a 4-cent move up kind of hurts a little bit when you miss those fills. So shout out to everybody trading with me here today. And if you're on Palantir, that was frustrating because we just missed that 91.
Yeah. It's one of those days where if you caught the prices, if you caught the trades at the right prices, you're sitting pretty. Otherwise, it's going to be tough to get into it now. It's hard. It's always easy. Everyone wants the excitement of trading. Sometimes, you know, the reality is, the more often than not, trading is not as exciting and flashy as you would want.
Wait, what?
The way to make money is going to be slow and boring, unfortunately, and that's what you're seeing here. Is that the way it's been moving up is if you caught the right prices, you're now just being patient. What do you do with your time now? You could go lose it in a casino stock if you really wanted to, or you could just be patient with it and let the current ones work out. But I know that, you know, regardless of what you do, we do got to find out what's happening overall in the market with Brendan and Money Talks.
Hey guys, bit of a overall muted kind of a day actually for currency markets right now. The dollar is green on the session, but only just. We did test significantly higher initially on that inflation data this morning, but right back to the downside. This is a daily chart overall, so you can see we're still well within or inside of yesterday's range. Even the past couple after that moved back to the downside. Still, as I mentioned, green on the day. Yeah, a bit of a question left for the Fed as far as what they should do next week, coming up on the 22nd. Remember, we get the next Fed decision. Yes, inflation was in line with expectations, but that services area and the housing area specifically still showing a lot of underlying strength, as the guys were showing you there. Still 82% chance we get that quarter point next week as a result. Here's the euro downside, red on the day, 0.4 for the Canadian dollar, 73.12 right now. A little bit of red for the pound, Japanese yen, Swiss franc, all downside as well. Crypto trying to hold on to nice moves again today, BTC and Ethereum. Very positive. Now firmly, guys, above 26,000 once again for BTC. Back over to you.
I like. We talked about BTC there, just trading it as simple as possible, man. Take that 20,000 break, buy the stock or the asset class, I guess, the coin, the crypto, and then trade it once it gets below that. Start piecing some out 25. You have another opportunity to piece some out again at 25. Next level, maybe 27.50, 30,000. Hold some for 5 million. Okay, I just want to, let's get this Midday Madness show started off on the right foot here, and let's start hitting the damn like button right now. So we only have 1,600 right here. I mean, what a great show. If you've been looking for longs, I mean, Google, $1 in the money, Amazon, $1.50 in the money. Arun's had AMD, Tesla, Square. You're still in PayPal. So anyways, as the longs have been there, we've also talked about futures. We were here early today on the TQQs as well. Over 8,000, under 8,000, almost 8,000 watching, 1.7K likes. If you can, please do that for us. Hit that, tell YouTube, and tell your friends. That's something that's very important to all of us as well. Tell everybody you know that you found this show and that they should also be tuned in. So thank you again for everybody watching today. As we only have 3 minutes to go. It's going to be Sharif and Luca, I believe. I haven't heard Luca today, but I'm sure he's here. Is Luca here? Yeah, he's here. Okay, good. So yeah, the full team here for the midday show, and then Arun and I here for a close. We say salute to our great friend, of course, a friend from mine from grade school. What's up, Neil? I hope that you are enjoying yourself at or wherever you are, Dunedin today or not, watching some Blue Jays. Don't spend too much time watching those Blue Jays, man. Get to that beach and enjoy some of that nice weather. I don't know. For me, I find baseball a little bit. You know, I like it. I don't know if I can go to a game every day, but it's a good one there. And you know what, Arun? As long as they're serving those cold pops, I'm all over that. And, you know, get that beer into that system. And bang, right there. There it is right there for Palantir. As we sit here and we watch and we grab that fill down there at 91. And now we just wait for a lower low coming, maybe, potentially, in PLTR.
Yeah, baseball is not for me. Some people find it entertaining. I do not. I played baseball.
We both played baseball.
No, but it's different though. Playing a sport and having to watch a sport are two very different things.
You know what? Baseball is actually one of the funnest sports to play, I find.
I mean, I just...
It's no, because you know it's very social as well.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where, especially, I mean, whatever, maybe I'm biased because I'm coaching it, but I mean, at the same time, it's my kids absolutely love it, but they love hockey. Oh my gosh, hockey. My girl's at a camp right now for a hockey camp there. And then they played a team from North Bay. Shout out to North Bay yesterday, and that was a great little. It's like an Aboriginal tournament that's happening right here in Mississauga. So shout out to everybody there. We're supporting that. That's a great tournament, and she had so much fun. And then we went out for dinner last night with a team member, and that was a great time. And it's just, you know, we're really enjoying, you know, that part of our life right now with the kids, which I know.
Yeah.
How's your nephew? Remember
No, my niece.
Remember you were going to get those, did you wind up, what'd you get her for Christmas or was her birthday? Remember we were talking about those things that you throw that I showed you?
Which ones?
It was a ball that you throw and it comes back. You were looking for a gift and I showed you that thing on Costco.
Oh,
that
no, those
toy
were
of
my,
the year.
yeah, I did get that. That was for my friends' kids.
Oh, your friends'
Yeah,
kids?
yeah,
Did they
yeah.
like it?
They loved it. They went crazy. It was like this little thing that you throw. It was like a boomerang ball.
Yes.
With lights and stuff. The kids loved it.
I remember you asked me about it. I was like, dude,
Yeah.
just grab this. They will love it.
Yeah, they
and
went
love
nuts
you
for it.
forever. Palantir downside.
Yeah, they went nuts for it. One thing before we head to the afternoon show, I wanted to answer this question. Joan asked whether
What's up, Joan?
where you can follow me on social media. So this question has been asked before. I don't have social media, so I don't do social media at all. So unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for me, only time I'm here is when I'm technically available here for any questions and whatnot. So I just try. It's just not my thing, right? As some people are all about it, I just can't.
I don't know anybody that's all about it.
I will say though, I do have a LinkedIn account which I never use, and the only reason I have it is because I can't have people pretending to be me online. That's the only thing I care about. That. Apart from that, I don't care. Like
don't open up social media accounts because you'll have about 1,400
yeah, that's
followers.
just not me. That's just not for me. I just want to focus on my trades, and I don't really need to advertise everything I'm doing. So I'm just like, you know what? I'll just focus, do my thing. I'm here to do one thing, which is to trade. I'll do it on camera. You guys see what's happening, and that's it. And these guys have been pushing me to do one of those promos, and I'm like, no.
So I only, honestly, man, like I had Twitter, but I mean, I have a couple different, I have my main Twitter account, then we opened one for the show. So the main reason for social media for us is to get in touch with you guys, advertising and things like that. So you can hit up me, Neil, Brendan as well. And then we have a main account on social media as well. And I know the Italian trader over there has one. I think that's his Instagram account, but we'll put that, you can hit that. It'll show up here on Bears vs. Bulls and on the account as well in the chat if you just hit hashtag social media or something like that. They'll all come flying through. But hey, this is funny to say this, but we're at our day's high right now for my net, despite losing there on BAC. It was really the Palantir move that came in there to end the day. So I'm like over the moon with how that traded out for us at the end of the day there on PLTR. All right, without any further ado, thank you so much. You almost got us to 2,000 likes. Maybe you could hit that one more. Don't hit it again, because then if you hit it again, it turns off. So everybody that hasn't hit it, make sure you hit it one more time. But for Arun, thank you. Good trading today, man. We had some big trades, and I'm really proud of those. And I want to thank everybody for watching. So with some big trade alerts coming for you in just a matter of seconds, it's the Midday Madness. It's Sharif. It's Luca. Let's throw it.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Luca. I'm Sharif. Let's get it going. Luca, I see another artful picture on your chart there. So why don't you get us started?
Yeah, you know, it's first and foremost, hopefully everybody's having a great day, enjoying the show. My main focus today was Bank of America, basically long off the bottoms here, below 29, offer above 29. I thought, you know, there's a chance that we could go to VWAP, but at the same time, a little bit of a down move, respecting that 29.60, rejecting and flushing down. It's up 1.2% right now. I mean, I'm sure you guys were watching this and trading it if you you know, if you saw it. But yesterday, going into the close, we had a lot of volume come in at the close. Was a buy side imbalance and getting the gap up, right? Getting the gap up, sort of running into that 30, flushing back down, holding the general vicinity of below 29. So yeah, I had a couple trades on it yesterday. 29 held, felt like I wanted to watch that area and try it again. Not really too sure what to think right now, so I tried to hold that last piece in case we did kind of run to the upside there. But yeah, to no avail. This thing kind of flushed below 29. So out of this trade fully, currently flat, no positions on board. Yeah, BAC was basically the only thing I was trading. I think as long as 28.80 holds, so that general bottom, then could be good. But at the same time, when you're playing a sort of long bounce play, thinking that a level is going to hold, you see it on the tape, everybody gets long, we rally up. I mean, you kind of see the way that I'm trading it. Got to imagine that there's a bunch of other traders trading it the same way, you know, long below, offer above. And anybody else that's long, when we do come back to, you know, average entry of the bottom, maybe they slam those bids and we actually now break. So, I mean, until these levels break, and I would say 29.80 essentially. Like until that level breaks, I think the long is good, and we're seeing right now that 28.83. I actually would have loaded that long if I saw that 28.83 again. Let's see if we can get back. I mean, we're at 95s right now, so if we go back to the upside, congratulations to any longs that have that. But yeah, I think that's a decent level. Maybe we get back down there. But yeah, this is like, as you guys can see, it's like a slow grind lower, and then like 1-2 minutes, like boom, we're already back up 15 cents back to 29. So yeah, I would say watch that 29.20 for the time being. It's struggling in that area. And yeah, 28.80 is the bid that's holding up over there. So I think respect the channel until it breaks one way or the other.
Okay, what is up? Let's get my trades real quick here. I've got 3. So let's start with the first one, AMD. I kind of rode that AMD train, super relatively strong on the day, up, you know, what is it up here? AMD up 6.9%. 4.75% after the bell, so a lot of the move coming subsequent to the bell. I get in real late. I mean, I know Arun jumped on this at around 86. It took me a dollar later. Actually, I got in at 86.94s, rode it higher, scalped out at 87.40, and then again at 50, and then top we got here was 65s. It ended up rallying to 88.25. So definitely didn't get top. Retracing now. Looks like it might be making a 50-period retracement on AMD. Super strong. Likewise with NVIDIA. NVIDIA up 4.33%. So that was my first trade. Second trade was WAL. Yeah, call me crazy, no, but I liked this level here on WAL, and especially how it had slowed down, sized in accordingly, took that, waited for that VWAP reclaim, and had broken below VWAP, waited for that confirmation, got long at 37s. First out was 37.80s and then 38s. And then the last piece out, this is what I'm most proud of, 39s, getting a $2 winner on WAL. It's only up 49%, yeah, but it was like down a bajillion percent yesterday. So a lot of ground to make up, but good trade on WAL, playing off key levels. And then it wouldn't be right if I didn't get into a futures trade with a rune in the house. No, but funny enough, I haven't been in a futures trade since September. So this was the first one. And here's why I did it. Let me show you real quick. Let's go to the 15 on the March-June contract on, sorry, the March-June. I'm losing my mind here, bro. The June ES contract. Here's what I saw. I saw this top that we had kind of created from the past 2 days. Look at how we topped out at 39.70 yesterday. Likewise with the day prior. So that to me was a clear level. So I said, look, if we get anywhere near it, I'm going to front run it. I want that level for short. Got in, and so let's go to the actual trade here. Got in initially at 39.62. It went against me, but I was trying to front run it, so this was planned. 39.66. I average it, and then look at that. We get 57s, and then we get 55s on the way out. So it ends up being a big trade on the futures, playing off a very simple level. Now it's kind of retracing, so I'm kind of happy I didn't stay the course in this one. Yeah, you know, it's a riskier trade, yet it's kind of offset by the fact that you're using a recycled level. The reason it's risky is because you're clearly going against the trend. We're up almost 2% today on the ES, but it's kind of mitigated somewhat by the fact that you're using a very clear level of resistance. And so I kind of, you know, there's no risk, no Rari, as Luca likes to say. So obviously I had to put on a bit of risk here. Get rewarded as it actually flushes through the 50 period here on the 1 minute. Not that I'm really putting too much stock into that. Anyway, pumped about both of these trades, for 3 for 3. The futures being the biggest boy of them all, obviously, because each tick is worth, like, goodness how much. That's the ES contract, by the way. Yeah, Luca, what do you got on board?
So I'm short NVIDIA here, basically going for a scalp trade, seeing if we can get to the bottom end of this range, just playing off the fact that we now broke back below 240. We did top out just above 241 there. I think there's room to the downside. We are up 4.35% though. So let's see how this kind of, you know, I'm looking, this is the kind of leg down that we get. And I'm just wondering, do we get another leg down, or do we just kind of consolidate and then really go back above that 240 level? So it's, yeah, it's looking like it's actually going back to the upside. So it looked good for a brief moment, but can't quite break that general low. So let's just give it a little bit more time here, see what happens next with it, and see if we can get that into 239. I think if we get another leg down, you know, the size of this kind of move was 15s into 50s. So call that, you know, 50 cents, give or take. So I think, you know, if we flush down here, we could probably get that 50-cent move to the downside. So again, just because I am a scalper, I'm going for scalps first, and then seeing if we can, like where we want to, like where it actually continues, right? So where we continues. So that's kind of the move into the, okay, I got a bad price there. But essentially, yeah, so as like a scalper, you want to see the range. You want to let it kind of go one way or the other. So in that case, we sort of went up, went down. No, that was a really bad, what did I get there? Oh, I got 53s. No. Yeah, no, I wanted 46s. Okay, whatever. That's just a product of multitasking, but essentially seeing how it breaks the lows. So, you know, as a good example here, you know, if you think things can move, they can definitely break the lows and then stop, right? So for myself, I mean, this is like very, very subtle. It's going to happen on multiple things, many different ways, but essentially see the volume spike relative to the 1, 2, 3 minutes before in consolidation. So on the volume spike, for myself at least, I want to exit on that liquidity and then see if I can kind of hold a little bit for the next leg down. But I'm not really too concerned with that for myself. Seeing this, you know, it's up 4.3%, so I don't think we actually have the room to really, really sell off. There's probably better shorts to be had. And as you can see, guys, this is now back up here. So, yeah, I think the 240 respected until it breaks to the upside. But, yeah, that was the plan. It's just unfortunate that I got a bad price there. So, yeah, we're going up, so I'm going to cover the rest of this here.
Oh, baby. We got a small cap crapper that's absolutely flying to the high side. Have a look at this, guys. AMBI, the small cap crapper du jour, halted at 1704 to the high side. Let's get some data on this one, guys. Let's find out what the tap is on this AMBI nonsense, and we'll talk a little bit about what the company is. I'm not seeing a tap, so sucks for that. But this is a multi-day runner. It kind of got going there starting March 6th. That had a big day. It made its way up to 25. Let's go to the daily so you can see what I'm talking about. Makes its way all the way up to 25. What an ugly retracement candle. Look at that retracement. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive red days, and then lo and behold, out of nowhere, we get that big pump to the high side. Let me look real quick on my blotter to see what we're talking about in terms of catalyst here. No, all I'm seeing are notifications for okay, there we go. Here we go, real quick. Ambipar emergency response files for primary offering of 16.2 million class ordinary shares. That came in yesterday after market at 4:41. Today, no, it's just all these circuit breakers. So let's see when it started running here, a 15-minute chart. Okay, so after market, it did bupkis. All right, so it started moving at 9:30. That's when the move came in. So anyway, it looks like it's a continuation. No new news unless it's the thing I just mentioned here. So anyway, AMPI up 1704. These halt levels are all going to be important. You guys know how these halters work. Let's look at the halt levels. So we have an upward halt here at around, I want to say 1565. Oh, here we go. So it's open now. AMPI opened up, broke through 18. 18, where are we at here? 1820, I think 1820 is the high. Let's get to the trading screen here and take off some of these screens. Let's go AMPI. I hope that's a NASDAQ stock. Amex, thanks for that, Arun. No, am I typing? AM, I type it. AMBI, I put PI. Come on, work with me here. There we go. So now pump it to the high side. 18 3/4, it looks like is the high on the day. 1874 exactly. Yeah, you know what? Obviously, I'm not going to be punching in here. I mean, it's just an absolute gamble. Here we go, 19.5. That's the high of the day now. It's knocking on the door 20. I don't know when this one halts. I don't know the math on it, but it looks like it's going to halt right here, guys. Here it comes, slowing down. All the bids stacking up, unless it's going to be a false halt. False halt comes back down into 19, holding 19 though. There it goes, 18. Yeah, this is totally crazy. Not for me. It'll have to slow down and make some discernible trend. It is now up 250% on the day, having done only 1.5 million shares. I think this data is off on my platform here. It's absolute nonsense. I don't think it's updating correctly. It hasn't done 53,000 shares in the last 5 minutes, and that's what I'm being told here. Let's switch to the trade ideas. That'll give us a lot better data. Here we go. Yeah, 1.6, and then in the last 5 minutes, yeah, I'm getting the same data actually on trade ideas. Okay, so it looks like that's legit. Anyway, let's look for this to slow down or come back into a halt level. Like I just talked about, that 17 is a level. That's where we halted down at, that 1565. Otherwise, I'm not chasing this, Luca.
Yeah, that's, if you guys are watching that one, just make sure. Did you mention the flow to that one?
No, I did not. I'll let you know
you could
now.
check. But for anybody that doesn't know, flow checker, I do this every single time. You know, I don't have access to that or anything. But AMBI. Flow, yeah, not existing. No, yeah, 2 million. So it is,
I'm getting
you know,
5.5.
5.5?
Yeah.
Okay, so
on
yeah,
trade ideas.
I would say 2 to 5, you know, give or take, rough estimate on that one. Essentially, low float. One look at this tape. It looks deadly, man. It looks deadly. The spread is like 80 cents. Best of luck if you trade it as SSR. Yeah, that is a name that I'm definitely staying away from. I mean, from 6 to 20, and this thing's just going to gap around and dance around. I don't really know you know what to think about that one, but yeah, man, I'm not going to trade it. So best of luck to anybody that wants to trade that one. Just going back to NVIDIA very quickly, you know, going for the scalp trade. So not what I wanted, right? So I take the win, I take the L, but going higher, obviously showing that my kind of thesis on it was wrong. So definitely okay with that one. I am short Apple here, 153.19. Just because this kind of gives me a feel of every single time it's channeling to the upside of the range, it starts to fade back down. So kind of up, down, up, down, up, down, up, and then maybe back down, and playing off of the high of yesterday, give or take, being that in and around 153 area. I'm not sure if this is, I mean, if it keeps going to the upside, I'll just off it. But yeah, I'm kind of going for that move back down into the 153s. So if we get that 20-cent flush there, I'll be taking the cover. And we'll not be complaining on that one. Yeah, Robert Smith, shorting Apple is a bold move. Well, I'm going for a scalp, right? So it's not really, I mean, long or short, it doesn't even matter, really. It's just kind of like playing playing the kind of moves like it's like this is the top, this is the bottom.
Range
It's not. I don't feel that I'm living on the edge here. I'll tell you that much by shorting Apple. So yeah, whatever. But yeah, something to look at as well. Tesla. I don't know what I was thinking here. I was thinking, okay, short, risk off the top of this wick, but I kind of got a bad price and it instantly moved like 30 cents. So I take the L on this, but I'm okay with it because it just didn't work. I just had bad timing on it. But yeah, that 180, it's kind of interesting because yesterday we were talking about Tesla. I was mentioning, the 178 into 180, that's kind of your resistance gauge, but the levels might be invalid depending on how CPI comes out. I like the way Arun said it this morning, actually. So he's like, let's, remove the levels that are close and go to the wider range because who knows what happens. And then it was a very muted move. And he's like, okay, let's bring those levels back. So, yeah, I think, now that Tesla is kind of over 180 and it's doing this, like this right here relative to kind of where it was. The short, in my opinion, I tried it here, but this was going to be like a scalp trade. But essentially, the big money 180 short using that 180 level is just clearly not there. Yesterday it went as high as 177.25 and then sort of faded to the downside. In the pre-market, we actually did what looks like could be a good short to the downside. But again, we sort of blew right through that 180. We topped out 182. We're making like a lower high over here, but now we're kind of going back to it. It's up 3.6%. I don't actually believe that we're going to explode to the upside. Market is just very robotically going up. And I did have a chance to get that 3,900 long off the CPI, but you had like 5 seconds. I didn't pull the trigger. I just said, whatever. I've seen the. I mean, this could go either way. I wasn't really too convicted. And yeah, it is just kind of going up here. So relatively speaking, just to kind of pull up the daily for that, it looks like a nice move up. But again, very, very robotic to the upside. I'm not really too sure how everybody feels about it, if they're trading the overall market or not. So there was actually a moment that I was in the money on Apple, but I kind of want to add to this if we go a little bit higher. I feel like 31's this kind of over-under, now back to the high. Yeah, maybe I just see if I can add to this as well. If we get a little bit more of a pop here, and then, yeah, still same idea. If I can cover that 153-ish area, that'd be awesome. Justin Everest, thank you so much for the $11 super chat. That's a great number. I don't know why 11, but thank you again for that.
Canadian, baby.
Yeah, well, 11 Canadian, but
there
it's...
we go. No, I want to shout out Canada. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, shout out to Canada, but 11 as opposed to 10 or 15 or 5, that's pretty cool. Happy trading. PACW treated me well this morning. Thanks for a great show as always. Thank you for watching the show, and thank you for hitting the like button as well. And of course, the super chat coming through saying PACW, so we could have a quick look here at PACW. 27 million shares traded, up 60% today. Oh, this is the this is one of those the bank stocks. I know those. I didn't actually look at FRC. I didn't look at WAL. I didn't look at PAC. I was kind of. When they bought it, I mean, you guys know how I feel about it. I was mentioning it yesterday. Like, when they bought them out, there's a really, really good opportunity to get a long all the way up, but your risk, right? The headline risk. And, in the morning, the short, also offers a very good opportunity there. But then today, it's kind of like too much in a channel for myself. And so I just say, you know what? I don't want to get stuck in kind of nonsense. I would rather just, focus. I saw BAC, and I was like, let me prioritize that one. But yeah, I know somebody yesterday was asking, Luca, do you think WAL goes back to normal prices? And I was like, well, I mean, there is no normal, but I kind of figured you were mentioning, does it go back to where it was the day before? And, sure enough, this thing's at 40. So longs off of 10. I think somebody mentioned also that they had the long off 7, which was like really, really risky, catching a bottom there. But the long off 10, I mean, it didn't print back. It just kind of flew to the upside. And if you had the C word, I'll say the conviction, to hold through to today, $40. Oh, baby, 4X on a bank stock. Not too shabby on that one. So congratulations again to the longs that had that. And yeah, got my Apple fill short here, so that looks pretty good. I feel like the flush might be short-lived, so just if you are watching these positions, it's definitely something for myself that I have the bids out in case we kind of flush and then pop back. Hopefully I get those fills.
All right. I just want to mention that we're at an interesting point again here on the futures as we retrace back into that 39.70 level. Let's zoom out to the half an hour time. And this is why I'm talking about this. Like, look how many touches we have in and around this level over here. So what do we do around 39.70? Technically, the day on the high here is 39.69 3/4 on the June contract. So Interesting point. I'm not taking any shorts. I'm definitely going to want confirmation that we're rejecting up this level. But anything I think short here against the trend is super risky. So I really want to be cautious. I know I had one trade on it, but it immediately retraced back into the upside. Like, here's what I'm talking about. This is the ins and the outs, and then look, I literally got bottom wick, and then it started pumping back to the high side. So that shows me that I may have gotten away with one there. So I want to be maybe a bit more careful. And this is probably not a good segue, saying that I want to be a bit more careful into this next thing that I'm going to talk about, AMBI. I've got a dip trade here for small size, relatively small size, at the halt level. In fact, I'm front running it by like 20 pennies or so. That 17 level I'm talking about. So let's see, we're back into 18.5. We've got as high as 21. So we're range trading a bit. Obviously, we're range trading in $3-4 ranges. So obviously, manage risk accordingly. Geo's dad 925, $5 super chat says, don't forget Leonard puts for earnings tonight. Oh, Lenar, yes, Lenar. Yes, I do the earnings board, guys. So every night before I head to bed, I do the earnings board real quick, and I see what's on tap for the aftermarket today and what's on tap for tomorrow's open. So before the open, I should say. So I always see those, but thank you for reminding me there. Rebound 199 super chat, no message attached. Thank you very much for that. Tag me in the chat if you want to message or have anything to talk about. But I got to get to this AMBI trade real quick here, as I do get to fill at 17. It looks like it's going to halt to the downside. Is it? I don't know what it's doing here. There we go. We're holding 17.11. Do we get a pop here? It looks like so we do halt to the downside. So I got a downside halt. Now it's going to be about, do we continue downward? This is a risky trade, but thankfully I have a smaller position here. Let's see if we get that upside pop. I'm caught in a downside halt, so that's never a good thing. But up 203%, so I'm definitely with the trend. Let's just hope we stay above VWAP. VWAP's about 15, but no. Hold on, that's on this chart. Yeah, 15.25, I want to say. Yeah, about 15.30. That's where VWAP is at the moment.
Let me just say, been there, done that. And I remember when I was like, you know what, let me short in front of a level to play off the level. And then I looked back and I was on the show, and I don't remember the ticker, but I know somebody somewhere probably remembers this. Short in front of a level, breaks the level into an up halt, and I was like, no! And yeah, that was not fun. So yeah, never fun to be in those ones. I'll let you look at that one. But yeah, guys, so essentially Apple is grinding back down to that 50 period. So yeah, nothing too spectacular. Basically short and having my bids out. I wonder if we print 53s. I feel like I don't know, right? So the reason why I'm actually taking like 12s, like as a scalper, it's like it's up 1.75% on the day. It sort of grinds into the 50, then we get like this flush, right? So we get the flush, we get the flush, we get the flush. But because it's up, I kind of want to get in front of that in case we'd like bounce, and I like miss the fills. So essentially I'm structuring it in a way that I might have to make a little bit less, but it is what it is, just based on the fact that it's up on the day, and kind of I'm not really too sure soft side, hard side, where we kind of go, but it does feel like every time we dip down, we pop really quickly. So yeah, let's see if we can get the final out at 153. I do feel like we will get that. You know what, actually, I kind of changed my mind here. Let me bid 152.90s, because if we actually go 53s, I feel like that's the flush zone. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get my 90s. We might flush. I might miss the fill there, but I'm willing to hold that. And then, again, if we go back to the highs here, it's not something that I'm going to add to. It's not something that I'm going to hold on to because it is in the upward trend. So, yeah, not really too convicted on the short. Just a little scalp trade to pad the stats. Adding liquidity on both sides never hurts. Rebound, what's going on? Rebound, $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Forgot to write something. Okay, so I don't know if you wrote another super chat there, but forgot to write something. Yeah. It's taken me 3 years to become profitable because I trade 500 leverage, 100K account, two Scalnas. What is that? I don't know if Scalnas. Using SPY 4 signals to find your edge in the market. A lot of traders, come in and they want to do everything, and then eventually, if you find a mentor who's have like 10 years, 20 years in the game, they probably only trade one thing. They probably really narrowed it down to what they like, what they kind of lead into their strengths. And so, with that being said, I think in the beginning it's important to try a lot of different things, like any other job. You get into an industry, you try a whole different types of jobs, you figure out where you want to be. In finance, are you an analyst? Are you more sales side? And you kind of make your decision. Well, in trading, it's very similar, right? Are you, a momentum trader, an intraday swing trader? Are you a scalper? Do you like to trade, for example, bank stocks because you can kind of leverage up and you're not really getting the swings? Do you like bounce plays? Do you like favoring shorting small caps? So you need to kind of get all of these, you got to go through the motions, and I think it does take a little bit of time. And, just to speak to your super chat there saying, look, it's taken you 3 years to become profitable. There's a lot of other people in the chat, I imagine, that are on the road to profitability and also, just getting profitable or just starting. And so I just wanted to speak towards that because it definitely adds value there. Take Profit saying, trade your personality. There's one thing for sure. If you have some kind of toxic traits in your own personal life, they'll come out in your trading and you'll see them right away. And it's just up to you whether you want to address them or not. And I just think unless you're getting better, in trading, unless you're getting better, unless you're getting better in your own personal life, you're not gonna get better in trading. So I think, just to kind of briefly cover this, people who do well in trading initially without any background are people who, have military backgrounds come in, and that just speaks towards discipline. So if you find yourself eating a lot of sugar and you want to cut sugar out of your diet and you can't, well, guess what? You're not going to be able to cut those bad habits out of your trading. So cut the sugar out, focus on the food, focus on hitting the gym first. That's a lot easier than trading. Then get back to trading. Just before I pass it back to Sharif here, this little flush on Apple is essentially like like as a scalper, it flushes into 04s and then it bounced all the way back to 20s. So we're actually back down. So I feel like we'll see how the 153. I feel like I'm going to get my fill down below because we're like turning a little bit and it feels like now we're actually going to get that break there. But essentially, this is what I was referring to. So it's like it kind of grinds lower, it pops. It flushes in, it pops, right? So, for a scalper who goes for 30 cents, right? That's kind of my style. This is a big deal, right? Like I could get 04s and then I blink my eyes and now it's at 19s, and 19s could be 30s very quickly. So that could be a loss in like 1 millisecond. So essentially, this is why I wanted to take the 153 print, but I feel like I could probably hold out, and I'm okay to lose actually on the rest of the position. So I'm going to see if I can get an additional, 10, 20 cents from where we are right now, and if I lose on the position, it's basically a product of a little bit smaller size, to be honest. But that's okay, man. That's okay.
All right. I got to talk about this.
Yep.
We're going to have to absolutely spend the money on this because it was a risky trade, but it absolutely paid off. Hold that. We get that 17 dip. 17 absolutely holds. I have my profit takers set up, 18 and 1830. Get everything out. Get a last little bit down on the flush at 1750 for a 50 penny winner, but the majority of the trade for $1 plus on this AMBI. That like the recycling of levels today has absolutely paid dividends. It's done that in the futures. It's done it on this small cap crapper. I could even probably held this longer. Look at this. It's moving into 19. If I wasn't such a jittery Jerry. We'll call it a jittery Jerry. Like punching out of positions prematurely. But yeah, look at that. Break of 19, that could have been a $2 winner. Absolutely love this trade. Too bad I couldn't size into it because, it is a riskier trade, but there we go. It was a technical one, and I love when these ones work out because it kind of makes you feel like, okay, well, technical analysis does work. So, so love this trade. We're out of that one completely. Now I'm looking again at these futures because we are slowing down at that 39.70 level. Is this going to be a top? Let's just wait for confirmation. Obviously, you're going to want to see a rejection off this level and then a newer low. And I'm looking at the 3-minute chart, and that newer low comes in at 39.56. So, you're obviously giving up, 14 points by not jumping in right at that level, but maybe you could scale it. Maybe you could take the TQQs or the SQQs, whatever, and scale on positions. If you don't want to trade these futures, obviously the future tick, each tick is way more in plus or minus than using some of the Qs. So not sure how I'm going to play this, but I've definitely got my eye on this level. But it's scary because Microsoft is absolutely flying to the high side. It's at day's highs. And likewise as Amazon, even though Amazon was relatively weak, it's now up 2.6% on the day. So, I don't feel good going short the futures with all these big cappers really pumping to the high side. Meta reclaimed 191 now. It's 191.30. Google slowed down. You saw how, I want to say, relatively weak Apple is, at least for the moment it is. And Luca was involved in that short. And that makes absolute sense because, I want to say these three are the strongest. Amazon, Meta, Microsoft. And kind of lagging behind a little bit now, Google, but holding VWAP, of course. Google up 3.1%. So I don't feel good about a short here. I want to see some weakness come in on these big cappers before I would be convinced to punch in short at this level on the futures, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I want to quickly talk about Charles Schwab here. So it's up 10% on the day, and yesterday, obviously, with the whole kind of sector going wild, this thing was halting up and down, doing its thing. I actually tried yesterday a long through 50, and my logic on this long through 50, now, I knew it was kind of playing with fire in the sense that it's going to dance around and probably hit my stop regardless if I'm right or wrong, but I'm willing to take the shot because anytime these banks kind of flush and then start to go back to the upside, my gut feel is that we could actually go back to the highs. So I was trying that 50 long just above VWAP, and then I was going to see, do we get to 55? I mean, we did get there eventually, but funny how we bamboozle in the morning and then, make a little bit of a move back to the low and then finally get that up move. I think seeing it at 60 today kind of tells me that, look, I had the right idea. I just had to find a different way to execute on that. And I think if, just kind of learning from my own mistakes on this one, the intraday long through 50, I think I take that trade 10 out of 10 times, especially if I see it on the book and I just risk it. And, if it doesn't go well, it doesn't go well. I take the L and I move on, paper cut there. But essentially, not to give up, maybe, find another way in. I mean, I could have had the long at 50, and then I could have said, you know what? 45 is the low, right? And let's see if it makes a lower high. And if it does, and it gave you that sort of double bottom and then move back to the upside, I mean, the risk is there, right? 47, 2-point risk. For myself, it'd be sized accordingly. And yeah, you could take this for almost 10 points back to the upside. And here we are back down. So I think interesting level on this is actually 60s. And the fact that we had a pre-market seller there at 59 and a quarter, or sorry, 59 3/4, 59.75 there. Pre-market seller in and around that area, kind of looks like it breaks the 60 right off the start, and then flushes very, very aggressively into kind of the 55s and holding the high from yesterday. So for today, if you're looking at this name, I would map the high from yesterday, the general high being 54, 55-ish area. And I would say look at 60s over there. Kind of feels like could be potential range trade. I think the same way how this kind of aggressively dipped over here and reclaimed, there's potential for that as well in the afternoon. So if we do get a little bit of a dip, maybe I would try some bids on this, but again, I might miss it and not get it. But I'm saying it now, like I kind of want to get that long at 55 and then sell it at 57 if we get back there. But again, I'm not going to throw. Yeah, I'll tell you why. I'm not going to throw bids out because if it fails me and keeps on dipping, I'm not paying attention. I'm not ready to just kind of take a fat L right now in the afternoon in case any type of news comes through. What?
Everybody's moving their money to them because they feel like they're safer bets.
Well, so the thing is, like obviously checking's insured up to 250K.
Right, but
like mutual funds insured up to 1 mil, right?
Yeah.
So
well, some of these mutual funds.
Some of these too as well.
Well, what I'm hearing is some of these mutual funds, if the Fed didn't back them with this deposit fund, these mutual funds were actually in SVP's name. They weren't in your name. So you wouldn't actually have priority to them. They weren't actually entitled under your name. So if you go to Silicon Valley Bank and say, I want to get mutual funds as an investment, you assume that they're in equities, they're in your name. No, they were actually in the name of SVB. So in the liquidation process, they're not yours, they're theirs. And it makes them a different pool for like in the receivership process. So
yeah, it's like, it's always, I mean, read the fine, if you're interested, read the fine print of whatever products that you're buying. But yeah, I think to my understanding, it really depends kind of which jurisdiction you're in and stuff like that. Someone's saying FRC, holy smokes. Did something happen right now? Let me have a quick look here. Or is it just in general?
Is pumping too. I just want to put that up there.
AMPI?
AMBI.
Oh, AMBI, yeah. Maybe now it's like you take the long, you take the win, you're like, whoo, thank God I'm out of that one. What a nice win. And then you look back, you're like, oh, God. So yeah, guys, Apple's actually, did it dip to 87s? No way. Okay, we actually dipped below 52s now, so I'm just going to take the rest of this win. I don't know if I missed a fill there. I don't know what this doesn't look real. This is a dark pool at 83s. I think I was going for like 86s, but essentially kind of felt like I could get it, so why not try to get that extra 10 cents? Little flush, but we're seeing the kind of quick move back above the 153 level. So again, it's a micro move, but I think just as an example, even if you're an intraday swinger, right? From a scalp perspective for myself, it's like I am looking at this saying like, well, you know, I'm kind of stepping in front of the 53s and I'm holding like a lighter piece in case we go, but in a sort of heavier market, I guess. I don't even know if that's a term, but if it was a little heavier, we would have like flushed here. So I would have like seen that and been like, okay, like the shorts are better to hold on to. But yeah, I'm out of that trade fully. Lock it in pretty good with that one. Can't complain. And I want to go to BAC again very quickly because this thing is now dipping. I don't know if this flush into 82s was real. Just kind of getting that. It looks like it coincides with the Apple flush at the same time. Maybe it got to that 84s. Oh, kind of sad. I'm going to try to get this. If we do dip down, I'll size down just a bit in case we flush and I can get picked up over here for a move back up. If not, I'm not gonna punch here just because the product of the middle of the day. Maybe in the morning, be it 10 o'clock, I would chase a little bit by 3 cents on something like a BAC. But I just feel like right now, like, you know, that's kind of the levels are there. So I'll just kind of bid closer to the level to make sense. But essentially the example I wanted to use here is you guys can see I'm sort of long cover, long off it, long cover, 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 long cover, cover, cover all the way up. And so I'm basically long as close to 85s and below 85s as I can, and I'm scaling it out on the way up. So if I'm long here, and I did hold a piece in case we V-shape recovery to the north side, but if I'm long here off the bottom, if I have the bottom, I think it makes sense to hold a piece. But at the same time, a move on BAC from like 84s into like 10s, that's like relative, I mean, in the time period that it kind of took place, that's relatively a decent move to the upside. You do sometimes get a liquidity vacuum back to the downside. It doesn't mean that the long is wrong, in my opinion. It means for myself, load the boat if we get there and watch the book, look at the bids, are they thick? What does the tape look like? And see how I got that kind of bottom fill and then quickly offed it, like low liquidity vacuum action and then kind of scaling back out there. So I just think if you are kind of in a position and it goes up and it goes back down, it definitely pays dividends to watch the tape in this situation to see if you can get that sort of stink bid. Now, it's not really a stink bid, but kind of. I mean, it was up over here, and I'm like, let me see if I can stink bid in front of the level. If the long is going to be good, it's not going to break the downside over here, and if it's going to, I mean, it should stop somewhere around here. So that was the logic on that, and kind of did it, you know, once, and then over here as well, I was still holding some, and then load again, do the same kind of thing. And then you can see that I didn't do it the third time, product of coming on the show, but at the same time, 11 is very different than 10-20, right? 10-20, volume is still kind of there. You still have the potential to actually make the reversal back to the upside. I feel like right now it's a different type of trade, so I'm kind of long off this area because I think it's good, but it's not so much like a bounce play. So size that I had here will not be the size that I have here for very obvious reasons, and I think it's just a great example of you know, when to use stink bids based on liquidity vacuums and when not to use them. So this is me just getting picked up. This is me kind of playing that sort of you know, tape trade that I see. And in this particular instance, it was good. Sometimes it's not, and if it wasn't, I would have just kind of offed it right at the low there. That would have been the right thing to do there. So yeah, good example on both Apple and BAC there with kind of vacuums and how they work.
So before I get to DocuWare, someone was asking for that in the chat. I want to mention that Meta is a possible double top here. We're coming into day's high at 192.25. So I'm not saying it's going to stop here, but I'm just saying be aware, possible double top on the 3 minute. Speaking of double tops, shout out to Renata Haddad for showing me the 1 hour double top possibly here on Microsoft as we come back into that level that we made back on March 6th, which was that 260-ish level. We even came close to it on the 9th as well, not quite making it up there. So, you know, we are at an inflection point too on the futures. So if we slow down here, we don't continue through the 70 and we double top on some of these big cappers that are setting up. So it might be a nice little reversal coming up. Obviously, it's a trade against the trend. So really be careful with that and look for confirmation. So wanted to shout out Renata Haddad for that one. That was a good call. I'm seeing that on Meta as well. So Meta made a new high, 192.45. Quickly, I want to divert quickly to AMBI, get back to the small cap crapper. This got all the way through 22, got up to 22.25, false halts at 22.25, and then look at that now, breaking through 20, going to about 19.5, dropping $2.75 in the matter of a minute. So a lot of volatility on AMBI, but you know, risk accordingly here. My trade is done with this. I won't participate again. I think that you know, the cream of the crop for this trade is gone, and you're just probably going to get lucky here if you do well on it, because it is all sorts of crazy. Anyway, AMBI, good trade earlier, but nothing left for me on it. Again, I keep looking for some weakness to come in, trying to look for double tops on Microsoft, trying to look for double tops on Meta. But the future is continuing to stay put there at 39.70, but not ascending to the high side. Wall and FRC are both kind of, I want to say they're trading together-ish, because they're flushing kind of at the same time. Oh, that's why I have different time frames for these charts. Let me put them back into 3. Yeah, they are trading quite the same. So I would say Wall is at a bit of a stronger point. It's holding VWAP here. FRC is kind of given up VWAP, but held 46. 46 is an important level on FRC. Let's pull up FRC so we kind of can compare the two real quick. FRC to New York stock. There we go. AMD looking good. Jeez Louise. Why isn't it updating? Okay, I'll have to look at that in a second. Anyway, yeah, on these bank stocks, I don't know how I'm going to trade these. I think that this is an interesting area, actually, because there's a lot of activity in and around this area, a former area of support. I want to say that this is the higher end of the range of the support. This 46 hold on FRC is interesting. Wall kind of, I mean, yeah, Wall giving up the goods now, breaking below VWAP. So these ones look like they're more of a short. I don't know why I'm trying to look for counter trend moves here. Just go with the move. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't have any trades on these ones. Just kind of watching them from afar, Luca.
Yeah, somebody was asking me in the chat saying, Luca, I think it was a question, is your ES chart delayed? So I think YouTube is delayed. So like you're going to see a delay regardless, but no, it's not delayed. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's a M. It's not delayed, but you know, YouTube will be delayed. If you're wondering if you're delayed, you can always go on YouTube and hit the live button. I think it'll bring you up to speed in case you're there was a delay and then you're delayed by, let's say, like a minute. You know, hit the live button or refresh the page and you'll be brought back up to speed. But yeah, I think there's yeah, Thomas is saying there's a 5-second delay. So I know, because usually I'll say something and then I'm like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Yeah, so the time right now is 11:42:50. So yeah, look at how much you're delayed, and you should be like 5 to 7 seconds, I think, for YouTube, whatever. So the BAC move was not too bad there, long off the bottom, basically covering above the 50. I was going for my last cover at, I was thinking 9s, and then I was like, okay, maybe 4s, and I sort of missed it. So I'm still in this position long at 87s, but I'm not really too worried about it. I just want to quickly comment that if this is, you know, a lot of traders are like, oh, like I want to move size, blah, blah, blah. If you're moving 10, 20,000 shares of BAC and it's like, you know, 9:45, 10 o'clock, I think you kind of load the boat and you offer it, you get the fill, no problem. But in this particular case, if anybody's watching the tape at 29, we sort of break above and somebody instantly jams 25,000 shares. Like that order is not filling, it actually is sending the price down. So I just feel like for myself, and I'm talking about this in real time, it's like, if you know, you're moving size on this, you want to kind of be in and out before 10:30, 11, because then if you think, let's say you're loading and you're like, oh, there's a chance this actually goes to 30. If it doesn't, I'll just off it. I mean, you know, you kind of, it's tough to get that, right? I mean, you could sit there and wait, but if you want to just kind of get out because you're close to entry. So yeah, kind of rule of thumb, it's when there is volume, you want to, you know, get in and out. That's kind of the better way to day trade with size. And then for myself at least, it'll be like hold a piece, right, for the move up. But, and again, I'm not moving 25,000 shares, but I would just think that if I do get there, and I am actually that type of trader, I'm kind of like telling myself now, like, you know, get in and get out, and then hold like 100 for the move, right? Like not so much. Just take your money and go. So yeah, that 29 level kind of struggling for the time being. It doesn't hurt to pay yourself when you do get the moves that kind of go in your favor. That was a little bit of a 15-cent win, so nothing too crazy there. Somebody said, Lucky Cheese saying, Luca buying this Apple level. So just to quickly go back to Apple, I actually, so I did cover the short, and I think that was the right idea. We popped back to the upside. I wasn't willing to flip long. It's just not something I mean, if we get back to VWAP, I'll try a long bounce off of VWAP. But yeah, we kind of popped back to the upside and broke the highs, went to 40s, and then turned around off that levels. Off that level. I don't really know what to think right now with Apple. So yeah, kind of 1-2 bounce off VWAP and then really didn't get there. So if we do flush there for whatever reason, I think I might justify to myself, long bounce. But the same way how it was very short-lived the first and second time is the way that I want to see it the third time. So I mean, this didn't even spend like half a minute there at 9:56. And then the second time around, it was like it tapped it and then it never traded below that kind of wick. So if for whatever reason we get there, I would want to see at least 152.40 hold. And if we do wick down and then pop, I would want to see the bottom of the wick that gets there. I want to see that hold for then a move back, not so much to the 50 period, but yeah, just kind of discretionary. Can we get a 20-30 cent move back to the upside? That's kind of my thought on Apple right now. No other real kind of conviction with it. I mean, I can't see it getting back to 151, 150-50-ish area today. But if we do like flush into the lows, I would maybe try a bounce there. But I mean, depends how we get there. Depends on a few things. So yeah, for the time being, I'm chilling. If Apple gets back down there, feel free to somebody let me know. I'll be trying to bounce play on that one. And yeah, not too sure what else I see here. Can go to Google here. This thing's at 94. And yeah, this thing is kind of like very, very. The long move in the morning was obviously nice on a lot of these names. And now we're sort of sideways, and it does feel like a play the range and maybe buy the VWAP bounce play. So I mean, take your shots at whatever you're looking at. For myself, I don't like the Google VWAP long. It looks a little bit different. I think I like that kind of Apple flush long bounce. Feels a little bit better there. And yeah, I think you recycle this BAC level until it's invalid there.
Yeah, man. Some relatively strong names really showing their face here as the futures not breaking through that 39.70 yet. Some of these big cappers are still pumping towards day's highs. I'm specifically talking about Microsoft and Meta, who are both doing that dance towards high of day at the futures, rejecting off that 39.70. I took a nice little scalp trade off that 70, got out at 64s on the ES here, replaying basically that same level, 39.70-ish area, and moving back down. Yeah, it looks like we're rejecting off that area again now, but not with any real vigor. I mean, it's a green day. I think that overwhelmingly will probably be towards the higher, the highs than the lows. To be honest with you, I don't even think we really come back into the median. Well, who knows? It's a key level. I mean, it goes back to 2 days. It's not a huge level. It hasn't been touched too many times, but that 39.70 definitely a key level. Looks like I took profits too early on that one. It's a rinse and repeat off that 39.70 down. I think now we're in the 63s, maybe 62-ish area on the ES June contract. Yeah, so that's the trade that I just took real quick while Luca was talking there. But someone wants me to have a look at Docu. So let me have a look at Docu real quick. This was an earnings loser going back to, I feel like a few days ago. Yeah, we used to say earnings winner. Now we're going to say earnings loser. So let's look at the daily chart real quick here first and foremost. Yeah, there's that big gap on the earnings loss. It looks like that came in. What day was that? March 9th. Was that March 9th? Yeah, March 9th. Earnings loser. Then we gap down from, where did we open up? 66. The next day we're at 53, and it's been a couple of green days. So we do have that gap to fill, right? So anybody taking that trade to the high side, taking the high or the close of yesterday, definitely is in the money. You're in the money $3-4. You have a chance to even continue up to 58, and then if you really want to close the gap all the way up into that 64-ish area, but. I won't be participating in this one. I know Aunt Kathy probably is hitting the buy button on this one. She seems to love this stock. Here is intraday on the 3-minute chart. It's a bit of a, what was this? So this is where we opened up 9:30. The kind of a convoluted move initially. We get a red move into that 10-20 time slot, and then the buying really steps in there. Not on too much volume though. Initially, the red definitely outweighed the green, but the volume really stepping in here at that 11.15, 11.10 area, and definitely increasing. Now finding a bit of a top at that 56 3/4 area. Let's zoom out to the 15 to see if we can glean any important levels here. No, that's not going to cut it. Let's go maybe to the hour chart. The 1 hour, the 60-minute. Okay. So nothing really defined. Yeah, a bit of a vacuum from here until 64. I mean, there are some incremental areas where there is some consolidation. I want to say that $60 level kind of stands out. Look at that consolidation area right there around 60. So that's $4 or $3.50 from where we're at currently. So I hope that helps. I don't have an intraday trade, but if you're looking for a swing, the gap close from where we were to the breakdown level of 64 is an interesting one. Keep in mind the 200 period here on the daily is always an interesting area of resistance in addition to that whole dollar area at 60. So you may encounter some resistance around those areas, Luca.
Yeah, guys, AMD is above 88. I just noticed this actually right now. What a nice green day. And the fact that this was at 80 yesterday, crazy, up 7.5%. I think the high of that move is notable, so around 89, 89.50, just basically in front of the 90, definitely a little bit of a resistance zone up there. So again, guys, this chart right here is going to be the daily. And yeah, holding sort of up move, breaking down, dipping, not really selling off, pretty lackluster, and then having its move up, dip down again, and then move back up. This market, I have no idea what to think, man, because, I mean, yesterday we're at 80, today we're at 88. Are we at 85 tomorrow, and then we're back in the range, or are we actually breaking out here and going to the upside? I think it's definitely in floating territory. We are in the middle of the day, so I can't really buy this right now with too much aggression just because we can go up or down. I feel like I'm not really too sure. I definitely don't want to short it, that's for sure. But I do feel like if we, for whatever reason, dip back down, I'm watching that 87 into 86.50 range, and I don't really think maybe try to get long. I would try to get long at 87.50, but again, like going into VWAP is essentially like, is this going to give a flush to VWAP for a sick bounce play? Like, no, it's probably not even going to get there, but definitely on radar. It's up 7.5% today, very, very strong. And again, yesterday was below 80 at 9:45, and yeah, today here we are up almost breaking highs and going to test 90. I think I would not be surprised to see AMD be testing 90 sometime this week, just because we are so close to it. But yeah, definitely not right now in the afternoon. That would be a wild move, considering it's just so far up to the upside. Just to kind of go back to Nvidia very quickly, even though I wanted that short, it looked a little bit better. I think it's up less. If you have to short one of them, you know, Nvidia's a little bit of weaker, but yeah, probably better names to short. Both of these names just kind of going to the upside. The Nvidia chart, daily chart, just to kind of look at this. Let me see this in real time as well. Yeah, the high of these moves are like 42. I would say 45 probably is like the high, and you know, do we get a run towards 50? I guess time will tell. So for the most part, post-earnings trade, that 230 level has been holding. We are now back up, and wouldn't be surprised to see this continue to move higher with AMD on that side.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the macro picture here, guys. I've got no trades on at the moment. Just having a look at the ES and where we could, you know, continue to run to. Yeah, all right. Continue to run to. So if we break this 39.70 area, obviously you're looking at 4,000, right? Because that's that whole dollar level, and then, or the whole, you know, I don't want to call it whole dollar. That's not the right term, but you know what I mean, that 4,000 level. And then obviously there's that consolidation bottom here that we range from March 7th to March 9th at that 440 and a quarter. So that 40.25 level is also an interesting area. I mean, yeah, so I don't really have the trades on it at the moment. What's the chat up to? Tesla triple top? Let's have a look. Oh, Stressla. Okay, baby, let's bring this one in. Yeah, it looks good here. I'm not going to lie, especially with the top we just made on this futures. 182 kind of is the top that he's talking about here, but that's the thing. We're seeing higher lows, right? I mean, it looks like we're kind of compressing. This is what I call compression pattern to the top, looking to pop through that top. I don't know. I don't take the short here. I mean, it's very doable. There's one brewing on Microsoft, right? I said that there's one possibly brewing here on Meta on a shorter time frame. It stands to reason that one could be brewing on Tesla. It's just I don't take these shorts. I think that up 2%, you're going against the trend, and it's just too risky. Otherwise, take small size. So yeah, that's what I feel about shorting at these tops. You could be really careful. You can find yourself offside real quick. What else is the chat up to here? Spider level. I'm not going to look at the spider. 39.37. Let's see. Amazon 95, boys. All right, let's look at Amazon. Yeah, it is. Just topped out 95.07. Sean sat down. He's like, what? 90? Where was it at the time? 94 and a half? He's long 93, guys. He's out. Well, he got out, right? It's popped up to 95.07. Let's look at the 15 real quick here on Amazon. Anything we can glean from the 15? Yeah, we got an interesting level coming up at that 96.25. That was the top back on the 9th. Interesting top there. We've broken through the levels, though, that were made in the interim. 94 was a level that we really need to break. We've taken that out. So the next thing we're looking at is that 96.25. That goes back to the 5th. So interesting day, man. I look back at Obi. I'm like, yo, is your stock awake? Because at the time, it was just like everything was moving to the high side.
Everyone
and
here
Amazon
owns a stock,
was
eh?
like, yeah, everyone, anything goes on with Amazon, everybody's on Obi right away because he exclusively trades that stock. Correct? Still? Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, it's kind of funny. Like people tend to gravitate towards a stock once they get comfortable with the personality of said stock. Somebody asking Luca, what are your thoughts on
anthropomorphizing stocks, bro?
Yeah. Who was it here?
We gotta hit that.
Define it.
To treat, I don't know if it's an animal or an object, but to treat something as if it's a human, and it's not. Like human characteristics.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I gotta admit, man, all these words that you come through with, I am always like, huh, interesting. I probably will never use this, but that's a great word. That's a great word. That's why I'm always like, define it for the people like me out there.
This guy, I always feel like, you're
I love that. Lucky Cheese, like, this dude went to college.
Yeah, I know. We don't have SATs in Canada, by the way. No standardized testing in Canada. We do have the LSATs, the MCATs, the DATs for the professional schools, but not to get into university, guys.
Yeah, so just to quickly comment, somebody was asking, Luca, thoughts on Bookmap? Is it a good indicator to trade orders? I would say for any type of indicators or services that you're looking at, feel free to give it a try. If it gives you a free trial, take that free trial and try it. I can't speak towards it. I've never used it, but I know people on the floor use it, and they say they like it. It kind of shows the visualization of order flow and where everything's sitting. So if you kind of want that visualization, then yeah, for sure it could be a good tool. If you like the show, like the video, and subscribe.
Don't forget
Yes,
to
sir,
subscribe.
and subscribe.
All right, let's keep looking at, yeah, man, we're at high days on a lot of these stocks. So again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I'm not going short. I just won't. I just feel it's risky. Apple looking quite relatively weak, though. Are you out of that?
Yeah,
short?
I covered it. That was it was a good cover because I mean we went all the way back up. But I'm actually looking at VWAP right now for like a potential
for
long
a long.
Yeah, if we sell into it really aggressively, I kind of like the long bounce.
Yeah, well, we are retracing a VWAP. On my chart, VWAP's hanging out at 152.57. We're at 76s, so about like 20 pennies or so. We're hanging out at the 50 period here. Apple, it's relatively weak, but these futures are starting to tilt to the downside here for the moment. We still have a higher low. To get a lower low, I mean, and to kind of show maybe a potential trend change here, micro as it may be, on the ES, whereas we need a low below that 55. So there's the low on that last trough, 56, I want to say. And so if we get to that 55, that's about 9 or 8 points away at the moment. So not willing to call that one yet, especially in the face of a 2% move on a positive. Well, it's not even really a positive. I was going to say positive CPI print, but it's more like in line. But these days, especially going back to early February, in line is probably positive because we've been getting a whole bunch of high prints, CPI and PCE included in that. So, and we're getting hot jobs numbers. So anything really coming in line is probably interpreted good. Coupled with that, the fact that the Fed probably has to hit the brakes a little bit on the rate hikes as a result of the SVB debacle, right? So, that translates into a bit maybe cheaper money for the time being, right? And so obviously these stocks are rallying. Geez, man, it's the tale of two tech plays right now. Apple really pumping now down to the downside, looking to trace into VWAP, while Meta is at days high. Look, I want to say that the other ones are at days high as well, but they're not. Except Tesla is still kind of coiling up there near that near the high and making higher lows, looking really to want to take that 182 decisively. Should the market retrace off this the more recent low that we've made here and kind of move to the high side, Luca?
Yeah, guys, I'm just basically watching Apple right now. Do we get the dip and then pop back? That's basically what I'm going for. So essentially, not really too sure what to do with it, but the bids are there for now, at least. And yeah, let's see if we get like kind of dip and rip, liquidity vacuum back up. If we go up now, then it is what it is. You know, we go up now and I forego the trade. But I'm looking for something very, very specific. And, you know, going back to what type of trader are you and what kind of like trades do you look for? In this particular case, it is, I mentioned it before, so I wanted to see the kind of dip. If we don't get that, then it's just not the trade that I thought that it could be, and I don't even want to take part in it at all. So I think there is the potential. I'm just kind of waiting. Do we get it in that next minute is basically what I'm asking myself. Do we get the play in the next minute? The market looks like it's going to, at least to me, it looks like we're going to go down. So I just feel like in this case scenario, it looks like we're going to kind of break this level. We could dip and then reclaim and then be back at 39.70 very quickly. So again, that's not something that I would be trading on the market, but basically playing the kind of ideology of like dip, rip, pop. So going for that right here. So yeah, let's see where this thing wants to go. What happens next? Again, if I don't get the fill, I don't get the fill. It is what it is. But yeah, spending a little bit of time here, not really selling into the level. So yeah, all these things kind of come into play when I'm looking at this trade. And you know, I think you just kind of be very patient and wait to see what happens next there. Garrett Invests, thank you for the super chat, 199. BKKT, one world currency coming with inflation worldwide. Well, yeah, so that's what they would want, right? But yeah, let's see if they can actually make it happen. It really comes down to, do you think humans can all get together in a room and agree with each other and make it happen? I mean, who was it? Paul Tudor Jones back in the day, betting against the guys in oil coming together and making a deal and making quite a little bit of a fortune on that one. So yeah, if you think that's a possibility, I think you're betting on people coming together and making it happen. And yeah, maybe a lot of people are greedy. That's why they're at the top there. So we'll see if that actually does come to fruition and happen. But more importantly, let's just see where this Apple trade wants to go. I am bidding right over here. So again, it's a trade that I want to see. Do we kind of dip and rip there? If we dip a little bit too much and too aggressively, then I might have to off it. And, you know, we are in the kind of algo hour, 12 o'clock over here. So, yeah, definitely got to watch that one very closely. And I don't want to take my eyes off the screen because that's a recipe for disaster. But let me just quickly go to BAC. The 2885 area held again, and moving towards 29. So I am still holding some of that position in case we get up there. I'm eyeing 29.10s. So if 29s, if 29.10s print on that one, I'll be trying to get off that there. But yeah, we're going to go to Brendo at the big desk for Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go. Still nicely positive for the overall market right across the board as stocks, equities, even crypto markets digest. Decent, I guess, is the best way to put it. CPI inflation data that came out this morning, if you missed it, at 8:30. Everything in line with expectations right across the board. Outside of the year-over-year month, or the core month-over-month number, take out energy, you take out food, so still seeing strength in housing, still seeing strength in some of the services as well. But it was data that also supported the fact that maybe the Fed sticks to a smaller rate hike this time coming through, maybe just a quarter point to come from the Fed next week. That is the way the board looks right now, 1.8% for the S&P 500, 1.2 for the Dow. All three, Russell, 1, 2, 3,000s. It's the 2,000 leading. A lot of those little regional banks bouncing back today within the 2,000 and 3,000 Russells. So nice gains across the board, 2.25. Meanwhile, for both the NASDAQ Composite and the 100. If you were with us pre-market, we talked about FRC in depth. There was a report that, or a rumor, I guess is the best way to put it. RBC Capital in Canada may be interested in FRC. It didn't really move on that, but that was out 20 minutes ago or so. Google and Meta also on watch this morning as well. There it is, FRC actually ticked to the downside. 46 ends up being a level though. Still crazy moves once again today for all of these guys. Back over to you.
They're up, they're down. We're just talking about these guys moving to the downside. But there was that level of support on FRC that we talked about, that consolidation range. Look at this. It's just been like switching spots. first we're in this kind of 47 to 50 range, and then we switch down from that 47 to 44 range, and then we switch up again, 47 to 50 range, and then we're switching down. Are we going to do this again? So it's doing the dance. That 50 level, obviously a key level of resistance. That goes back to right at the bell. We wick above it, but we don't close above 50. So 50 a key level. A pre-market was breached on a much less volume at, that 8:30 time slot. That was probably as a result of the CPI number, which gets algos going all wonky. Anyway, here comes 49 on FRC. Needless to say, guys, very spready, very risky on entries and exits to get cut up real quick. So goes without saying, really manage your risk accordingly by sizing in, maybe building into a position, whether to the upside or the downside, whatever it's going to be. Make sure you are managing risk, because we are knocking on the door of 49, excuse me, and definitely you have room from that 49 to 50. 50 is that definite level of resistance there. But how long do we hold below 50? There we go. All that size is getting eaten up at 49. Do we break 49? Not yet. There's considerable size showing up here on the book, but it looks like a lot of it was getting taken out. Let's see if we get a test of that again on FRC. We're getting that same move as well on WAL. Maybe not as aggressive, not maybe giving you as much notional of a move. 36 was the bottom. Now we're hovering around 38, whereas it was a kind of a 45 bottom and a 49 break. So a bit more notional range on FRC. They're both spready. They're both crazy in their moves. So yeah, that's what's going on there. Papa Pump, yeah, Lucky Cheese, shout out to you. With respect to where's Meta looking all wonky here? I got to refresh this chart. With respect to Meta, yeah, we just topped out a new high of day, 192.94. We're testing that 193 level. We're back down, though, to 192.56. We are on our friend Meta. It's been the most relatively strong on the day, up 6.5%. But possible, I keep saying this, a possible double top here brewing on it. Shout out to you, Renata, because you called that 260-ish level on Microsoft. Now we're retracing off that 260. Yeah, we're down into 259.22s. A nice little retracement there. Look for possible coverings here into 258.25. There's that level of support. Look how many times we got 258.5, 250.25, in and around that area. VWAP is also sitting around 258.15. So some more room to the downside for you, possibly, Renata. Good shout out to you for nice trade on that. On the hourly chart, I think she identified that on. FRC now back into that 49 level. Here we go again with 49. The size is still there. And again, it rejects off 49 to the downside. Not quite ready to take that 49 level yet, but I kind of feel like it's a matter of moments. Here comes the move again, and the size shows up again on the book. And for now, it's defending. Some good fights back and forth between the longs and the shorts here at that 49 level. It's not a level that we haven't broken through. In fact, like that's kind of like the breakdown level, though. If you look back at the price action here before that big Huadunk all the way down into 45.20, that was the level. 49 had ranged in and around there, so no surprise that there's some resistance here at Luca. Okay, so Luca is predisposed at the moment, so let's continue and see what else is popping off here. 2 or 3 banks is nothing. Amazon is failing. Yeah, Amazon is moving with that market move we talked about. So that level we identified on the futures, right for now, you could have probably scalped a nice 12 points. I didn't have the patience to hold it that long, but that 39.70 level that we talked about acting as an obvious level of resistance at the moment. We're retracing into the 50 period here on the 3-minute chart on the ES June contract. So let's see if we find a level of support. Keep in mind, we're looking to stay above this 39.56, 39.55 area. We break below that, we make a lower low. So who knows what that kind of may bring. Looks like we're finding a bit of support right now, maybe just on the micro chart here at that 50 period on the 3-minute chart. So we shall see what happens there. But that 39.70 was an absolute rinse and repeat type level. It's been a resistance level going back to 3 days now, Luca.
Yeah, guys, so Apple bounced not too bad there. It wasn't exactly the way that I expected it, so I sort of got long, and for whatever reason, I'm like, okay, let me do an Apple bounce play. And then 1,500 lots pops on the bid where I want to do my Apple bounce play, which kind of ruins the bounce just a little bit in terms of the way that it's going to happen. But that was at 60s, I think. 1,500 lots filled at 152.60s. So essentially getting the long, getting it out, getting the long, getting it out, and then getting the long, scalping it out. I think we're probably going to print 153. That was a pretty solid move back up there. So yeah, still in some of this position. 20 cents in the money now, not really too crazy. But yeah, let's see if we can get closer to that 153 for the final out on that one. Yeah, I'll probably get in the next couple minutes. Hopefully just violent move into 153, fill me on the rest of the order. And yeah, the thing is, guys, if you see size come in, right? So if you're like, oh, I'm going to go long VWAP because I think the long is a good idea for whatever reason on Apple, blah, blah, blah. If it gets there and you're looking at the book and you see, you know, a sizable order in and around that area, I mean, you could say to yourself, like, look, listen, I have the same idea as this person buying it here, or this bid sitting on the book. And then what tends to happen is the market will find a way to fill that order. They're trying to figure out, okay, how do we fill this order? Can we fill it and work out of it? And then when it does fill that order, watch to see how price action ensues after the filling of a large order at that price. And so in this particular instance, it kind of filled that order, it went down, and it like held in this general area, trying to make it, in my opinion, seem like, oh, maybe like the long is no longer good. But then as soon as we went back above that 152.60, that level of the buy, is just off to the races, and we just kind of go to the north side. So yeah, not too bad of a trade getting that 50 period out. And yeah, my final out here is going to be just in front of 153.
FRC. We take that 49 break. I front ran it. I got long at 48.85. It did the same dance that it did with 49 last time. This time it overwhelmed it. How many times do we get touches at 49 before it breaks? Well, it sounds as if it's like 4 times. I'm counting here. So there we go. We get the 50 penny winner, in and out, get long 85s, get out 37s. So a nice little move on FRC to the high side. Really pumping here. What is high of day, by the way? High of day after the bell is that 51 level, 50.97. But on the algo spike at 8:30 upon the CPI print, it got all the way to 55 again on lighter volume. Excuse me, 51 technically the level, 55 the pre-market level. So mark those two if you are looking for levels of resistance there. So nice 49 break. We take 50 points, 50 pennies, I mean, and we'll call that one quits. Looks like the future's finding a bit of a bottom here on the 50 period on the 3-minute chart, at the 50 period on the 3-minute chart. That's what I mean to say. And it looks like it's retracing now. 39.72.5. That's a high of day. We're at 39.63.25. But finding some support at that 57 level, not quite making that lower low that we were talking about, but coming awfully close, to be honest. So if you were a trend following system here and you were looking to get out on the break of that trough, well, then you didn't quite, I don't think you triggered this time around. Meta printing higher highs. This one's just going. I said to Brendo this morning, I was sitting at the desk, I'm like, watch, Brendo. This is going to run in the pre-market, and then it's going to give up the entire pre-market move, and I'm going to say to myself the entire day, why didn't you get out on the good prints? And, well, it's kind of making me eat my words today because it has been running the entire day, 193.07 now, the day's high. Let's go to Brendan. He's got something for us.
AMC downside here, guys. The shareholder vote has been cast, and looks like shareholders have improved the common share increase. So looks like the first vote result anyways coming out of this meeting again, AMC approving the float increase or common share increase for AMC.
Where have we heard that before, Luca?
Everywhere.
I feel like deja vu. No,
Yeah.
with AMC specifically.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, here it goes. It's absolutely quadunking down to the downside here, 488.
Downhaul day.
Yeah. Are we downhaul
Yeah,
right now?
we're running
Yeah,
a
we
downhaul.
are. Okay,
This is
so
not
here we go.
This is not a downhaul trade that I would take.
Yeah, all the there you go. The ask is getting
gonna print
stacked
flat
up
for
there.
sure.
488, 487 is where we're probably going to halt at. There it is, Luca. It's halted.
Yeah, guys. So you know, I'm looking at this. It's AMC. Like this thing's opening at exactly the same price that it halted at. So yeah, it's showing a flat open. But what a move, man! I was looking. I'm like, okay, here we go. Down 10%, triggering SSR. Do we have any levels on this thing to trade it? It's actually interesting. Lots of volume coming through. I don't really know. I want to trade this right now. I feel like there's going to be a decent opportunity. You got to pay for shorts for sure on this. I didn't even check, but I know you do. And yeah, maybe watch that 450 bottom, 440-ish area more specifically. And I would say below 4. I don't really know the details on how many shares they're kind of increasing or how much capital they're raising or increasing the float, yada, yada, yada. Basically, this is going down. I'm going to look for a bounce play if possible. But yeah, let that sort of resolve first. Give it, you know, it's going to be a 5-minute halt for anybody watching. So the open will be 12-19-20. So watch that, 12-19-20. Yeah, currently showing 486 open, so 485. So give or take in the same range. Again, AMC, larger floats, they tend to open in the same areas that they halt at. But that doesn't mean that we're going back up. I would watch the 488 level off the open. You might have some residual size that's there, so it might open at, let's say, 485. You know, do a little dance, but there might be size at 488, and it might go like 488 and then flush back down. I mean, maybe it goes into another down halt. I just think like this is a large move, and if for whatever reason 488 holds and this goes into another down halt, for myself, I mean, I'm not gonna trade it, but if I was to trade it, that's how I would trade it. Definitely a trade that probably requires a little more focus. So yeah, I'm gonna let it go. I don't want to really kind of dabble in that one. I'm gonna mess it up for sure. But yeah, that's what I would be looking at. Apple, I am fully out of that Apple trade. I know somebody in the chat was like, Luca, I like that idea. I'm following you on that one. If you were the 1,400 lots on the bid there, you're sitting pretty over here. But again, if you're moving that kind of size, I feel like you're not moving that intraday. And if you are, you better take that 153 print or use some options on that one because, yeah, we are now headed back to the downside. The way that I liked the long the first time is not the way that I like it the second time. So, you know, bounce play, great. But again, going back to the example, 1-2 bounce, it didn't come back, right? It went all the way up. It went all the way up. So it went all the way. If we get back there, it's a different trade, but a product of being in the afternoon, just a little bit of a different structure if you do kind of still like that level. I think don't give the level up. If it shows you that it's a good level, you definitely don't want to let it go. And I think a prime example of that is BAC. Although currently looking like it might be setting up to actually flush through the 2880 level. Again, but I'm not necessarily convinced that the selling is going to continue. I will be surprised, honestly, if we see BAC below this low right here, below the print of yesterday. So I'm not really too sure what exactly that print was. Let me just look at that very quickly. 16 print was like 55s. So yeah, I'd be surprised if we see BAC below like 2850, 2840 there. And I would not be surprised if we actually break 2880 and then come back above, and then that's your kind of move back into the 29s and above. So I'm not going to sell it below 2880 just because I'm holding that last piece in case we go up, okay? If we go back down, I'm actually going to look to work along and see if I can get it back to 29 and get myself out in and around 29 over there. So that's kind of my general plan. Not to say that I'm going to, you know, trade it like that. Things kind of develop and change in real time. I just kind of call it like I see it as I look at the levels, and then, I mean, I forget a lot of times, right? So a lot of the times you guys see me, I know people in the chat ask, like, oh, Luca, you know, like, what about that idea? And I was like, oh, what idea? I'm like, oh, yeah, that idea. Speaking of one of the ideas that I completely forgot about until right now is the Schwab long. But yeah, we didn't actually get into that 55 level. So yeah, I have no bids out for good reason. Somebody in the chat was mentioning, I hope we get a flash crash. And this is the thing, not to say that we're going to get that, but could you imagine you're like, oh, let me play a bounce play and like forget about, you want to be locked in on the orders that you have. And obviously, you know, there's ways to do it and make it work, and you know, you don't want to be distracted, especially in you know, I don't know if the Fed's still talking or whatnot, but anyways, long story short, I don't have bids out. I'm chilling with it, and if it gets there and I watch it, I'll watch it, but if not, no big deal on that one. So yeah, let's keep an eye on AMC. It's going to open in the next 30 seconds, give or take, and we'll see where this one wants to go, if anywhere. Showing 488 open, 488, 490, not too much size on the print probably. 493s right now, so yeah, let's see. I would not be surprised if like this is the bottom, that 488 is the bottom, and then we go up. So again, if we open below, then we have that resistance. If we open above, then maybe that's a short-term bottom there.
Here is some food for thought. We're up, well, almost 2% on the ES June. But guess what, guys? The 10-year is up 4.25%. The 2-year, oh, so I have to mess that up. I forgot what the 2-year is. Futures. I'm supposed to like make this whole like presentation. The 2-year is up 6.17%. So how often have we seen this lately where yields and equities don't move inversely? They're going together. That's that's bizarro world. I know it's done that recently. It hasn't done it a lot. Usually they're inversely related. But yeah, that's interesting there. So that means bond prices are going down while equity prices are going up, and then a lot of the consensus is, or general wisdom is, the bond market's a lot more intelligent than the equity market. And, they price in things earlier and they're more accurate, this and that. I mean, I don't know how true that is. It's more anecdotal for me. But there we go. So the 10-year up 4.33%. The 2-year up 6, almost 0.5% now. Interesting day. Ryan Hines says this is probably a major short covering rally in the stock market. Okay, interesting perspective. With respect to the market, we're getting close to making a newer low here, man, on the ES, and this is looking like short-esque to me. We break this 55 level. I'm really interested in this short. It's kind of like the left shoulder, head, right shoulder. I know it's on the micro level, so take that with a grain of salt. But we break this 56, 55 level decisively here. We're printing lower highs, and then we're going to get a lower low. That's kind of what I want to see if I'm looking for short. Again, it is a risky trade because we were up 2%, now 1.8%, so you are going against the trend. But hey, I see what I see. What can I say? So we'll look for that to materialize. In fact, I'm gonna put an alert.
5:30.
I'm gonna put alert right below.
Right. Okay.
I'm gonna put an alert at 55.
That's how they get you.
If we go into 55s here, what are you talking about? AMC? Okay, get to
yeah.
AMC. Sorry, I kind of digressed from that. Go for it.
No, it's just sorry. I'm just saying wow because it's so this is the thing, guys. I wanted a long here, but it's tape's teleporting. If I did less size, I could have taken it, but it's too fast, so I missed it. But essentially, I don't know if anybody was watching that. So the size, it down halts at 488, right? It opens at 490. You get size there on the bid. So,
baby.
I mean, I don't know if people are taking it short. They get the fill, and then they see that it's going to open higher, so they're trying to get out, break even, whatnot. Anyways, regardless, it actually dipped lower, then came back above. And I was like, okay, maybe like long into 5, and then see if 5 holds to the upside. Goes into an up halt, now showing 530 open. So, yeah, that's AMC for you. Down and up like it never happened. And then what? We just kind of stay in and around this area. I would watch where it started. Maybe that's like a key level. So, again, 530 is interesting, and 525. So 25 into 30 is an area that I'm kind of watching here, just because that's where the move started. So even though the next move that happens is going to be a product of who is trading this and are they stuck and are they punching levels, and it's going to do a little bit of things. And note how the volume on the up move was actually more volume than the move into the down halt. So I got to imagine that a lot of traders and algos are taking the short, and then this is basically kind of squeezed back to the upside. I would watch this level for a move back down. I would not be surprised because, again, the news is not like super negative, but the news is just basically negative. So down makes sense, up does not. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we go up and then we go back down after everybody says, I'm letting this go, I'm done with this, I lost on the initial short. Then it kind of goes to where it's going to be anyway. So, yeah, shorts trapped. Juan's saying shorts trapped. The thing is, though, is I don't actually think we rip to 6 on this news. Like, we're probably going to touch 5 again. That'll be my bet. So, yeah, 529 open. It is SSR, so I might just not pay for shorts and just kind of watch it and amuse myself by just kind of watching it. But yeah, best of luck if you guys trade it. It's going to open at 12:25.36. So yeah, definitely watch your orders on that one. Glass guy saying crooks. Well, no, it's just a product of markets, right? So if people are slamming short and then we don't actually continue, there's no follow through. Then as day traders kind of taking that short, they just get out for break even. So it's like down, back up. This is like a product of day trading. And then if everybody gives up and there's just no buying or selling, I would imagine we just back down, right? So I think a good opportunity right now, if somebody's willing to look at this, is play off the where it started type area and maybe risk off of like a 40. Again, trade your own book, but I just feel like bad news. I've seen this before: down, up, and then drift lower, pops, and then eventually prints below 5. Do we get back down to that 480 level? Maybe, but for myself, if I was taking a short, I'll probably target the 5 level. So again, makes sense to kind of like watch how it shows that it might open at 530, but it doesn't show that it's going to open above 530. So yeah, 530 is an interesting level. I don't know if there's any size on the offer over there, but yeah, this open will be interesting. Again, I am not going to short this. I didn't pay for shorts. I'm not going to long it most likely unless something shows me to for a little bit of a scalp trade. It is SSR, so the short is a little more challenging to capture. But yeah, it's going to open now in the next 20 seconds or so. So yeah, watch your orders. And best of luck if you guys do trade that.
Yeah, so the futures make another low there, breaking through that 55 level. Here we go. I don't know what we do from here. Is this bamboozlement, or do we make a VWAP retracement to 39.42? I had an alert to go off at 55s. It's gone off. We got a nice little wick up. I was dreaming getting in on a retracement. I had an opportunity at 60s. I didn't take it. And now we're printing lower and lower. 54s coming in here, 53s and a half. So yeah, nice little move. I wish I had taken that. I didn't take it. A couple of good trades though on the futures today. Not taking this one though. Yeah, it looked like a bit of a bottom. Like I could have front ran that for like a few points, but yeah. Anyway, Meta retracing off the high. So now you're getting some of these big cappers really going in the direction of the futures, and the futures propelling to the downside. 193.16 the high on Meta. We're down now, breaking through 192. So we're breaking that level. Microsoft as well, kind of stair-stepping down. Google below VWAP. Apple retracing into VWAP. A V-shaped like recovery here, retracement on the 15 on Amazon. So yeah, a lot of these ones retracing into key levels. What do we do here? Let's see. I mean, kind of a wicking candle taking us down to 52s here on the ES. But now we're moving back up into 56. So these micro moves, a lot of bamboozlement, possibly AMD? AMC. So Sean is short now, AMC. Let's get to that one because that's the one that's moving here. I just don't want to lose track of these futures because what a nice trade that is. All right, AMC. Wow, look at these wicks, dude. They're kind of distorting the chart completely here. Let's bring in this one. All right, so where are we? Let's go to the 1 minute on this one so we can see where we are. There we go. Now down to 492. Looks like it topped out there on that latest open at 518. The halt level was 515. We're at 91s now. Low of day, 478. We're not far away from that. We're about 14 pennies or so, but the halt levels are also worth noting. Last time to the downside, we halted at that 488. That's exactly where we bounced off this last descent here. The low there, 87, so breaking it by 1 penny. We're holding above 90 for now. Do we continue? Here we go. We're breaking that 88 level. We're down. Yeah, so there goes that level. Now we're looking at possible 78s being broken here. We're at 81s. Here we go. We're at 80. So this one moving to the downside, looking to test low of day, Luca.
Yeah, AMC, so essentially exactly what I was referencing. Like, watch the open. It probably goes back down, test 5, if not the 480. But that was very, very fast on that one. So, yeah, nice trade, Sean. I'm happy somebody took it. Like, I don't want to do it right now because I'm, like, distracted. I'm so lazy to do it. But it's like, that's the trade. That's the trade to be had. So this actually opened at 15s, even though it was showing 25.30. So, yeah, we're now probably going into another down. There's another down haul, 473 here. I just think like last time it showed you that you take the upprint. I mean, you're in the money on this one. I personally hold this. If I was in this trade, yeah, maybe it probably wants to run that level there at I would say 50s maybe.
Really good.
But yeah, here we are. So down halt showing 464. So I mean, look how the halts were kind of reacting before. 88 down halt, printing very close to it. 15 up halt, printing the same, if not very close to it. Down halt, 73s, showing 65s. I feel like at this point, yeah, we could get a 10-cent down halt there. Who knows, man? Maybe this thing goes to 4 today. Yeah, maybe I should have paid for shorts. It's okay. It's all good. Sometimes you look at a name and you're just like, I don't want the headache here. But I call it like I see it, and it did exactly what I kind of wanted to see. So yeah, hats off to me for making that call. Great call, Luca. Well done. Let's go back here to Apple. I think VWAP buy program is in full effect. And so what I mean by that is we actually flushed from the 73s into the 55s. And as soon as offer for 200 lots popped at 60s, like we're at 55s and it magnet to 60s and fills. So to me, that is VWAP algo looking to get long. So they're basically VWAP algos. It's hunting liquidity. It's trying to get the fill on the bid. It's basically trying to get long at VWAP. And so essentially, if you recognize this, it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't go back down. It just means that, for myself at least, I want the long at VWAP. I see the VWAP buy program in full effect. In this particular case, I missed the fill because, again, I'm not punching 63s. It's important for me to get as close to a level that makes sense to me to make the risk make sense. So, again, I don't want to punch 65s or 64s when we can easily go down 10 cents and I could just get that. So I sat there to try to get it. Still kind of want to get it. I would watch the 152.50. Didn't break. So didn't break the first time. Didn't break the second time. VWAP algo confirmed for the buy side on Apple for at least the time being for myself. So, yeah, let's see if we can dip back down. Maybe I'll catch a fill over here and take it back to the upside. If right now we're just going back to the upside, it is what it is. I don't chase it. I don't really care too much about it. BAC, I might have missed my chance on the reload. And this is just what I mean by, like, I kind of call it like I see it, but I miss it. Like, I don't care that I miss it. But, yeah, I'm actually – oh, no, I was saying that I was waiting for it to break. So, yeah, let's go with that idea first. Let's see if we could break the 2880. And then, I mean, it's holding now, but it's such a tight range, like 82s to 90, well, 97 still, because it's relatively. But, yeah, this is, I don't want to go for, like I already did that. I don't want to do it again because I feel like we're too susceptible to the breakdown. So, yeah, let's watch this one. I'll maybe keep this one on my kind of side screen here to see, can we actually break 2880? And then reclaim, and then that'll be like my justification to take the long there. But yeah, let's kind of focus on Apple for the time being. If we get a little bit of a dip down, feels like no.
Stressful.
So yeah, it is what it is. I guess I missed that one.
Yeah, Stressla's going here. As we're getting a bit of a bounce here on the futures, right in front of that 39.52 level, here's Sean's trade on AMC. Shorted, the open on AMC, halted again. There's a short. He gets a couple of positions. Scalp, all the way down to that 470 level. In case you're following Sean's trades, there it is, posted to Twitter. Shout out to Sean for a great trade on that. All right, Meta finding a bit of a bottom at 192, pumping back to the high side here. But Microsoft actually made a nice little move. When everything was going down, Microsoft started pumping up, holding 259, now knocking on the door of 260 again. So Renata, if you're still in that short on the double top, here comes the possible test. You may have made your money on that. Maybe you got $1 there if you held for 259, or if you got a better cost basis than 60. But here we go. We're moving back to the high side here. Stressla also moving to the high side. Remember when I said that one was coiling up? Here we go on any relative strength here on the futures. Mr. Elon Musk's company is pumping to the high side. Let's pull up Stressla here, Luca. NQ, there we go. Stressla pumping 182.84. The high a day earlier was that, I want to say 182.20. So we blow by that. Lots of strength there. That top at 182 absolutely got taken out. That 82.20 earlier was a wick. We actually didn't close above that. So the future still, we retraced. We made a green candle now, but I don't know. Not really to call this one. But, yeah, some of the bigger names now at day's highs. Tesla at day's high, Meta near. Likewise with Microsoft near day's highs, too. Do we go long here, or is this a bull trap? Well, I mean, it's a green day, dude. It's 1.8%. Go with the trend. I keep trying to find the tops on these ones. I don't know why. Maybe because they feel more satisfying to find the tops. But here we go. A lot of strength in Tesla. Let's build into this position. Why isn't it letting me enter? There we go. Let's build into this position. Where are we here on Stressla? We're at 183. We're knocking on the door of 183. Let's go. Quarter position. We punch in. We'll build into this one. We're already like 20 pennies in the money as it just absolutely flies through the high side of 183 there. Holding this one. 39.60 we're retracing to here on the futures. Tesla making high of day. Let's see if we can get that continuation. I don't necessarily need to add. I feel like if we retrace back into the high of day, Tesla, given the strength that it's at now, up almost 5%, kind of will make a big move. We could see like $2 or $3 possibly in the money if I have the patience to hold this long enough, and we get a decent retracement here on the futures, maybe possibly into that 39.70, into that area. That's about 10 or 11 points from where we're at currently. So let's see what this one does. I'm not married to it. If it breaks down and it shows me that it's kind of like a bull trap, I'll get out. No big deal. It's been a good day, and we'll see what that one does. Where'd I get? I got 99. So a few pennies out of the money now as we come in. AMC's apparently open again. What just happened? It absolutely huadunked down. Here we go. Making lower lows. AMC. What a trade that is. Luca, are you into that?
This might be the bottom because anytime. Yeah. I know. This might be the bottom because, okay, I said a couple words. Relax. This might be bottomish just because we are now teleporting on the tape here. So, in my opinion, anytime you kind of run into a general area, and again, based on the daily, like guys, look at the low daily. It's like 440, right? So we sort of dip below that 450, 1,000 lots taken on the bid, which is not much for a $4 stock. And tape starts to teleport around in and around this area. So I would say watch the potential for a down halt if you are looking for a potential bounce play. But also when tape starts to teleport, that is sort of the, what do you call it, the point at which we could see a little bit of a reversal. So I think we already got that little bit of a reversal. Again, now we're at 58s here. So I'm just kind of watching it and calling it. But I'm not taking any trades on it just because I'm kind of in chill mode. I don't really want to. I just want to like relax now. But I'll still sit here and call these, man. That was like a sick. And again, the way that I kind of look at that and say maybe this is the bottom, maybe is because the tape teleportation. So if you're watching the tape right now or for the past 10 seconds, you're seeing that it's now going up. It's mid-printing. It's going to the upside. You see the bids. You see the offers. It's not going wild. There's nothing crazy happening. But if you watched it at 450 to 440 in this area and a lot of volume coming through, you saw like the bids, the offers, like going crazy. You can't process what's happening. So I just feel like when that is happening and you have a big down move or you have a big up move, this is prevalent in small caps. So when small caps run to the highs and get to that area that they potentially can reverse, any small cap traders out there, they understand that when the tape starts to teleport out, that could be the area of kind of reversal point. So it's the same thing on a, like in this particular instance, on a kind of AMC down move, right? So again, I didn't trade it. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, look, I called it. I mean, I'm saying it to myself. Oh, baby, what a call. But essentially, yeah, reversing off of that sort of bottoming area. And again, it's just kind of using the daily. And I feel like a lot of traders look at the daily and they say, well, how far can it go? First of all, 10%, 15% move is relatively large. And then you have that level on the daily. You have that bottom at like 440. So it actually touched the 440 and then gave you the bounce. Now, in this particular play, I mean, do we go all the way back to the highs? No, again, still negative news. But I think this is a great example of news comes out, we kind of deliver that very quickly. And then you have the initial down move. You have the move back up. Sean had the short here. That was absolutely solid. And, you could have justified the long play in here if you didn't want to pay for shorts. I would say watch the halt levels. I think a significant level at this point now going forward. Volume is going to drop significantly quickly because you have the bounce maybe, you have the short, you have the secondary bounce. At this point, watch volume. If it drops off, if no more halts come through, it probably just kind of like dies off. But watch the 5 to 490 for resistance, and then watch that 440. Those are my levels on this thing. Again, not going to be trading this, but yeah, easy to call it when, especially easy to call it when you're not trading.
Nice banger on this one. Right when Lucas said this is the bottom, I punched in. I got in at 55s. First out 67s, and then second out 75s, and the last out there we get 83s. So nice, like 30 plenty plus winner. It's retracing now, and I like this trade. I think that was a really good call on his part. You had a very clear reversal candle here on the 1 minute chart. Look at this, where the sorry about that. Where the body is much nearer to the high wick than the low wick. Typically, it's followed by green candles, and that's where we got in, and that's where it is, and I'm already out. So quick in and out, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, kind of trade. Let's get to this Stressla trade. I got long here, 182.95. First out, 183.40. We're back in the $0.25 area. I took out a little bit. I'm letting it run. I want to see if we continue to pump to the high side here. A bit of a retracement to the high side on the futures. Tesla definitely taking advantage of that high side break to break through that range, that 182 top that we've been brewing with all morning. So I don't want to sell too quickly because we had a coiling move here happen on Tesla, and we could easily see 184 if these futures cooperate. There we go, back nearer to the $0.50. So we're about almost 60 pennies in the money. We are on stress. I'm going to sit at 60s, okay, guys? So I'm going to take out a piece here. Should we make it up to 60s? Let's go ahead and sit at 59s. So we'll sit there. If we get that continuation, we'll get that print. But so far, so good. I like this trade on Tesla. Let me just change this real quick. What am I doing over here? Yeah, but I keep worrying about these futures. You know, it was such a very clear trend earlier in the day, and now we don't have that kind of clear trend. It looks like retracing to the high side, then we're moving to the low side again. I guess, you know, that kind of makes sense. The meat of the move has been done, and then we may find ourselves in a bit of a consolidation range going into the later afternoon. We shall see. We shall see. Tesla continue to knock on the door of that $0.50 area. I'm sitting at 69s. Some size showing up here at the $0.50 and definitely some resistance. Yeah, showing up here as we retrace back down. We huadunk back down into the $0.25. So showing a lot of volatility at these levels, and the futures finding a bit of a red candle developing here. Wish I had gotten some out at the $0.50, but such is the case. Now we're going to have to nurse this trade. Microsoft moving down, Amazon, Apple, they're all kind of, and Google, they're all moving down. Stressla kind of with that pack as well, as we get a bit of a downturn here on the futures to possibly test that 55 level. Actually, last time we got down into 52s, 39.52 on the ES March contract. Funny enough, though, Meta doesn't seem to live in our world. While everything is going down, Meta is printing higher here, 192.50, retracing possibly into a high of day on Meta. Here we go. Tesla coming back into that 183 level. Got to nurse this trade. I don't want it to go offside, but I do feel like 183 might be an interesting area of support here, given that that had been an area of resistance all morning, essentially. So I'm looking for a hold here at 183. Not married to it. I won't add to this position. If it breaks 80, 182.80s to the downside, I'm out. You know, I just got to cut it somewhere. So here we go. We're breaking through 183s. If it breaks down to 80s, I'm gonzino. There we're 82, 84. Well, we'll see. Do we hold this level or not? If we don't, I'm out. Let's see what the chat is up to. Someone called Take Profit says harmonic bat. Target 198. I'm assuming that's obviously on a bigger time frame because at the moment I don't think 198 is in play today. But yeah, I'll have a look at that. Definitely interesting. Back into Tesla here. We're doing that dance with 183. What's up, Luca?
Yeah, guys. So I basically I noticed how quickly we came down. So I'll get to the tape teleportation question in a second. But we are now flushing lower here, and look at this move down on Apple. So I essentially play the long. I offer out a little bit for the bounce to kind of see. Doesn't fill. I go, nah, I got to off this. So I off it, and that's a big move down, man. So I kind of feel like that type of move with that type of volume spike. You know, look at the volume that goes off in this candle, right? And it's very similar to the volume that went off just right here in this candle. So I'm not going to say that that's the same trade, like long and then offing the long for the loss. But that could be the same long taking place here, like the same size, because it's very similar, right? So again, you don't really do anything with that information, but sometimes I look at that and I have a little fun with it, saying to myself, well, it's very similar to the 1400 lots that was in and around this kind of general vicinity that got the fill at 60. So yeah, man, that is paying for that. That's a 20-cent loss on 1500 lots. Yeah, man, not sure who took that trade, but pain there. Guys, I'm long AMD as well, so I'm going to let Apple go now because we actually broke, so I don't really know what to think. But I like the AMD long a little better. And I might have missed my actually, oh man, I wanted to get 50s too. Okay, maybe we get down here again. I'm going to try to add to this AMD long. So the market's going down, but I just feel like with the move that's happening, we're getting the flush and the pop. We get the flush, the pop, we get the kind of break the lows. Maybe this is an area that I could see us being back at 39.70. I don't know 100%, but again, I'll just manage my risk on the trade and see what happens. No, yeah, I missed AMD. We're going back to. I feel like this. I've seen it like down all the way back up. It's all good. So maybe I should have prioritized AMD versus Apple there, because Apple being the overcrowded trade for whatever reason. I don't want to take the long through on Apple here, even though maybe I should. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's just add Apple here, like a little bit of size. And just to see, this is a feeler position, just to kind of see if we go back through VWAP and then go back to the highs. But light size, so not like super convicted with it, not really too worried. But anytime that you get a dip and then a rip as if it never happened, then I kind of disregard these prints. I would say it stopped here for a reason, so you could risk off 52.30. That being the fact that was a lot of selling that just came in, and for whatever reason, 52.30 held. So if the long is going to be good here, it should not break 52.30. That's a 20-cent risk. Not to say that I'm going to trade it like that. But yeah, let's see if we can actually get back to that 50 period. I feel like there's a very high likelihood we could really get there quickly. So I'm going to throw the order out to see if I can get that. And yeah, AMD's already kind of popping here. Yeah, that's frustrating because that one was better. Sometimes you need to prioritize. You have two ideas. It's the same concept. You can't trade them both at the same time. Sometimes you can, but sometimes you can't. And it's pain to be in the wrong one, honestly.
Oh,
it's pain,
baby.
and not to have that ad there. But yeah, both working for the time being, so we'll see if they want to continue to work. I just feel like because I'm light on the size, I can hold and maybe even get this ad on the AMD long if we dip back down into 60s, 56, and then make that move back to 88. That's what I'm eyeing next.
Meta doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't care about my feelings, Luca's, Sean's, Arun's. It doesn't care. It's going. It doesn't care where the market is. It's at high of day. 193.50 now. We're knocking on the door of that. Are we going to see 194 today? It's up 6.9%. We're knocking on the door of 7%. This one is going, ladies and gents. Wow. Okay, here we go. 49's coming in. We're knocking on the door of 50s. Hello, open up. A bit of a rejection there to be expected at the $0.50. But Meta printing to the high side. Microsoft as well, relatively strong, only like 20, 30 pennies off the high. Haven't traded Meta today, here. But, obviously been watching it because of the book, the personal book there and whatever. So, yeah, well, interesting trade. It's been strong, and let's see what goes on. Meta long-term account, baby, Zaddy. Yeah, shout out to D-Loaf. Bang. I hope you're in that Meta long, too. Yeah, it was a good one. So, we'll move on from that. Tesla, still, I want to say near that 183 level. I want to see if that 183 level holds. We definitely know the 182 level was the previous top, and that was the area of support that we would look for if it made its way down there, but it's not really making its way down there. It's flirting with that 183, looks to retake it here. The high is the $0.50. 51s is the high, 183.51 the high on Stressla. Aldous Huxley, I hope Aldous Huxley.
That was the stop out to run back.
I hope I said your name right. $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. BBBBY. I said too many B's there. I'm reloaded. Yeah, let's get to BBBY. This may, like Sean said, it may end up on Mr. Mendel's exchange very soon. And by that, I mean the OTC markets as, it's kaputs for this one. I remember looking at this one and saying a 130 was the bottom. Yeah, that's not the case no more. 111 today is the low. We're at 113s, so we're very close to the low of day. It gave you a red to green move there off the bell, right? So when green to red, excuse me, not red to green. Green to red move, 134 high, then it was kaputs for that. It absolutely huadoomed down to the downside and kind of range traded at 115. You could have traded like a buyout in and around that area, but probably, that short, that flat bottom break, I want to say through 120, that was the low of the pre-market. So if you took a less risky trade by taking that 120 break, you were rewarded, especially if you sized in and were patient, because we got down to 111s. Likely, though, you probably took that 120 break and maybe got out at 114s, because it really did hang out at 114 for quite a bit. That's what I said by you could kind of range trade like a buyout there, because it was giving you that range, 115 to 114 for the better part of the morning. So shout out to you for that. And I hope you're printing on it. So shout out to you. Thank you very much for the super chat on that one. New high of day on Meta again. How many times are we say that today? 193.68. It's pumping again to the high side. Stressla now has also taken that 183 level. The futures still showing lower lows and lower highs on this last little move down. We need to see a higher high here to kind of see a trend change, and that higher high at this point comes by virtue of a 39.62.5 break. We see a higher high above that, then we possibly, we start trending to the high side here. But a lot of these big cappers are moving. 193.74 now on Meta. Microsoft coming back towards that 260 level as well. Stressla, again, knock on the door of $183.50. It's close. Amazon also double bouncing here, double bottoming, double bouncing. That's what happens when we talk for 3 straight hours. Double bottoming here at that 94 level off VWAP, retracing now into that $94.50. What you got over there, Luca? I see that Apple's on your board.
Is it? No, it shouldn't be. Yeah, no. So
no,
it's.
I was looking over here.
Sorry. I was like, wait a second, what's going on? No, I should be out of that. So yeah, guys, I mean, these are good trades. I have good trades here. So that was a little bit of bamboozlement. So just kind of word of advice: if you get bamboozled, it's okay to just be like, wait a minute, hold the phone, chill a second, and yeah, you can always get back in, or I can always get back in at least. But I'm okay to actually get back in with a less, Camel Crush. I know, I'm going on. I'm literally.
The chat was like, yo, Sharif's writing an email while he's talking to us. I'm like, bro, that's not me. That's Luca.
You know what it is, guys? If you see me, so again, I'm talking about this bamboozlement, and then it goes to Sharif, and I'm like messaging like the guys, like saying like, this is bullshit. Like, what do you mean? Did you see this? Who would follow that with 1,500 lots? Like, did somebody follow that trade? Like, why would you punch it all out there like that? That makes no sense. And that's just me, man. The robots, Luca. Somebody saying, Luca, the robots got you. Well, you know what? You're not wrong, but like not in this particular case. I think that was like the buyer that I called out at 152.60. That was like the seller right here. It was a very similar size. This is the dark pool wick, so don't mind that one anymore. But essentially, it was the same similar size in and around the same price. A lot of the times, just from my own experience as a day trader, people who trade that kind of size intraday, like they wait, and then if they're wrong, they punch out at break even. They don't like hold too far against them. So I don't think it was a bad trade on that particular like idea there. But yeah, it just kind of it ruined my trade. Like it ruined my trade. So whoever did that, you ruined my vibe, bro. And I wasn't even moving close to that amount of size. So I can't imagine how you feel. Is what it is. But just let's go back to AMD very quickly. So I offed both of these trades. The AMD long, again, this was like light size on both these trades anyways, so it doesn't really matter. I wanted to load AMD long a little bit longer, a little bit more, but because of the Apple, I missed it, and that's why I was bamboozled. So that's kind of how I played myself. It is what it is, but that was a nice little move back up. So again, the AMD long, I was talking about it. We were at high a day. I didn't want the long, but if we came back, I was like, let's watch the top end of this range. That's why the line is there. It bounced the first time. I got it the second time. We're not even getting close to VWAP there. So that was a little bit of a 30, 40 cent win. Can't complain. And yeah, Apple, nice win on that as well. We're now back down in this level. Let's see if we can get to 152.30. I do think that VWAP is sort of inching its way up. The market is breaking lows and popping, breaking lows and popping. I think we're gonna go back. I mean, I think we could probably go back up. And then if we go down, I feel like it's very obvious where to like sell these longs if I do take them. So I'm watching that 152.30 low on Apple. Like I want to see a break of 152.50 and then pop back up. So if the 152.50 area holds, you could. That's like a 20-cent risk. I would not mind that. Yeah, something is going on over here. Maybe there's like, I don't know what that noise is, but anyways, yeah, guys, it's if you're wondering what's that noise in the background, yeah, there's a little bit of noise here in the background. Britt Burden saying, Luca, Skynet doesn't like you talking smack about them. No, definitely not. So I should say less here. And Tom DePaolo, Luca, I know you do not tell size, but when you say light, are you talking like 10% of full size or 25% of full size? Well, no, I don't use percentages. I know Sean talks a lot about percentages and Sharif talks percentages. My size is really dependent. So I don't have like a base size, but a lot of the times I might be like, hey, it really depends. It depends. So for example, you know, Apple base size will be different than Bank of America base size, will be different than AMC base size, depending the time of day, depending what's happening. So just, again, we don't really talk about size, but the minimum size that we can take is 10 shares, and then obviously scalable all the way up, you know. I'm not sitting here trading 10,000 shares, I'll tell you that much, but not live on YouTube. That give away my edge on that. I save those trades for myself, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, let's see if this 152.50-ish area holds. Again, if I get into this, I'm going to be light initially because I want to sort of work with it. Maybe I'll add into it. And I think the better kind of play is off the 152.30 because for whatever reason, big sell order comes through, holds that level, pops back very quickly. If the market wants to go back up, if VWAP wants to hold on Apple, I want to get as close to that level as possible. And as I talk about it, I just missed the bid there at 54s. So yeah, let's see if we could get that here for a little bit size. And then yeah, we'll try to work this position. And yeah, same idea with AMD as well. I like I mean, it held the first time, so let's see if it, yeah, this is still holding here. So I don't think this is going to get back to that 87.50-ish area. So yeah, I'm going to have to just kind of work with Apple and see what I can do with this.
Yeah, the ES really kind of not giving you that easy break to the south side. Like, I mean, initially I earmarked that 55, but if I had done that, I would have been absolutely bamboozled because it's absolutely zigzagged. We break that 55, retrace to 64. We break it again, we go down into 52, we retrace back to 62. We go down to 51s, we retrace back into 60s. And now we're back again to the lower end at 53s. You know, we made a 50 low there. We touched, I think, 50 and a half. Or 50 3/4, something like that. So yeah, we're zigzagging to the downside, not making it easy to take a short against this big move long that we've had today. But VWAP, I mean, I'm always looking at VWAP here for a possible retracement level on the futures, and that is hanging out at, I'll tell you in one sec, as we make newer lows here, 43s. Now we're testing 50, 50 1/4. Looks like we got down to 50. So this short was right, but it was hard to maneuver into, at least for me, because of all the zigzagging. So I would have been, if I had taken the breakdown, I should say, I would have been out of the money like 10 points within a few minutes, and that wouldn't have worked for me so well. We are now moving to the downside here, 48s. I think we're about to test 47s. So the futures definitely showing you a move down as we decidedly break through that 50 period. On the ES, it is now pointing to the downside, the 50 period on the ES 3-minute chart. So now we have to contend with whether we break through that half, that 39.50. We're dancing around it. Is this going to be a level of resistance? I mean support. Let's have a look here to see if we kind of did a dance with that 50 level earlier. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, a lot of action, a lot of volume traded. I want to say between that 44 and that 56 level. A lot of zigzagging, a lot of, the majority of the volume was traded in that price range. So we should find an interesting area of support here. We'll see. I want to give that range kind of like from the 42 to like a 52 or, yeah, 55-ish range. That was the range earlier, right, in the really liquid part of the day. So let's see how that ends up working out. I feel like, you know, I should have definitely been into this, but it's just really hard to manage. Yeah, that would have been really hard to manage. It would have been against me real quick. I would have definitely had to have given that a lot of room, more than I would want. Quickly here, these bank stocks making a move back down. WAL flushing below VWAP through 37, bottoming out there at 34. That's a $2.50 move. Just right there in a matter of minutes. Not the same aggression on FRC, even though it did make a move down. About a 49 top now, 46 testing, 46.75. So these ones moving down, giving you dollars at a time here, but they are, you know, they are quite risky. Now, do you guys see a discernible trend here? I do. I see a 46 or 45.5 buy, and I see a retracement. How many times is that going to repeat itself? Look at this area over here, right? We get that consolidation area, we break below it, we get another consolidation area, we flip above, we flip below, we flip above, and now we're below again. Do we repeat here? I mean, so yeah, you're gonna have to be patient because you have to let this whole consolidation area develop, and then you get the eventual move. Right, so you're gonna have to pack your patience on this one if that's the kind of range trade you're gonna have, Luca.
Yeah, guys, so just a little update of what I'm doing here. Long BAC loading that after the break of 28.80. It literally broke and then instantly popped back. So I think that's the bottom. So let's see if we can get back to the upside on that one. Again, middle of the day, so I'm not necessarily, even though I want to go for 29, like I want to go for it, I got to sort of take what the market gives me on it. So yeah, let's see where that one wants to go. Apple banger. So basically getting the first fill in front of 50s, letting it come back down, taking the fill, and then basically scalping the VWAP longs, and now waiting to see can we get back above. If this is now bounce, bounce, stop out, bounce, up, I think we get 153. So I'm going for 153s, even though I think we could go a heck of a lot higher than that. Yeah, I'm going for 153s. That'll be my trade on that one. That'll be a 60-cent win. And then, yeah, if we don't get to 153s, I'll reevaluate. I'm already 20 cents in the money, so pretty good. Yeah, BAC, let me just, this one, Again, 28.83 bid was the area. So we dip below, we come back above. Let's watch that 28.83 area. If it continues to hold here and like the buyer is just relentless or like the bid is just relentless in and around this area, then yeah, we're could be good here. So again, I love the setup where we sort of make a bottom, we break it, we pop back. The same support is valid. You can play off the lows if you want to. I wouldn't necessarily throw a stop there. I mean, it's BAC, so it'll take a little more to actually run there and trigger it. But yeah, nevertheless, these algos are savage. They will run for even 15 shares because it's basically free money, like taking candy from a baby. So when you think about it that way, you sort of change the way that you process information. So yeah, best of luck to anybody in those trades. And yeah, AMD is just too strong. I think this one is maybe one that I should have held. But I'll take that win because I'm getting 20s anyway. So yeah, give me the 20, 30 cents. I forego the 20 cents. I just find other trades and go from there. So yeah, I don't want to let holding that position distract me from the new positions that I try to get. And again, I was kind of mentioning that, you know, it didn't really come back down. So I have to sort of roll with Apple because it's kind of like closer to the range where I'm going to risk off of. So yeah, for the most part, win-win. Now let's see if we can get the 53s. I think stop will be in because it will take a lot to actually get this to 152.20. And if it gets there, I feel like the short, the long is wrong, right? So yeah, I feel like that 152.30 is the true level of, like, in my opinion, where like my stop's going to be. Because yeah, it'll take a lot to get there. And if we do break down, I feel like we're going to 152. I'm not going to flip short because I don't have the high conviction that I want the short. I want the VWAP long, and I'm basically doing that. And I kind of made money the first time. I lost the second time. I made money the third time. And I'm making money the fourth time. So yeah, three for one there, or 3 wins, 1 loss. So yeah, not too bad. And yeah, let me just get some offers out here on BAC as well to make sure I get the fill and not miss that on the uptrend over here.
All right, let's do a like check, guys. We're doing pretty good today. 2,400 likes. 5,300 people watching. That's a high for us. I think earlier we were at like 6,500. So shout out to us for holding it down there. All right, guys, let's get that like count up. I'm sure we can get 25. Hundos, no problem. We've had how many viewers total today? It doesn't show me quite yet, but yeah, I think we've been we're definitely up there. So shout out to you guys. Love how you guys are interacting with us in the chat. Thank you for that 2,500. NVDA, Vin, Colangelo says the NVDA next leg up. Well, the big boy microchip names have been quite good today. I've been kind of looking at AMD. I had my trade earlier on AMD, but you know, let's have a look quickly here at NVIDIA. We are near high of days. High of days 242.19. We're at 241.69. Definitely a lot closer to the high than we are the low. The low, just for reference point here, is 234.60. That's an after the bell low. We were much lower than that prior to the bell, prior to that 8:30 print. In fact, I think yesterday we closed at 229. Yes, yesterday's close was 229.63. Today's high is 242.19. So all sorts of movement there on NVIDIA. This has been absolute dynamite the last couple of months, obviously getting that AI tailwind. Look at this daily chart. I mean, yeah, sure, it was a lot better than it was. This is not split adjusted. Let's look at the weekly. That usually is a bit better. Yeah, so this is split adjusted. 347 was the top split adjusted, and now we're back at that 242. So, you know, we could do some fibs to figure out you know, what kind of percentage retracement, but I can just eye that and tell you that's over 50%. So nice little move. But Brendo, who's now at the big desk with the energy update.
Very volatile a couple of days, guys, for energy markets. Crude oil specifically coming off of a big move to the upside yesterday. We're back down to the tune of about 2% right now. You can see all the different contracts listed on here. ICE and NYMEX, so Brent crude and light sweet NYMEX crude still about 2.25%, 2.5% each to the downside. It's been an interesting couple of days. This is a daily comparison chart of some of the other indexes, and then also gold on here as well. 4.6% back to the upside again today for gold. You can see what's happening to both of these at the bottom here. 8 and 9% over the past couple of days back to the downside. But it was all about the fallout from the banking blow-up or regional banking blow-up that we've seen in the U.S. over the past couple of days. We do get CPI this morning as well that was in line with expectations right across the board outside of the core on a year-over-year basis, a slight uptick still in that. So, yeah, back to the downside we go. Look at this range. If you zoom in on the daily chart, the range that we're stuck in now is pretty impressive. We've been in for a better part of 2 months here, 72 up to 82, $10 range, but back and forth we go for crude, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, guys, how long has it been since we looked at nat gas? We were looking at, I feel like, almost daily. Let's go to the chart here on the UNG, which is the nat gas ETF. Look at the bamboozlement on this, man. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green days. Oh, the trend has changed. We got off the bottom. Look at this. On this day, the 3rd, March 3rd, we actually close at the highs, which is a penny off. What was that? A $9.99 high. Everyone and their mother is like, yeah, we're going long here. We're closing at the highs. We're knocking on the door $10. Look at the day, the next day. Look at that next day. We don't even open. The open is below the close of the prior day. How bearish is that? We do end up filling the gap. The gap's like only by a penny or two, but then we end up making another leg down here, and we're looking at that $7 in the face, likely again. UNG has been all sorts of bamboozlement. Look at this. I mean, this is not the only time that this has happened. Look at this. On this ascent, it was a short the ascent type event. Likewise with this one, short the ascent type event. Likewise with this one, this is where the all-time high was, I believe 34, almost 35, but it's been, basically short any pops on this one for the better part of, I want to say, when was this? 8/22, so since August, right? So going on several months now on UNG. Just thought would mention that. It's been a minute since we've mentioned it. ROR, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Because I forgot to hit the like, he said, or they say. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Could not be any more thankful that we have the best viewers in the world. Guys, we are continuing to print lower highs and possibly lower lows coming in here. Yes, there is a lower low on these futures. Yeah, man, that 50, that 60 break, 55 breaks, absolute money right now. But, that would have been a lot of zigzagging to hold this. There we go. We're printing lower and lower and lower here on the futures. Looking for a possible bounce at that 39.43. That's where VWAP is. Let's have a look here real quick. In fact, let's bring in the side chart here. What news, Luca? What happened?
Somebody's saying Russian fighter jet collides with U.S. Reaper drone over the Black Sea. And yeah, we're not really getting a market sell-off, but everything's kind of turning down on that news. So, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Like, I just kind of felt that Apple was looking good, and it just kind of turned down as soon as I saw somebody in the chat mention that. So, yeah, I offed it. It is what it is. I'm just going to reevaluate this level and chill. I think a great time to talk about tape teleportation on AMC. I'll just get back to that question very quickly. So somebody before was asking, saying, Luca, what do you mean by teleportation? Do you mean the time of sale? Do you mean the book? I'm referring more to the book. So again, when I'm trading, I'm watching the prints, but I'm essentially watching the book. And I don't have it actually this way when my screen is, I want this, I do it like this way. I do it like this. So I watch this and this, left to right. So I want to see the prints. And my risk is usually here. So I want to see what I'm trading. This is how I structure it. I don't know how you guys structure it, but I want my positions and my size of my positions and the symbols that I'm trading, I want it as close to the time of sale and the book as possible. So that's the way that I do it. Obviously, kind of show screen is a little bit different, but essentially, yeah. So you're watching the tape, you're watching it get to the level, and you watch the bid and the offer spaz out. It goes crazy. The bid is 440, the bid is 453, it goes back to 444, it runs to 458, and this is the tell that it's going all over the place. So if you record your screen, yeah, this is Modern Warfare. I like that. I don't know what you're referring to, but yeah, it is Modern Warfare in the tape, violence in the tape, and basically you can watch the prints. But when I personally refer to tape teleportation, I mean the level 2. So I mean that the fact that right now you could see it. It's you see it, you're seeing the midpoints go off, you're seeing the bid, you're seeing the offer. Okay, it went down, so it's very clear. If it was teleporting, it'll be here, there, everywhere. You cannot process it. So yeah, I just refer to it on the level 2. Yeah, I don't have an example of it right now because nothing's really teleporting all over the place. But essentially, it was teleporting there, and that to me was a little bit of a bottom. At this point now, it's just kind of AMC's dying off there. Not really much trading. You guys are seeing just kind of very, very lackluster action. You can see it. I make the joke that, look, as a day trader, if you can see what's happening, then you probably shouldn't be getting in. you should not be able to see what's happening, and then that's like that's an area, like that's a significant area. That's why it should not be easy, right? If it's easy, then everybody can see your order, and you're just being patient with it. I kind of say, like, when a lot of people are asking me like, oh, Luca, NEO, I just feel like traders are looking at NEO because they look at it and they're like, oh, it's in this like range up and down, but like that's not really, like, in my opinion. I mean, you can make money any way you want in the market, but I would say, like, you want to find strategies that actually pay you, not, you don't go for like 10 cents on NEO when it's not really doing anything. Even though it looks like, yeah, buy here, sell here, buy here, sell here, like you could, but that's not a way to, you're never going to be able to move size in the middle of the day like that. So I don't think that's a scalable strategy. I would much rather build on something that's more repeatable, scalable, and perhaps something that doesn't keep you super committed with a lot of risk, and then you're kind of just waiting there, bag holding. So yeah, Apple, selling it was the right idea. We're now back into the area where I would have stopped myself out. Thank you for whoever mentioned that in the chat. I just said, okay, like, I see that come through. I see the market going down. I think this thing should have held and went up to like 86s at least. And I was going for 53s, but this is changing your opinion in real time. So I'm not gonna allow myself to take the L when I know that I'm gonna take the L. I'll take the little bit of a win there. So yeah, but going back to this kind of tape teleportation ideology, again, for myself, loosely using that as like this is where a reversal point might take place in the market. Not to say that that's the time that it will take place, and not to say that it's easy to trade those areas. But you have to have conviction in that area, and then you look for it, you see it, and you say maybe this is the time. And then always manage risk. That's the best thing that you can do. So yeah, Apple down now, everything down. I offed my BAC as well, and I think that was the right call. It's just kind of like very obvious. Like, we should have either went up. If we go down, I'm done. This is where a mistake actually benefited me. So I offed the whole position at 86. I was like, no, that's not what I wanted. So I added it back for like a better price, and then I took the loss on it anyways. But yeah, we're now below that. So let's just see how this kind of area resolves. I mean, I still don't want to discredit the long. Like, we could still go down, back up, and then to 29. But that might happen a little bit later. And I don't know if it's going to happen like right now or in the next 20, 30 minutes. It might be something that you kind of look at going into the end of the day if you think BAC is going to at least print 29 or maybe close above that 28.50. So yes, Chimp Nations, I love fishing gear.
Dude, are you
but I'm
looking
not an
at
avid
this?
fisher.
Look
yeah,
at
man, the whole market's going down, probably off that like Russia colliding. I mean, there's nothing else.
Well, specific to the bank stocks, because we're not seeing the exact same move in tech, but look at these bank stocks. 37 break on WAL. We're at 31. Are we halted? I think we might be halted. 31.29. Yeah, WAL is halted to the downside. Likewise with FRC. That was an absolute big boy move. 49 top, 41.81 halt. What a move down. Wow, man, these ones are all sorts of nuts. Let's have a look here.
Just when everyone's sleeping, they could do the move.
Do we have any reason here? Let's look quickly,
wild.
Luca. I mean, do we have a reason for these halts? No. Moody's coming out, warns of rapid deterioration in banking environment, evaluates what? Hold on, I gotta maximize this. What they evaluate? Evaluates Comerica, Western Alliance, and more. Okay, so Moody's coming out, dropping some hot lines. Wells Fargo maintains overweight rating on Western Alliance. Okay, so Wells Fargo taking the opposite perspective. Okay, so yeah, these ones are all, no, these ones, they're not. When did the move start happening here? When did we start quadunking? 1254. Okay, so this is, yeah, this is why they're going higher. Okay, so that's not what I'm looking for there. Okay, so we get halts. We have a halt on WAL, FRC, and possibly more. Let me have a look at my. I need a halt scanner. I'm gonna make a halt scanner here real quick once Luca takes over the mic again. But yeah, I don't see them on my top percentage losers. They're not on top percentage gainers either because they've absolutely moved to the downside. PACW as well with FRC and WAL is also halted to the downside. It's at 1406. I'm not sure what the tap is on that one. So all these ones making big boy moves to the downside. Small cap crapper world, AMBI just did a VWAP touch at 1750 and then absolutely bumped up into 1830 there, giving you almost 80 pennies instantly. But look at that move down off that 21 rejection off AMBI right down to 1750. So if you shorted that top, how many times did we get touches there? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 touches around that 21 area, rejecting, giving you all the way down to 1750. That would have been an absolute money trade. securing shorts, though, probably would have been a bit tricky on this one. And yeah, so we'll have a look and see how that one develops as the day goes on. Let's see what else is moving here. What's the chat talking about? What do we got? SPY 200 MA reject intact. Okay, didn't have a look at that. I don't really look at the SPY. I usually use the futures ES contract, and that is just absolutely printing to the downside. I'm very disappointed in myself for not taking this 55 break trade and just sitting on it. This is what I should have been taking this trade. I kept talking about it, didn't put on the trade. Now you're all the way down at 38. You know, that's an eek type trade. I thought maybe we find a bit of a bounce at VWAP. Not so. It's continuing to the downside here. I don't see any really important levels on the 3-minute chart. Let's have a look at the 15 to see if we can see any levels important at this area. Okay, a bit of a double top here that took place March 13th, excuse me, at that 39.30-ish, 39.35-ish level. This is what I'm talking about over here. Does this act as an area of support on the way down? We're close to it. We're at 37.5 now. So do we get that bounce there? Intraday trading is kind of what I'm looking at here. I'm not looking at any long-term stuff, guys. So just want to put that out there. It's no stop in the futures. It's one red candle after another here as we continue to print more local lows down into 33s. Now 34s doing that little dance with no pants with the futures. NVIDIA giving up the ghost. Microsoft giving up the ghost. Google as well. Meta still holding on. I got to give Meta credit today, still holding on to that 192.5, but for how long as we continue to print lower lows here on the futures. Apple absolutely moving to the sell side now, looking to test that 150, 150. We're at 80s right now. Apple really decidedly breaking VWAP. I feel like Apple and Microsoft are leading this march down a little bit. They seem to be the most violent. Actually, check that. Google as well seems to be quite violent. Tesla is near highs. I want to say nearer highs and near the lows. So it's going down, but not as aggressively as some of these other names. Looks like we're finding a bit of a reprieve here on the 15-minute chart, maybe at the 50 period. Let's see how long that holds on to. I like that better, that level better that I was talking about earlier, that double top here that we saw on March 13th. That was yesterday's price action around that 39.30. 39.35 area. We're there right now. So let's see if we do find a level of support. Not exactly sure what to expect at this level, but just really peeved that I did not take that 55 break. I really should have had that. I know it would have got chopped up a bit because it would have went against me, zigzagged. We are not stopping here, Luca. We are really headed to the downside. Whatever this Russian plane debacle problem, I don't see anything on it on the other news network, but it is flushing to the downside. Now we're about to test 25s. We were just at 50s, man. What a move down on these futures. Really mad I did not participate in that. Irish Mac saying this is really accelerating. Yeah, definitely. I mean, what can you say? What do you got? You covered that AMD short or you went long? Okay, I like it. So Luca's long.
It's kind of funny. I take the long, as soon as I get long, 100 lots also gets long there. So best of luck to the 100 lots that took the long there. I was like, for myself,
excuse me,
that's like VWAP bounce, right? So take the bounce, and I just like want the scalp because essentially we're actually selling off quickly. Just getting back to my desk, just went for a little bit of a walk, and yeah, I mean I don't know how high we bounce, but I'll just take that little bit of a quick win there on that play, and yeah, let's see where we go next. I feel like you know this bounce is going to be short-lived. There's a pretty decent move down here on the overall market. Sitting back down, I'm like, yeah, let me like find something to punch long in. So I literally sit down and I go, okay, yeah, AMD long instantly. So can't complain
People are
there.
laughing because they sneeze. They're like, eardrum broken. I'm sorry, guys. It was a quick one. I couldn't hit the mute button.
Yeah, no, it's yeah.
The chat has no mercy. They'll
no,
it's any mistake
this
you
is
make,
the
they're
internet,
all
ladies
over
and gentlemen.
you,
This is this is what I say. Like my family. Hey, how was the show? I go, it was good. You know, like they're like, oh, like I was watching. There was like some rude comments that came through. I was like, yeah, it's the internet. You know, what are you gonna do? Guys, reserve offer 151.51 on Apple. Probably gonna break. We're pretty low here. Yeah, so it did break. That's a move down, and selling that was the right idea. In this particular case, because new information comes to light, maybe should have flipped short, but I'm okay not to. I'm just kind of chilling, watching this, what's happening here. I don't know. I think bounce played next on something here. So I said to myself, Apple 151 to 150.50, but that's too big of a range. Although this is a sharp move down, so like maybe we do get a bounce. Yeah, if we can get like 151.21, that could be a good look. But I might not take it, honestly. I might not take it. It's going to be discretionary. It really depends. I mean, that's like a big move down, so I just feel like with a big move down can come a big move up. But at the same time, with a big move down can come another big move down. So, yeah, it makes sense, right? So, yeah, AMD long is probably a little better. It's holding up. It was stronger before. It looks a little bit stronger right now. That is not... let's see if we get back there. So what's the low of that candle? I'll map this area right here. So, like, I think 100 lots took the long at 87.11. So not a bad area to look at. I would say 87.11 to this level here, 87.97. I think if the long is going to be really good, it might dip into this area, be short-lived, and then pop again. If we actually go below 87.97, I think long off the table, we might get another leg down, and yeah, maybe we continue down. Now, these were my initial levels, 87.50 to 86.50, so it is a wide range. We could still go down and then pop back up and you know, make our way back up. AMD still up 6% on the day. The market obviously selling off with everything else, but not to say that it can't find a bottom and then bounce a little bit. And what are the names that are going to be the ones that bounce? It's going to be the stronger names, most likely. So, yeah, somebody's saying he's spooked now. I don't know if you're not. Yeah, no, not. I'm never spooked, man. I am.
I ain't never scared.
No, I'm not spooked. I'm just chilling, man. Just chilling, waiting to see what happens next here. I'm watching Apple AMD for those particular levels. Let's go back to BAC to see where this one is. Yeah, we're like low here. I'm done with this one. And WAL, it's funny because I know, Sharif, you were looking at that as I stepped away. We now went into another down halt, and it's kind of funny. Like these, it's, you know, the short is still not invalid in my opinion. And with this kind of news that comes through, like, yeah, I see James North. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah. Russian jet collides with U.S. drone over Black Sea. You know, is there World War III right now? Like, what's going on? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, hopefully they get that sorted out. But essentially, when no one's looking, 12:45 in the afternoon, you know, let the sell-off begin here. Where's the bottom on this thing? I mean, I would not be surprised to see WAL waterfall flush into like, I don't know what this level is, but maybe 18 to 20. I'll not be surprised to see that. But yeah, it needs to clear this bottom first, and that seems to be the general high vicinity of yesterday. So maybe finds a little bit of a bottom. I'm noticing, I didn't notice that it was going to print up, but I'm noticing that it did an up print, so might go into an up halt there. But yeah, watch that bottom in and around 30-25-ish area. If it breaks there, yeah, maybe keeps going lower. I'm gonna watch Apple AMD because yeah, they're probably getting close to the levels. AMD, yeah, still not breaking below 87.10. So I am not loading this until it does get that flush down. And then, yeah, it's just a various kind of move for myself on that one. Jason saying, look at Amazon. All right, man, no problem. Amazon, let's see this. Up 1.38%. This little bit of a flush. I don't like the levels as much for myself on Amazon. I know Sean was mentioning at a 93 long, and he mentioned that he opted, and it was at like 94, 94.50. Yeah, maybe gets back to 93. I would say just keep in mind the kind of this area here. So this would be like a little bit of a support zone. So, you know, leg down, maybe get another leg down. I would maybe try a 93 bounce if I wasn't going to prioritize Apple and AMD right now. Actually, maybe if I miss those and then we keep going down, maybe Amazon 93 bounce could be banger there. So yeah, I'll keep that one on watch as well. But yeah, for the time being, I'm watching Apple. I have no bids out right now. So yeah, 51.21, maybe just off the table for the time being.
Yeah, I was looking at this Tesla 182 defend. You know, it's gonna be really dependent on whether or not we continue to print lower lows here on the market because, yeah, we're looking to test 3920. We could easily see 3900 here, guys. It could be basically an arc-shaped recovery where 3972 is the top and 39 or 3910, 3920 is the close. Let's see. We continue to pump to the downside. That's a real possibility here. But I like that 182 level for Meta. I mean, excuse me, for Tesla. The reason being, was because we kind of really consolidated at that level. That was the high. The majority of the morning, we got that breakthrough finally, touching 183.80 to the high side. So I was looking for a defend of 182. We'll see. I've got 182.06s, so I'm dabbling my foot here, or wetting my beak, so to speak. Yeah, there we go. We get 24, so I'll take a little bit off there. A baby out, letting this one run well in the money on this one. Looking for a bottom here and a 182 defend, but it's gonna have to continue to go. We're getting some. Yeah, it's tough. It's not that easy. Taking a little bit more risk off there, but definitely want to test that 182.5. Let's go ahead and put some more shareage out on offer at 182.5. Let's put this many, 182, and we'll sit at 44s, because what's life without whimsy, right? So we'll sit there. If we get the fill, great. I'm not really, I don't have a lot of C word behind this, because you know, it is an against the trend trade. We're moving down on these futures. There's a negative catalyst vis-a-vis the collision of the Russian fighter with the U.S. drone. So whether or not this is a good level in other times, you know, kind of is irrelevant. We have to look at the bigger picture here. The Hayes Records, thank you very much for that 199 super chat. Paper-handed Goog puts to 8.85 to 83, and it went to 141. You want to look at that? Because I'm not the options guy.
Google, yeah, no, it's well, he's just saying Google puts, but essentially, I'm going to get long Google right now. If we can, if I could get this fill right here, yeah, there we go. Okay, long, just in front of 93. This is like a wipeout bottom.
Oh baby,
washout bottom.
I don't know. I just know that we're pumping here, baby.
I don't know. I don't know if there's any water flow on this, but essentially down, up. Let's see if 93 holds for a move back up. I'm basically going for like 15, 20 cents on this. Essentially, you know, I'm not to say that my stop is in below the low there, but that is the area. Like if we break down, then we maybe go lower. So risk 20 cents to make 20 cents, give or take 1-to-1. So therefore 1-to-1 size for myself. Let's see if we could pop back to that high, being 93.20ish, give or take. And yeah, see where that one wants to go. AMD, man, that was the banger. They didn't give a chance on the reload there. Only dipped to 9s and 10s, then right back to the upside. So yeah, that little, like, I thought I would have another opportunity. Sometimes it looks silly when it does this because I'm a scalper and because I think that I'm going to get another try at it, I'll like do this, like long, short, long, or long cover, long cover, long cover. But when it doesn't and it just goes back up, it looks like, oh, why didn't you hold? Well, it was never really a part of the plan to begin with. So yeah, that long is a little bit better. At this point, I can't really justify myself getting long anywhere here, but 87.50 for the most part was that kind of top end of the support. Maybe it turns to a little bit of resistance, then dips back down. I still do like the VWAP long there, but we're gonna have to see if that one wants to actually work there. Google steamrolling back to the upside, and that's my fill. Nice little win on that one, can't complain. And let's go to Apple here. Apple, oh yeah, all the way back up. So there was an iceberg offer,
baby,
and then another one, but that cleared, so now we're actually going back to the upside.
Money, 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 money.
Absolute banger trade on Stresla. That 182 defend, absolute money. We're now up to, we're testing 183s here, guys. So I'm gonna take a little bit more out. There we go. It's one concoction of red triangles to the way out there. Sean smashing the bag. How much do I have left? Not much, guys. 10% position left. The majority of this one is out. Very nice trade. I saw Leanna Banks taking the short there into 182. I had the different idea. You had a good idea. I had a good idea. I like that 182 defend. Definitely it was the... I know. I suck, bro. Like, that's what Sean's like, why do you have so many outs? Because I suck, bro. Jittery Jerry, I call myself. Jittery. Yeah. He's like, yeah, it's exactly like his chart. Yeah. It's one long stream of outs there. Right? We get that bounce momentarily on the futures, guys. We got that 39.20 bang, and we bounce back up to 39.37 there. So, yeah, you know, Stresla holding that 182, pumped about that one, and now we are moving again to the highs here on Meta. 193.53, 74s is the high, so we're knocking on the door of high day again. We're not even close to the high day on the futures. We're at 37s, the high of day is 72s, 39.72s is what I'm talking about on the ES June contract. So much more relative strength in my friend Meta, but for the moment, we take our friend Stressla. I'm still holding 10% of this position. I'm holding for the 183 break. Pumped about this trade, Luca, and yeah, what's going on over there?
Yeah, no, not much, just chilling. I'm wondering, does Bank of America do what I was thinking? Going back over that 28.80, it's a little bit of a dip, and then, I mean, I didn't expect the news, but I kind of expected the move. So now I'm like, do I take the long now that it's kind of new information? Not really too sure. But yeah, let's see if this gets back over 28.80 for then some, you know, consolidation, then getting another leg up into the 29. That's basically what I'm watching on that one. And yeah, guys, if you have any questions, let us know. Somebody saying PACW, great trade. Yeah, that one was, I know somebody else was mentioning before. I mean, this fade, the same as WAL, right? WAL, same kind of thing. Moving down here. I don't really know. I mean, I think this probably, I'm not trading this regardless. It's too kind of sketchy for me right now. It needs to like be like a AA plus for me to kind of get involved in it, or else like I'm definitely not jumping in, especially not today. Globally Geared saying, where's my dog Prad? He is unfortunately sick, so not in the office today. But yeah, hopefully he's doing well. Prad, if you're watching this, lots of vitamin D, my brother. Lots of vitamin D. And yeah, make sure you...
Pradley here?
No.
Oh.
And yeah, make sure you drink lots of water. You know, for myself, if I get sick, I go, oh, you know what? Let me just drink lots of water here. That's kind of my play. So yeah, lots of, take your vitamins, lots of water, hit the gym. You know the details on that one. Okay, let's go back to Amazon. Huh? Hit the gym when you're sick? Well, hopefully, like, not when you're sick, but like, you should always hit the gym. I don't know where I was going with that, honestly. I was saying, just always hit the gym, like, all the time. And then, yeah, when you're sick, don't go to the gym and get other people sick, of course. But sometimes I just I just start talking. I don't know where I'm going with it. And then I just find myself, you know, halfway through, and I say, yeah, okay, let's wrap this up. Sharif, you want to cut me off here, or?
No,
I'm just kidding.
You're good to go.
Like, yeah.
You're good to go.
So guys, Amazon didn't dip to the 93. That's kind of on my back burner. If we do go back down, I want that 93. And I think Apple up move was too much. But yeah, let's see if we can. So I said 21s, right? I said 51 21s, and we didn't actually print 21s. We printed 23s. But that was the general level. And if you guys were wondering, like, oh, wait a sec, how did you, like, again, you know, I could have been wrong. We could have went down. But like below the low, essentially. So this was the prior low, 28s. And then we're coming down. I was like, okay, if we're going to bounce, we're going to break the low, then bounce, then go up. But I didn't even want 23s, nor did I really want 21s. I wanted like a flush into like 16s or like 12s, like as close to the 52s as possible. And in this particular case, I didn't think that it would go to like 4s or whatever. So I was like, 21. I could have taken lighter size and did 25s, but I was just like, whatever. I'll just kind of chill with it. Maybe there'll be better opportunity if I just kind of wait it out and see what happens next. So yeah, now I'm just in the chillin' mode, waiting for the next trade. Again, trading is all about being patient, very, very patient, wait for your levels. Then when they come to fruition, you smash them, and then you just go back into kind of like, I am a sniper. Let's just wait to see what happens next. So yeah, I'm basically watching BAC. Now that I look at this, I don't love it as much. It's kind of tough to like, it went too low. So it actually went into 28.50 and broke. If this went to like 63s, then went back up, I would have liked it a little bit better. But now it's kind of like the range is like expanded. So I don't really want to, I don't think I could justify a long to make 20 cents if I have to risk like 50 cents on the down, or sorry, 30 cents on the downside. I would rather have it 1-to-1 than less than that. So I'm just going to be very patient and see what I can find next. Somebody's saying FRC flying back. James North. James North, you should have said FRC flying to the north side. Hopefully you're doing well, enjoying the show. And guys, hit the like button. 2.6K likes, 5,200 people watching. Hopefully everybody's making money and having a great time. And wherever you are in the world, hopefully you have better weather than we have here, because it is absolutely freezing
today, man.
Freezing,
I thought the end of that would come soon. Like, we're in meteorological spring, so it's ridiculous,
like,
right?
why?
Yeah,
Forever.
I don't know, man.
It just never ends.
No
like,
idea.
oh, I just want to be on a beach.
I'm still holding this Stressla trade, almost $1 in the money. Long 86s now, really holding for the break 83s. If it breaks 82s, I'll just be out of this one. Only 10% left. Yeah, these futures, yeah, you never know. Still, a couple of prints to the high side, but now retracing back into the downside. A break at 82, and I'm out of this one. Wanted to hold a piece for the dream through 83. It's not materializing, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. Still looking for some small cap crappers to come up on my screen here. Nothing really showing up. AMBI was the one that we looked at this morning. That's since broken VWAP and kind of stair-stepping down, so I'm not interested in that one. SGTX showing up next on my list there, but not doing enough volume. PXMD kind of retracing a little bit through VWAP, now kind of reclaiming that. It had been silent, I want to say the majority of the morning. Not the one I want to trade. A lot of sporadic movement here, no levels really off which to base a trade. So I'll leave this one alone. It's up 42% on the day. I guess the move's been had on this one. So staying out of this one. Nothing really else going on my radar here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we kind of dipped down on that move there. So like, for example, AMD all the way up, all the way back down. I think long still valid there, so I'm watching that one again. Yeah, to go back to the same names, I kind of like the look of Apple a little bit less, so I might back burner that. Somebody was asking about Google, saying Google below 93 now. So yeah, the way that I take the trade the first time, I'm not taking the trade the second time, just not going to happen. Yeah, guys, you can see on my screen right here, so I wanted to share this. My brother works in construction, and somebody was doing, I don't know where they were specifically, but whatever job they were working on, look what they pulled out. This is from 1967, guys. A Labatt IPA from 1967.
I like it.
They were renovating whatever job they were doing, and they found a six-pack just in the wall. And it just goes to show that, back in the day, whoever was building this said, yeah, you know what, let's leave the beer here for the future. And yeah, nice picture. Guys, I have never seen, this is old school, like Labatt's IPA from 1967. Yeah, pretty cool. So I told him, I said, make sure you crush beers and you leave it there for another 50 years. When they redo it again, they'll find that. And maybe you can do the side-by-side between the both and keep the tradition going for the next 500 years or so. But yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. And yeah, shout out to Labatt for that one. Did they? Well, no, it was empty. It was empty. So it was just like empty bottles. Yeah, you're not going to find full. That's for sure. If you guys ever work construction before, if you ever work construction before, you're not leaving any beers full. You drink them all because you're definitely extra thirsty. Okay, back to what I'm looking at over here. Amazon not close to 93. Gonna let that one go. Google chilling. No trade for myself. I'm looking at Nvidia, and every time I see it, it's at 240. So I almost want to say that like 240 is like I know it's a level, but like okay, yeah. So maybe I'm just like looking at a specific time. Yeah, I'm just gonna let this. I'm not gonna trade Nvidia, but I kind of like. My gut is telling me to short Nvidia. Like right now, short it and swing this into the end of the week. I think we probably print like at least 234s, but it's basically a 1-to-1. I don't know. I got to look into this one, but I kind of want to short this, even though it's strong. I want to short Nvidia like for a swing trade. Not to say that I'm going to, but that's kind of what my gut's telling me to do. And the fact that it just gets over 240 and then doesn't really stay above, can't really close above. Like this is the daily perspective. And it taps it and it goes to like 242-ish, give or take, but it cannot stay there. So like, I mean, I feel like at the first sign that we go back down, like we're getting the down move. So 225 is like the bottom, and 242 is like the top-ish area, more specifically, not so much 240. And I just feel like, if I swing this, I can probably get like 232. So I feel like it's like but the only thing is gap potential. But yeah, maybe like a risk 3 points to make 10 if I can get close to 242 on that. Yeah, I'm going to structure that maybe a little bit later. But yeah, it might be a good look on that one. I know a lot of people trading Nvidia are always asking about levels. We spoke about this, what day is it today? Yesterday? I don't even remember. We spoke about this maybe yesterday. But essentially 225,
my goodness.
like 225 is like that support area, and 242 is that resistance. So it's just been in between. I don't want to diddle in the middle, but I feel like you could justify a fade from the top and you have a defined out if it breaks higher. And yeah, 225. I mean, I would be going for 225, like not even like maybe 230 if I was like short and going for that. But yeah, just make sure you trade your own book if you're looking into that. I think could be a good look, but at the same time could gap up and run to 250. and yeah, take profits. Exactly. It's in a tight range. I just feel like that might be the right idea there. But yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm not even going to day trade it right now. I just wanted to look at something a little bit different because all these names are basically chilling.
Oh, baby. Keep going. It's cool.
Yeah,
Just letting this Tesla run.
It's funny how
it's coming towards 183 again. I'm hoping 183. I'm going to sit at 183.50s. If we get that 183.50 print, that would be good. We're retracing here a little bit on the futures. So nice little move. Slow and steady. Off a random level, though, Luca. I mean, like that 39.22. I mean, there was a little bit of action there at the 8:30 drop of the CPI print. We had a little bit of action at 22s, but really nothing that I would base anything off. So pumping back here on the futures, it's propelling some of these big cappers up a little bit. Meta just made another high of day, 194.03. So that stair-stepping up in...
I was going to say with Meta, it's kind of funny because like everything went down and Meta didn't even move. And somebody was like, yeah, like long Meta because like if nukes go off, like everyone's going into the metaverse.
Yeah. That's like,
that made me laugh
no, but a lot of people do use social media during that time, like, assuming communications are not shut down, right? But here we go again. So Tesla coming back closer to that 183. I'm not going to paper hand this trade. I want to let this one run through 183 and possibly take out some at halves. We're seeing 90s here. My last out on this was, I think, 89. So if I get anything above 183, that'll be the high for me on that one. Nothing else on what's the day look like today? AMBI positive, AMC positive, AMD positive, FRC positive, Tesla positive, and Wall positive, and the futures positive. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There you go. So perfect on the day today. Good day. Yesterday was a bad day. So yeah. Sometimes maybe good. Sometimes maybe yeah. You know.
You know, it's funny how like when you're telling yourself this, like I do this all the time. Where I'm like, yeah, you know, like yesterday was not so good, but today is good. So I mean, yeah,
it all works.
You know?
So
like, yeah,
I know,
it's
right?
not too bad.
Yeah.
Somebody's saying Schwab about to break. Let's go look back at this. SHW. Is this? Oh, this is like we're. Oh, it did it. Oh no.
Oh baby, there
God.
goes Tesla. There goes Tesla, and I'm out of that.
Why didn't I think of this when the market's going down? I didn't even think to pull this up.
That's all right.
Remember when I was like, yo, 55 dip? Like, I was like,
Schwab,
it did it once, it did it twice, it might do it again, and then it might rip back to the highs.
Love it.
Textbook.
I
didn't trade it.
That's perfect to the lows there. It absolutely holds that low.
Yeah, hopefully somebody had that, man. I mean, that's a banger. It didn't even break 55. Literally goes into 55 and holds. Talk about, yeah, look at that. Didn't even break 55. My God, wow. Yeah, Neil Powers, I know you were talking about it, so you're saying you got it. Well done. See, you know what? At least somebody got it. I don't even care. Like, somebody has to get it. You know, like, that was pretty solid, man. I personally would have taken VWAP or even just in front of that. Again, like I'm not going to pretend that I would have been holding still right now. I just think like this was like the top of the range and this was like the bottom. So it was like long. It probably stalled. I would have probably like, scale, whatever. Anyways, I don't know where this goes, but that's pretty funny, man, seeing that do exactly what it wants. Now people are saying BAC. Don't tell me here. Okay, wait a second. There might be a chance for this one here. Okay, I'm going to bid here. Let me see if I can get
baby.
some. I'm like, this one I'm not worried. I don't think this is going to run away. I think I'll be able to get a fill here. But yeah, let me see if I can get just in front of 28.80 here for this, what looks to be the start of a very robotic move back into the 29. So yeah, if it could fill me here on the bid, that would be great. And I'll take that one. And we see where that one wants to go. And yeah, everything else is just basically in a range that there's no trade for myself. So I just got to kind of chill with it. Okay, there we go. So long BAC now. I expect this to actually trade below 28, but what it shouldn't do, if it's going to be like good, is actually like trade below like 28, like 67, in my opinion. And that's based on like this area right here. So I would say I would watch this area to this area. If we dip down, maybe I'll consider like adding over here for like a flush add and then pop and then move back up. But if for whatever reason we're just going to robotically make our way to the upside, then you know what? I just roll with the shares that I got, and that's the plan. Basically, it's doing this. So I think it's going to do this, and then that's going to be my out right over there, which is 29-ish. Ish. Okay, so yeah, let's see if that one wants to happen. But again, things can change in real time, so I'll just be making my decisions and see where it goes. Somebody's saying, why is AMC dumping? Well, AMC, shareholders approved the share offering. So basically, dilution is never good for previous investors before the dilution. Stock will always go down on dilution in theory. And as we see, going down into a down halt, opening, going back up, halting to the upside, opening, and then going all the way down into another halt, flushing, and turning around right off the 440 level, not once, but almost twice. Maybe it wants to settle down in and around this region. Volume is dead, though. Trade when there's volume there. I think Sean had that trade from up here, and he covered. Not sure if he's holding any left. Maybe hold for like the dream of it goes bankrupt right now. AMC. Oh, yeah, okay. So he's got a very light position left on that one. But essentially, that's the trade. It's like you see the move, you see the volume, you partake, right? It goes all the way down, you make the money, and then, yeah, if it keeps going to the downside, great. It could, right? It could. Obviously, bad news.
Oh my goodness.
But at the same time,
Tesla.
you want to take part in a day trade when the volume is there. So you guys see the volume here versus the volume here. This is like you don't really trade it here, right? You're either in position waiting to see like can we continue to flush lower, and if so, not too bad. Okay, so BAC flushing here. Let me just add a little bit more on this one here.
Yeah, watching Tesla flush. Happy got out of that through the 183 break. What did I get out there? 183.07. It's flushing back down into 182, I want to say 20s. So that 182 level coming back into play. That was a level we defended last time and bought at and moved into 183. So let's see if that defend that level again. I won't be in this trade as the future's rejecting off VWAP from the downside. That's never good. So we get that break of VWAP. We get a retracement, a half-hearted retracement into 42s, and then a boom right back down. Maybe you test these lows again through the break of possibly 20, 39.20. That'd be continuation. So looking out for that into the afternoon. We got like 50 minutes left on the show. Wow, this day went by quick because I traded so many stocks. 1, 2, 3,
Apple.
4, 5, 6 stocks
that?
in the futures. So that was a
it pays
busy
to
filled
miss
day. What's going on with Apple? Is it
Well,
flushing like everything else?
Like I would have tried to bounce. I would have got destroyed. Not destroyed, but I would have lost. But sometimes, see that? Sometimes it pays to forget. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
So far, one time it paid today to forget. The other times it didn't pay at all. Okay, yeah. See the Apple news. Is there news on Apple?
I don't see news.
Delaying bonus.
Oh, okay. There you go.
They're delaying bonuses. See that? Or actually, I'm not going to get into that. Anyway. Expanding hiring freeze, delaying bonuses, not too good.
Interesting.
Okay, so yeah, that's maybe there's a trade to be had here. There was actually a lot of selling on the first flush down. Like I was watching it, I was like, why is there so much selling on Apple? Like so much selling, like via icebergs. Like it was weird, and now it makes sense. It makes sense. So they disguised the selling as the geopolitical kind of thing that happened, and then the news drops and we actually go lower. If that happened, you're a savage, whoever did that. But it is what it is, the Wild West. If that's the case, maybe you get another leg down in this thing. I kind of want to scalp it, but I just want to figure out what levels to play off. Maybe 51.20 for the upside level and the low that it just made. So 150-50-ish area. That was kind of my level from before. So it's kind of in the middle right now. So I might just chill with it, not really take a trade on it. But yeah, let's see. And the AMD long is still valid. I'm going back to the same names because these ones, in my opinion, are my best looks. So it's just the fact that, look, it bounced very cleanly, bounced again, dip, pop, dip, instantly pop. So I would love to get it for a rip down and then a pop again. That'll be the best kind of odds, best bang for your buck. But until that happens, I will be watching Apple for potential scalp moves here. Let's see how over 151 happens. A lot of the time, we get a move down through an even dollar level. It pops back above the even dollar level, and then you might see some slamming on the tape. So that might just be shorts that are late to the party that think, we probably go to 150. Market's going down just a little bit. Overall negative catalyst. That's the volume offset. But yeah, it could be wrong. So yeah, let's just see. I would watch the again 150, 120, and then the high of this move, which was 14s. So basically 14s into 20. Might have just missed my opportunity for that one, but it's all good, man. I just maybe I get another shot at it.
Yeah, keeping an eye here on Apple like you are because we are at yesterday's close. So an interesting area of support coming up possibly if you're here on Apple. I got 150.52. I think that's yesterday's close. Let's zoom in here a little bit. Yeah, in and around that area. We actually bounce off it. No, sorry, that's today's low. 150.52 is today's low. I think the close is like 48 or in and around that area. Anyway, we're not too far away from it. I'm not going to take any dip trades off here. I don't have enough conviction for this trade, nor do I know enough about what just went down. So let's see what Apple does. Maybe it makes a new high, a first 3-minute candle to make a new high above 150, 110. We look for a possible bounce play, especially if these futures start pumping to the high side. I won't take a long unless these futures really reclaim VWAP to the north side of 39.42. We'll look for the relatively strong name to take on that. Maybe Meta, who knows? Yeah, Apple at these, I want to say days lows at the moment, coming off that negative catalyst. Let's see what goes down from there. I don't have any trades on at the moment. I am all done for the day. If you guys have anything specific you want to talk about, at me in the chat. We'll have a look and we'll talk about it.
Well, people are asking, I see somebody saying FRC buy question mark, and I'm just like, that's what I want to say to that one. No comment on that one. It is, just know your risk when you're getting involved in those types of trades. But yeah, I have no thoughts on it.
You good?
Okay, yeah, something's going on here. They're doing duct cleaning, I think. And yeah, something's like going through the duct, and I'm just like,
HUBC high of day, farm trader is saying. You want to have a look at that? HUBC?
Well, no, let me just, because I want to trade Apple right now, so I'm trying to like find a way into this.
So let me look into that real quick while you trade Apple. HUBC, don't even know what this is. It is Hub Cybersecurity. Let's look at that. Up 28% on the day. It's a dollar stock. Yeah, that's showing up on my scanner now. I'm going to look at it. It's short still restricted. High 196, low 142. It's a VWAP hold, VWAP being around 175. It's bounced off VWAP several times, continuation. Not sure what the catalyst is on this. Let's have a look here. What time did that come in? What time did the move really get going? 11:15, so that's where we're looking. Press release, security. Hub Security receives 4 million USD from PIPE investors at, okay, so we know there's a catalyst, whether it's bull, BS or not. 196 is a high, we're at 195, so super close to the day's highs. I'm not taking, obviously, this breakout here. Let's have a look at the daily chart to figure out some levels. Sorry for the noise, guys, by the way. It's just the condo is doing, I think, duct cleaning. Yeah, so is that a robot running through the, yeah, it's like a automated like drone robot running through the tubing here to kind of clean, I guess, the dust and whatever. So sorry for that noise. The clear level that sticks out to me here is that $8 level. A lot of consolidation around there, and that's kind of the breakdown point. Yeah, we're not likely to make it all the way up there, at least not today. We're still within a range. When you zoom in here, I mean, we haven't been at this level since maybe March 3rd, but yeah, that's not really saying much. That $2 level will have to get taken. Then you got to assume like maybe a 50% retracement, maybe to 5. I got no trade on this one. HUBC looks good intraday, but I think yeah, I'll steer clear of this one. What do you got over there, Luca?
Yeah, no, I'm just, yeah, trading Apple. Trying to structure. I might just let this go. It's too, like, I'm not 100% sure on the short because now it's probably going to break the 5120s. So I actually took the short and then I covered it because it's not like going down the way that I thought that it should right away. And yeah, now we pop. So longs off the bottom of 150.50 were not wrong. And yeah, short right here is kind of like more sketchy. So I might just like chill with it for a little bit. And you got to be locked in because this right now could like we could like be at like 150, 160 like very quickly. So you got to watch your positions on it. If I'm going to multitask, I'm not going to do it well. So I might just chill with it. But yeah, basically trying it the first time, wrong on the idea. I think we could easily go all the way back up. But yeah, notable levels. Initially, the 5120, now no longer valid, for myself at least. And at this point, maybe 50 period. I mean, it rejected, then the news came out, then it kind of flushed. So that 50-50, or sorry, the 150-50 level is definitely the interesting level. And yeah, the 50 period is the next level of like, maybe just magnet effect into that move there. Somebody's saying, bro, that's an ABC pattern.
Mm-hmm. I don't know about that.
What does that mean?
There's an ABCD pattern.
Are you serious?
Yeah, of course.
Man, these patterns, ABC, I just laugh, man.
ABCD pattern.
Like, I know I get it, patterns, but like, it's ABC. Is there an XYZ pattern?
I don't know.
I'm like Googling this right now. ABC pattern in stocks. Yeah. I'm probably the one who's just out of the loop. Oh, so you're, oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, so you're saying this. Yeah, okay. This is just like, yeah, okay. A, B, C, D. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah, I know,
sure.
right?
Okay.
That's never been one of my faves anyway.
Let's see if BAC, that was a good ad there at the bottom. Let's see if this one wants to go back to 29. Yeah, LMNOP pattern cut. Yeah, exactly. Okay, and AMD is kind of interesting here. AMD is like setting up to be something. This thing is, you know, this, if this can flush down and VWAP holds, it'll be I feel like it'll be a similar like wick off bottom and then pop back to the upside. It is dependent on the rest of the market and how things kind of want to go, but we're approaching 2 o'clock. I think I might just kind of take it easy, take a little bit of an hour off, go for a walk. But if this happens right now, I might try it. Honestly. If we can dip into that 87, I feel like if we go 87.05, like that's not a like maybe I'll try this in front. Yeah, like let me try this like less size, but like a little bit more in front. Feels like the better idea. So let's see if AMD can actually get down here, give me a little bit of a fill, and then do the exact same thing. But again, guys, if we flush the first time and it gives you like from 87 into like 87.36, so like basically a 30-40 cent winner on that like first bounce move, I would imagine that the second bounce move will not be as good. And so like in this particular case, if I get this fill and we go, like I'm going for like 10-20 cents just for like a fill, long cover. But if we go up from here, because for whatever reason, wick off bottom pop, wick off bottom pop, wick off bottom pop, I don't even want it here, so I'll just like let it go. But yeah, hopefully it can actually like this is where I'm just like, okay, here's my stink bid. Do you want to fill me? I think I might be right, but the real question is, can I get the price that I want? And then that'd be great. So yeah, Michael Melvey saying AMD looks like a bear flag. It could be, but the thing is if you're talking about this, like it's not like I wouldn't use 1 minute patterns to be like, oh, there's a bear flag, and then when it breaks, the short is good. Like, no, AMD is up 6.5%, and VWAP hasn't even been touched, and when it did get touched the first time, it bounced very, very strongly. The market is down, and if for whatever reason the market goes up, like AMD is gonna fly. So, yeah, it's I would just say, you know, use these kind of flag patterns on a wider time frame, whether it's like a daily or like a swing trade setup, and it should be showing you something that you already know. Right? So like if something's going up and it's creating some type of consolidation, it looks like a bull flag, you're like, okay, like the long is good and maybe I'll get long towards the bottom of like the bull flag or whatever. But in this particular case, yeah, we're going down now, but my trade is not really like I'm like playing the bounce. If I'm wrong, I'll just be out of the trade right away from like a scalp trade perspective. So I don't really trade on patterns. I trade on levels and kind of feel of the tape and kind of see where can I get in and out at. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, it's nice to see that everybody has difference of opinions on all these types of different names and setups. So yeah, let's just see if I can get this fill here on AMD and then see where it wants to go.
HUBC making a move towards that $2, breaking that top that it had set earlier. Now the high of day is $2, so stair-stepping up there on decent volume. You don't really like to see this kind of like a candle of indecision here where 1.25 million shares of volume come in right before that $2 level. But hey, that $2 level breaks. You got to respect it. I really don't know where we go from here because there's such a big gap between the current price action and any level of resistance that we're likely to encounter here. I still contend that level is probably around that $8-ish area. I mean, we could see resistance before that, obviously. I don't know. This one, kind of tough for me to trade. 201 now, the high, kind of stair-stepping up. I don't really know too much about this company. What does this company do? Yeah, this is not working again, so I'll have to look at that after. Yeah, I'm not going to take a trade on this. It's too late in the day for me to care about HUBC. If it was in the morning, I'd be looking for better levels to get in. Anyway, not much for me left to do here. Been a good day. And so just going to leave it at that and not really trade anymore. Just having a look at these futures here, it looks like we're holding 20 bottoms, 39.20-ish. We're near the 30s at the moment, but definitely if you're looking for the long and a continued pump to the north side, we want to reclaim VWAP, which is at 42s at the moment. Meta also kind of giving up the ghost there, 194.03 top, now retracing 192.68, coming near that 50-period moving average. We actually haven't touched the 50-period here on the 3-minute chart the entire day. So if you've been holding this meta long and you've been nursing it, or whatever, I don't know what time you got into this, 8:30. If you got into it at 8:30, you're long 182. This may be the time to get out as we retrace possibly into that 50 period. Haven't quite touched it yet, but where is that 50 period at? It's at 40s. Okay, so 192.40, so we're like 10 pennies away. Not sure if Meta's got any more juice or gas left in the tank to make any more new highs on this one. It's up 6 1/3% today. It was up higher, a lot higher than that. I think we touched like 7.5 maybe at 194s, but pumping to the high side. Couldn't be happier with this trade. I added on this bad boy at 82s and 76s and a half yesterday. Ooh, a lot of selling coming in here now on Meta. A lot of people taking profits as it continues to break down through that 50 period moving average here on the 3-minute chart. But it's been a decent day for Meta. Can't complain about that. Back to HUBC, still near highs at 201 level is the high of day. Yeah, there we go. As I say, that 203 comes in. Still moving to the high side, supported by good volume. What's the 5-minute volume on this guy? So it's a $2 stock. It's done 1.3 million shares in the last 5 minutes. That's pretty good. That's what you want to see. A move up supported by volume, definitely, especially for the move up 204. If you're scalping on this one, hold on to your hats. There's a big gap between the current price action and where we would find a real level of resistance. I posit that's $8, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I'm working this long right now. We're going to see where it wants to go. This is basically my last idea. We got like 30 seconds left to go here. So I think if we break down from here, I mean, the rest of the market's not really selling off. Apple maybe might try a short there as well. But again, end of the show, might go for a walk, so might let these things go. Again, if AMD if AMD pops back to like the 30s or the 40s, like that's my target on this one. So we should, if we spend a little bit of time here, I'll get a little bit more long and then see if we can get that pop up, take the fills, and yeah, wait until the end of the day. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. If you haven't already, please hit that like button.
Smash that.
And yeah, there's the AMD move back up there. So nice little ad for myself. And now all about trade management. Smash that like button. And we're going to pass you guys on to the closing show where they'll find absolute bangers for you guys. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Hey guys, right on the mark. Yeah, 2 o'clock. Let's get into the final couple hours of the afternoon. Still holding on to positive territory, still holding on to nice gains. Let's be honest. We are off the highs here on these geopolitical headlines, but overall still holding on to nice gains following that CPI data this morning. Inflation, if you missed it, coming exactly in line with expectations. So I guess still work to do. But overall could be a lot worse. 0.98 right now for the S&P.